Hey, you guys, it's Friday, Labor Day weekend. um, Welcome to Lapeef JR. Introducing our panelists, we have Miss Lauren, Mistaken, Team Della, Tam, T-Bomb will be joining us a little bit later. How are y'all doing today?
Good.
Wait a minute. There's a birthday in the house tonight, 1997. Happy birthday! Woo!
What birthday is it? Oh, happy birthday. I thought you were saying they were born in 1997. I'm like, wait,
I don't know when he was born, but his name is 1997.
happy birthday. That's Shantae.
He go, happy birthday to you.
No.
That's right. You look here. It's Labor Day weekend. Everybody should have a cup in their hand except for me. I'm in Alabama, y'all, again.
Okay,
Y'all tell. Alabama love it. Anyhow, I went to T-Bomb just stepped in the house, sipping on something.
What's up?
T-Bomb. All right, you guys. So today we are going to be talking about that passport brother. We keep hearing about him. Everybody say they one of them. So we're going to talk about it today. Are y'all excited?
Yes.
So we're going to first off, let me just ask this question before we get into the passport. Do you guys think that Black love is a thing of the past? So everybody's coming up with like, oh, I got all these options. So do you think that, being dedicated to Black love, like saying, I want this and only this, do you think that's a thing of the past?
I would say no. I think Black love is still there, but I just think that it has a modern twist. I don't think it's more of a I was gonna say I think it's more along the lines of like when we're talking about traditional love in general, that traditional love is more associated with how we talk about traditional marriages. And what I think is that now Black love has undergone like some of the same changes in terms of um, roles and responsibilities. That's all. But I think Black love is still there and going strong.
Anybody else? The loyalty of it. That's what I mean by that.
Oh.
Like loyal to Black love. Because look, to me, Black love is Black on Black. That's when I say Black love. But some people may think like me being with somebody else is still Black love because I just made her Black.
Well, that's different.
I think definitely Black on Black love is Black love. But when I think of Black love, I think of just two Black people coming together as a union, like that Black love, like not necessarily as Black love kind of like a thing of the past per se, but no, it's two Black people being together, being dedicated to one another in this thing together, not willing to throw in the towel just because you have your little hiccups, your differences. It's just really that Black love that our grandparents used to have, whether they wanted to be in that relationship or not. Y'all know the type of love that I'm talking about. It's that real authentic Black love that was lasting for 40, 50 years. I think Black love is still a thing, but I don't think Black love is lasting as long as it used to last back in the days with our grandparents. Unfortunately, people are just so quick to just throw in the towel and just call it quits anytime any little thing comes about. It's like, oh, I'm getting a divorce, I'm leaving you, X, Y, and Z. So I definitely think it's still around, but I just don't think the type of love that our grandparents and even some of our parents, I think that is very far and few in between. I don't know what the statistics is right now for marriages lasting these days, but I don't think it's lasting 40, 50 years. Most people can barely make it to 5 years, let alone, celebrating your 50th anniversary with someone. So yeah, we need to do better.
I think it's on life support. I do. I think it's on life support.
Tim, I was wondering, like when you were saying how our grandparents, like that Black love, do you think a part of that was because there was segregation, and so there was so much that it was more, we saw ourselves more actively, we were more concentrated, and so it was more common to be with somebody who looked like you. Whereas I think now, because we are more integrated, I think now people kind of go into different communities, and they're more open to going to these communities versus, maybe back in the day, like our parents, we didn't have to. We had everything we need within the community that we're in now. But do you think that had anything to do with the fact that we had more Black love then, because of the fact that we were always so close together and we were tight knit and everything?
Absolutely, I think so. I mean, I don't think you didn't really have a lot of interracial dating back then. You know, it was banned for the most part. But I don't think we can call me being in an interracial relationship and still trying to label that as Black love. That is not Black love just because I'm Black enough for the both of us. That is not, in my opinion, what the definition and the true core and values of what Black love really is. And I definitely think that somewhere along the line, we've kind of lost touch with that because, I mean, with culture and with times, things have evolved. So we are in a space right now where you can love who you want to love and be who you want to be with. And I am one of those people. I am all for Black love. I want to marry a Black man. However, that is not the only option now. So I think people are exploring different options, whereas before we were that tight knit community. We were that community that really thrived together and stuck together. And we didn't really have any other options. All we knew is that our Black was beautiful. And that's all that we cared about. But now they're putting so many other emphasis on, if you look at, I think there's been some forecast predictions of what the average American is going to look like by the year of 2030. And it's not just your standard, just African American, your white American, your Asian American. Like it's a bubble. It's a bubble of all of us mixed into one pot, and it's not the standard of what it used to be. So absolutely, I think that plays a part.
So do you think that so you would agree that Black love may be a thing of the past?
I think, yeah, it's still around. Don't get me wrong, it's still
Of
around.
course, we know it's still
I don't
around,
think
but
the type of union that what our grandparents and some of our parents had, I don't think that is still around, unfortunately.
Are we saying
Why do
Black
you think
love?
it's changing?
Are we, just for clarification, are we saying Black love in terms of Black love in marriage, or just Black love in terms of relationship?
No, I think the ultimate goal is for marriage.
Marriage,
So
yeah,
yeah.
intentional
Black
dating.
love, yes, you
Well,
So even if
okay.
you're not if you're not married, intentional dating, like I
Because I was
want
gonna
Black
say,
love.
I think on a level of Black marriage, like getting to that point, that is definitely a thing of the past. Just the trend and data in marriages in general have declined, and since
Why do you
Black
guys think that?
people, I, I don't know. I was
And
gonna say,
let me just tell
yeah,
you,
times are evolving.
I
So
think
yeah.
that
Well,
our
Black cohabitation is on a rise, so that's what I was trying to say in terms of defining when we say Black love. Is it Black relationship or Black marriage? I would say Black marriage is probably a thing of the past, or on that decline. But I would say Black cohabitation is definitely something that is here, and I think is probably here to stay, because you're getting the benefits of marriage without the full responsibility of a marriage.
so.
I would say, to Tam's point, I think the notion of Black love, like how, like when we saw it, like with our grandparents being married 40, 50 years, is obviously fading. So I went and did some research, and the divorce rate of Black people is 42%.
Yep.
And so, to your point, Tam, you are correct about that. On the same side of things, on the other side of things, 85% of Black men, or Black marriages with Black men, are to Black women. 93% of Black marriages with Black women are to Black men. And so, do I think that just based off of that notion there is Black love a thing of the past? I would say no, that it's not. I do think that, to Mistaken's point, it's evolving to something different, because to answer T-Bomb, I think that the prioritization of family is changing, and what family looks like is changing. You know, we're living in this microwavable society where everybody thinks that success and relationships and everything that we want is supposed to come to us at the snap of a finger, and losing sight of the fact that relationships take work, success takes work, self-development takes work, and it also takes time. And so, the times are changing, and so the prioritization, people's priorities are also changing. But I don't think necessarily that Black love is a thing of the past. I see, social media has a way of making us feel that, you see these celebrities and you see all of these interracial marriages, and people, it's almost like being forced down our throats at this point to really believe that Black people are not prioritizing other Black people, when in fact, when you look at, your circle of people that are, in proximity to you, my people are Black and we're with Black folks. So, so I think that's also something to think about. Social media has the way of making the world seem really, really small, when in fact, it's not that small at all.
Well, I just want to say that I love my Black man. I don't care what we go through, whatever it is. I'm not steering away from y'all. I love y'all.
Y'all, guess what?
So.
Secret. In my mom's neighborhood, it's a Black lady that lives down the street. She got 2 white men that live with her.
Not
okay.
2 of them.
Okay, 2.
And they got a baby. And I'm like, whose is it?
Oh, is there a story?
Listen, these people, I stay out of their business. But I did notice.
She got all the tea, but she stay out their business.
Listen, my mom was like, yeah, they live there.
Your mama all the tea, don't she?
Okay. Let me stop telling that woman's business. Anyhow, just wanted to share that.
Okay, Tanya.
So, okay, I absolutely agree with all of you guys. I think that, like Della said, that you're right. Majority of Black people are married to each other. Absolutely. But I was just thinking that the more and more people are becoming more exposed to things. When I hear on YouTube, I didn't know how the new generation was moving. This new group of kids, these younger adults. Because I can only tell you what I see my age, because that's who I'm around. But I was wondering, especially people who are in their 20s, is that something that, is a thing of the past? Do they not care? They're just like, you know what? I just fall in love with who I fall in love with. Being Black doesn't matter. And so that's the reason why
I don't care.
Yeah, I definitely think that's a culture these days.
Yeah.
Where people are like, love is love. Yeah. You have what is it? I'm not going to even say honey, because I don't even know the right term. I don't want folks taking me out. It is what it is.
So that will make it a thing of the past, though, because they're the future. So
Well, no.
if they feel that, if they feel that way and they're moving that way, soon they're going to be we're going to be aged out. It goes up. So
but Black people that are having children, we have to make sure that we instill in our children the importance of Black love and procreating with people that look like us, so we can make sure that Black love doesn't fizzle out into something else. Even as what they say that the standard American is going to look like, there are Black people still loving on Black people every single day, still getting together, having beautiful Black babies. So we just have to make sure that starts at home first. We're encouraging that. We're encouraging our children to love Black men, love Black women, marry a Black woman, marry a Black man. I think as long as we keep trying to push that narrative, Black love can never be a thing of.
Or do you think that we're pushing that narrative?
Well, no, because we're pushing.
I can't speak for other households.
I'm saying in general.
We're pushing that Black women are terrorists. So no. That's
and to pick off that, not only do we need to ensure that we're raising our children to love themselves and to love other Black people, but we're also raising lovable children. The problem is that a lot of these children up here are being raised and they're not lovable people. Okay. And so then you know, and the Black community has a history of trauma. And so then when, you know, then the relationship becomes a byproduct of that trauma. And so, you know, you do see a lot of, I don't want to say a lot because again, it's not the majority, but you do see enough Black people going and, you know, to your point, marrying and being invested in other cultures and, you know, other races of people that can meet their needs.
Well, I can't specifically say like what the trend. I mean, the trend of interracial marriages have gone up, but it's not a like a significant difference to like be alarmed about yet. But giving props to the millennials based on the stuff that I read is that it said that millennials are married. They're not against marriage at all. They actually, the majority do support the idea of marriage and want to get married one day. The difference is that it was saying that millennials are much more selective in who they marry because now there's less pressure to get married in your 20s. So they typically wait a longer time to get married. And so I think that's a good thing, like not feeling pressure to get married for the sake of getting married. And I think that's what happened with previous generations. And that's why now the generations like our parents, they were saying baby boomers at this point have the highest divorce rate. So it's the older people that are getting married, not, I mean, getting divorced, not the younger generation. And the people in our generation, Gen X, that's ages between like 39 and 54, that it said that basically we're staying married. We're staying married. So I'm thinking that generations after us, even though the marriage rates are lower, it's because they're waiting longer and being more selective. So I would think if you're waiting longer, you have more wisdom, I would think. And so you're choosing, hopefully, you're making better choices in who you're choosing to marry, which then hopefully would equate to longer marriages.
But do you think that generation, even though they don't feel the pressure, so you say, to get married within a certain time frame, do you think they're actually going to still be getting married if they're not feeling the pressure now to want to be married?
Yeah, I would say the reason I would say yes is because they're not opposed to marriage. So I think if the mindset was, I don't want to be married at all, then we would have something to worry about. But I think because their mindset is one day I do want to be married, but I'm just not going to do it right now. I definitely think that they would go ahead and I still think overall marriage rates are going to be low because that's the trend across all races and ethnicities, even not just limited here in the US, even in other countries. The marriage rates are on the decline across the board. But I definitely think that, you know, that they'll still continue to get married. The problem is, or the question is, will they get married and stay married? Because I just think the more options you have, like the likelihood of sticking it out might become a little more difficult,
Yeah,
especially because there's no stigma on getting divorced anymore, getting married multiple times. There's no stigma against that. So, you know, is the getting married and staying married that's going to be the, I think, the concern.
yeah, I'm not sure that even with that generation waiting longer to get married, I'm sorry, I don't really have the confidence that they're going to be able to stay married. I mean, we're struggling with our generation of people getting married and actually staying married. That's what I said. Like, we aren't seeing marriages lasting 30, 40, 50 years anymore. We're just not. I think that is so easy for when things aren't going right or somebody isn't doing what you want them to do or isn't moving in a way you want them to move. I think we're so quick to just throw in the towel and just say, I can go find somebody else.
I mean, but it's not a lie though. And I think that's the that's the bottom line, is that, you know, before that wasn't an option. You were very much so undesirable, and you would not have been chosen if you were married before, if you had kids, so forth and so on. Where, to Mistaken's point, that's just not the case these days. And so, you know, it really does kind of put the pressure on to those that are married, where it's like, there are options. And so you can act a fool if you want to. You know, it's not guaranteed that the person standing across from you is going to stay and put up with it, because they don't have to. You know, the majority of women are working women these days. So, you know, when we talk about just the culture and, you know, the how society, you know, is working, it's very different.
Yeah, I get that, but I feel like even if the time that we're in now, they had this knowledge, those resources, or whatever back then, I still personally feel like that's not okay to just throw in the towel in a marriage anytime something isn't going your way, especially if it's a marriage, it's with children. Like, I'm not saying to just stay and you're being treated like absolute shit, but it's like there's a bigger goal at hand, there's a bigger picture. And are we really just going, most of these women staying with men that's been cheating on them, and you ain't even in a marriage with them, so you gonna leave your husband that cheated on you and y'all got children together? It's like we just be so quick to just on to the next, and we're not thinking long term about, you know, the damage that it could be doing to the family. Now, should the spouse that we choose to mate with, should they go into the marriage wanting it to be a successful marriage without any infidelities? Absolutely. But it happens. It happens. And I don't think we should just immediately just throw in the towel because infidelity happens. I get there are
How many times is enough though?
That's true. And I don't think that infidelity is the only reason why people choose to divorce. It's definitely it's a reason. And, you know, to Tanya's point, I don't think that the majority of women leave after the first mishap. So a lot of the time it's because it's repeated offenses. You know, women withstand a lot more than what men are willing to put up with in that sense. And so, you know, usually when a woman leaves due to infidelity, it's certainly not the first time.
And even now is not even the number one reason for divorce. So
finances, right?
Yeah. So no, not violence is I guess that broad term, like I guess irreconcilable differences, but just basically it was saying like lack of commitment, kind of to what Tam was speaking about. Like when things get hard, you're just like,
you want to bail.
I want to bail.
That's not how it works.
Yeah. So that is the number one reason, based on the stats that I looked up. It was irreconcilable. I mean, lack of commitment. It was saying like 75% said that was one of the main reasons that led to their divorce.
Yeah. And no, and I'm not saying if that man has been cheating, you done caught that man cheating on you 5-10 times. Absolutely not, because you haven't learned. You haven't learned anything. I'm saying the first time infidelity happens, I don't think that should be the demise of a marriage. The first time it happens, I just don't.
I actually agree.
A man,
I mean,
if it's switched around
now,
for the man,
it goes both ways though. When you say it shouldn't be, you know, if someone, if there was a situation of infidelity, do you mean even if it was the woman towards the husband or the husband towards the woman?
I think let's be honest. Women are way more forgiving than men when it comes to infidelity and cheating. I think we talked about this on a previous show before, that men cannot, I think it was a Sunday show we talked about this, but it was like men cannot let that type of hurt go. Their ego is, I mean, it's a blow to their ego. No man wants to picture another man having his woman in uncompromising positions. That's all you're going to be able to think about. You're never going to be able to get that out of your head. And although women, we think about those things too, but we're more forgiving when it comes to infidelity. So although what would make it fair is both men and women to not throw in the towel if infidelity happens, one time. But let's be honest, most men are not putting up with that. So yeah, that is a double standard. But I mean, that's the world, that's the society, that's the world that we live in. So I mean, it can't always be fair. No matter how much we scream that we may want fair for everything across the board, that's not always the case.
So would you ladies say, and I guess this is like a rhetorical question, but like we would agree that infidelity does happen on the woman's part, or on part, or the wife's part, right? And so, like, with that being said, I feel like, in my opinion, I may be wrong, I don't know the statistic, but in my opinion, I feel like women are the ones who will actually activate divorce faster than men. And so if there is infidelity on the woman's part, I don't oftentimes see men leaving marriages or relationships because she stepped out. I'm not saying they don't maybe act out in different ways, but it seems like in that case, with the stats of who's divorcing who the most, it seems like women do the divorcing more. They're the ones to quickly walk away or leave the relationship faster than a man would. Like, if a woman gets divorced or she asks for a divorce, nobody bats an eye at it. They're like, oh, good job, congratulations, I'm proud of you, whatever. But if a man does it, it's like, it's World War III. It's like, how could you break your family up? You know, and so I think that stigma and that shame is attached to men in marriage. Men are not activating divorce. So even if they are going through things in their marriages, I think they find a way to work around it because they tell them, okay, family, you know, structure, whatever the kids, whatever the case may be, I'll just tolerate. I think a lot of men are in marriages and they tolerate a lot of things.
Well, I think the way they tolerate it is by not necessarily digging the heels in the marriage and working out what it is. Their way of dealing with it is dealing with it outside of the marriage. So I think with women, in terms of filing for divorce, again, the stats show that if majority of women are filing for divorce, but infidelity is not the number one reason they're filing, they're not leaving because they've been cheated on. So they're willing to stick it out. Is the other things that I think go on within the marriage in terms of whatever their needs are, you know, because that can, you know, vary between woman to woman. But whatever their needs are not being met. And I think that is basically needs not being met over a sustained period of time. So then I think when you add the cheating on top of the fact my needs are not being met and you have the nerve to cheat, you know, multiple times, I think that is what leads women to being divorced. Whereas men, like you said, they'll stay in a situation a lot longer than they need to. But I think they operate outside the confines of a marriage, and that makes it easier to just deal with it.
Because they definitely getting it in.
Exactly.
If they not right away, they're definitely getting it in.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else wanted to add on to that? That went so many different ways. Thank you, ladies.
Mm-hmm.
So my next question would be, do you think, because we were talking about let's just get to the point, which is the passport brother. Do you think that Black men should travel abroad to find love? Let's just say if he can't find it here.
Is she black? If she's black and abroad, go ahead.
I think if you can't find it here, honey, you can't find it anywhere. Okay. If you can't find love here with 1 billion people in the United States of America, you can't find it anywhere. At some point, people have to acknowledge the fact that they might be the drama, they might be the problem. I'm just saying.
I think a lot of them try to find women abroad is because their culture is different. It's the way that they were raised, because they all like to say Black women don't listen. In the United States,
American, then that would mean it would be American women don't listen, because clearly we're a diverse nation.
American. So I think when the men say in the whole manosphere or whatever, like, it's time to get the passport, fellas, and go overseas and get one. They want one that is coming from a different culture, that is made to listen and submit and not have an issue with those things. Because let's be honest, most most American women, they have a problem with that word submission. They really do. And I don't understand the big deal behind it, but to each is its own. So I think when they make those statements, it's like, let me get somebody that has a different culture, a different mindset, where they were born and raised to just specifically cater and please a man. I mean, it's the easy route. You can mold them. You can mold them how you want them to be.
I think
I don't see nothing wrong with it, honestly, in my opinion. I just feel like if a person can't find love where he's at now, what's wrong with going somewhere else to find love? Just like with a woman, you know what I'm saying? Like, a few of us aren't married, so if we can't find love where we are now, what's wrong with us doing it? So I don't see nothing wrong with a man going away to find someone else.
90-day fiance.
Somebody want to be loved.
When they want you for that green
card, no man.
When they want
for that green card, too.
That's it. Don't be surprised.
And I think, like, also, I agree with most of what the ladies have said so far. Like, if a man wants to go overseas to find love or whatever the case may be, you know, if that's what you want to do, I think you should do it. Like, I think you should do it if you're going for the right reasons. And I would say, it's like that phrase, wherever you go, there you are, which means no matter where you go, where you travel, whatever it is that you're trying to escape, it's going to follow you there, because at the end of the day, you are the common denominator. Maybe you're not the person causing the problems directly, but there may be a way or something that you're not missing or you're not seeing, and you're missing, and you're assuming that if I just flee to this place, it's going to solve my problems. Well, when you go over there, women on this side of the pond and that side of the pond are similar in many ways. We have needs, we have wants, we have desires, we have expectations. We may or may not respond in a way that is conducive. We nag, we do all of these different things. And so when we're in that space, if you understand that, as long as you're going over there with a healed mindset that you still want to give 100% and you want to be understanding and empathetic to your woman, you'll be successful. You'll be successful anywhere. But if you walk away from here and, you leave because, oh yeah, the women there are bitter, they're this, they're that, bada, 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 you're going to find women like that overseas as well. But at the end of the day, you have to get clear on why you're going there and what type of interaction you're expecting to have. In most cases, sometimes people leave the States to go to the other countries, and they have this fairy tale or this magical thinking of what they're expecting to have, and they realize you still got to work there too. You still have to put in the same work here as you do there. So I mean, if you're going to do it, go for it. Just be healed. Make sure you're doing the right thing. You have the right intentions when you go there.
It's giving very much so like sisterhood of the traveling pants. Like it's weird to me. Like, you're going to another country specifically to like find love. It's like, I can see, if you have an appreciation for the culture, you want to live there, you want to immerse yourself, and then you just so happen to find someone that is your person. But to be like, oh, I can't find anyone here, I'm going to go travel elsewhere and find
it's just trying something different, because it's trying something different. Just like if you dated a certain type of guy all your life and people are telling you, try something different, try to date this caliber kind of guy. You're going to try something different. So what's wrong with a person going overseas to try something different?
I agree with Lauren in the fact that as long as you're getting married not married, but leaving for the right reasons, because to a point that Della was saying is that there are so many single available women here, right? And you can't tell me that there's not one woman that that just would not be able to be your match. So I think when you are leaving, and let's say you're trying to go overseas to find something, I don't necessarily think when men are doing that. Well, I'm gonna just say Black men, because we were talking about Black love. Black men are doing that when they're going abroad. Me personally, I think it has a lot to do with because they don't want to do the work to elevate themselves, to get the woman that they want to have access to here in America, because not all Black women have attitudes. There's just going to be certain things that you are going to deal with women regardless of where you go, because women are women. So you're not going to escape those aspects of dealing with a woman. They're going to have expectations and needs from you. I think a lot of times what happens is they're unsuccessful here. They think that it's going to be an escape somewhere else. And then they feel that, okay, they're not going to have the same expectations of me as someone here in the States would. So they can, I guess, enter in a relationship with minimal output and feel like they have a woman, because more than likely, based on what the research that I found, was that those women are looking for a come up, right? And so if a woman here in the States is looking for a come up, it's a problem. But you'll go overseas knowing that these women are looking for a come up, and it's okay. And I think the reason is because the come up over there is less expectation, and they're gonna like get more for less is a bargain. So I think that that's where that comes from. But at the end of the day, it begins and ends with you. You still need to, because at some point that woman is going to start having an increase in expectations of what it is that she needs from you as well. And then what are you going to do at that point? You're going to divorce, or oh, let me get another woman. So,
and I think Matt, and I think it's important, to define like what is more for less, because, when we talk about the submissive woman, that is a masculine man looking for a traditional woman in a traditional household. So you go out to these other countries where these traditional roles are more prevalent than here, like in the States, where you have like the more of the modern woman, as they like to call it. Well, you're going to have to be able to put something up, sir. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of these women in these other countries in traditional roles, they're not working women. So are you going to be the protector? Are you going to be the provider of the household, not just financially, but emotionally, all the other aspects as well? So it's like, at some point you have to, you say more for less, and it's like, well, sir, what really is your more for less? And do you just want a submissive, do you want a servant woman? That's because it's very different. Servitude versus submission. And so are you looking for a servant that's by your side, that's a working woman? You know what I mean? Like, both of y'all go to work and you come back home and you think that she's not equally tired. But
if they're going overseas to get her, they need to first understand the K-1 visa process. And they need to understand
that
a woman, honey, she can't work. She can't work for the first probably year.
And she don't want to.
You have to
So we're going to go into okay, so I'm glad that you brought that up. Thank you, Tam, for going into our next video. Tam had no clue this was coming, and even Mistaken brought up a question that was clearly on the roster that she saw. I have no clue to why.
What part? I already had my thoughts in my notes.
Okay, whatever. I want you guys to look at this video that Tam introduced, and she had no clue she was doing. How about it?
What is this form? You might have also heard of sponsoring an immigrant. And it has to do with the financial status of the petitioner, usually a U.S. citizen, sometimes a permanent resident, filing a form and saying, I am going to take care of this immigrant so they do not become a public charge, so they don't come to the United States and ask the government for benefits. And so they sign this form and they have to give proof of their earnings and tax returns and W-2s and 1099 forms and this kind of thing. Why do they do that, and what does it mean? What exactly am I signing here? Well, basically, if you read the forms, what you are signing is a promise to support this immigrant so that they do not become a public charge in the United States. Now, for most people, this is a close relative. This is a spouse. Sometimes it's a child. It can be a brother or sister or a parent. Usually not much controversy in being willing to sponsor a family member. But what happens if it is a spouse and then later you divorce? Well, this is where it gets very tricky, and a lot of people don't realize this. What you are signing when you sign the affidavit of support is actually a contract between yourself the immigrant, and the government. Think of it as a three-party contract. And you cannot get out of this contract just because you're divorcing. So it becomes very important to understand when you sponsor your spouse, and of course when everybody sponsors their spouse, they're in love and they just got married and they're ready to bring this person over. But understand, if things do not work out between you and the immigrant spouse down the road, you can still be held by the government to maintain this person's standard of living above the poverty line throughout the terms of the agreement. And the agreement basically says until they are a U.S. citizen, until they die, or until they've had 10 years basically of working on their own through the work record, through establishing payments through IRS, through tax systems.
They ain't doing it here, honey. They ain't doing it here, so I don't know
if
why.
y'all be complaining about child support, imagine.
It's cheaper to stay here and get one of us, baby.
And I hope those women overseas are watching this stuff, because it's like, honey, I hope you know what you're getting yourself into, because baby, they ain't doing it here.
Okay? Exactly.
So I think that
I think when men make that comment, they're not thinking about the actual process and the commitment that they are going to have to put into that, and the longevity, even if that relationship doesn't work out. Like, you're still her sponsor. So keep that in mind. When you find your other American woman, let's just say you went over there and you got her and you thought it was the best thing since sliced bread, and it didn't work out. Maybe she became Americanized, the thing that you hate about American women, and now you stuck still sponsoring her and taking care of her for 10 years.
Honey, and she gonna milk it to the day she die.
And now your new wife, you meet your new wife and she's American, and you like, man, I've been looking for you my whole life. And now you got to explain to her why you still got a sponsor.
Wait, why did Albie, I got to shout you out. He just said, I just threw my passport in the trash with a crying emoji.
You guys, so listen, so it's serious talk. So look, I personally have no problem. I feel like if you find love, I think everybody deserves love. You know, who am I to say you have to stay in America for love? I want you to find love. I want everyone to be happy. I'm not one of those people who feels like, oh, I want all black men to myself. No, I want you to be happy. You know, because this is your life and I want you to be happy. But I just want you to know that if you're going to make moves, you need to be educated on the moves that you're going to make. And yes, if you bring somebody over, if it's your spouse, you are legally responsible for them. You are sponsoring them. So if something were to happen and this lady no longer wants to be with you, let's just say she adapts to the American culture and this fine football player just walks past and she's like, oh, I like that. And he likes her and she leaves you, you're still responsible for her because you sponsored her. Okay. Mm-hmm. So she can leave you and you have to still sponsor her because you made an agreement with the government that if you bring this woman over here, you will be responsible for her. Mm-hmm. That's how it goes.
I mean, it's the easiest get out of jail free card for them, marrying somebody to come over to the States, especially when you have that out. You know, it's like, okay, yeah, the second that they start showing out, I'm out. And you know, it's the easiest way for people to get into the United States. Quick, very quick.
Absolutely. Anybody else want to? So I'm sorry, that's not where I wanted to put that. But since Tam brought in the forums, I felt it would be a good
watched 90 Day Fiance and it is entertaining.
Yeah, we watched 90 Day Fiance. 90 Day Fiance.
Is that the one with the girl?
Yeah.
Pedro.
Yes.
I know she went to
They're going through
she was on cheer squad. She was on the cheer. Remember, she was on my squad. Okay, there's too much information.
They're about to go through a divorce now.
And like he initiated it.
Okay, y'all, this is not a review of 90 Day Fiance.
No, I'm just saying this is a prime example of what could happen.
And he divorced her ass.
Because she would not bring his family over. The word is she wouldn't sponsor his family. And so he was just like,
but that's what he wanted all along. You know what I mean? Like that's what he obviously there were hidden agendas. And so yeah,
and that's what my question would be to the men. By going overseas and getting these women because you think it's better, how do you know that love is even going to be genuine? Like, how do you know that?
And would they stay with you if you stayed in that country, sir?
So this is one thing, and let me just, because I usually don't like to bring the chat because I try to stay out the chat as much as possible. But one person said, well, people do that all the time, rich people. No, they do not. Those women that those men are dating who are, if they were already here on a green card, they didn't bring them over here. Nobody who has a good financial advisor with a good background is going to advise their person to go over to another country and bring somebody here. Now, they may date somebody who's already here, who's already sponsored, who already has their green card, but not many are advising their people to go over, get a woman and bring her here, because they know that that would be like, that's just stupid.
Especially when you have that many options as a high value.
You already have a lot of options.
Yeah, like.
So
I was saying that I think based on, and like I said, I know this isn't all men. I'm only speaking to a lot of the I'm going to call it rhetoric that I hear in the manosphere about, you know, Black women this, Black women that, Black women are terrorists, all of this kind of stuff, right? And then dating younger women, right? So, dating, you know, or marrying younger women is easier because you can mold them, you can groom them, blah, blah, blah. So I think this whole idea of marrying abroad is kind of in alignment. So the thing that I kind of thought about that was kind of very similar is the fact that they want someone who doesn't know enough to have higher expectations, right? So
which goes into my next question. Thank you,
right.
Ms. Because you're going to keep bringing it up until I ask. So my next question is,
Sorry.
do you think Black men are deciding to go outside the country because they don't want to do the work?
Okay, so I'll just finish my thought.
Okay, thank you.
So
that is the next question.
I was saying that, like, I liken it to men saying that older men saying that they want younger women, and it's clearly because they have they say experience when they're referring to sex, but I'm saying in general they have a lack of experience to life, right? And so I think when you're wanting someone overseas, it's just because you know that they don't have enough to expect more, right? And so then it's like, oh, they're going to be appreciative of whatever I give because it's more than what they have. So I don't necessarily think those are good intentions, because you're looking for a situation where it's just going to benefit you for the most part, where you're giving your minimum because you're like, oh, and you know, I'm not saying that everybody is in a third world country. So please, this is just an example in terms of everybody outside of America for the most part, and just in my travels that I had, look at America as everybody's rich. So you have this limited understanding of what it really is when you are living here in the States. And so they're coming here with the idea of, oh yes, you know, it's going to be way better than I am, you know, than what I'm here. And then they come over with these high expectations of everybody living in a mansion, everybody driving his car, everybody's, you know, doing these things. And then you bring them back, you know, to the hood. It's like, what?
That hood might be a mansion to them, well, depending on how they living over there.
Not when they start seeing how other people are living. That's
but you know what? But yeah, right. But that's why they have to choose wisely. You can find a woman. It depends on who they're choosing over there. They may find a loyal woman who is, you know, maybe that's all that. You know, it just depends on who they find. It's a hit or miss. You just never know. We're just saying be cautious.
I really honestly don't care. I don't give a. It does not bother me that a man travels out the country or to find someone else, just like it doesn't bother me if a woman does it. I don't care. You know, you go where you know.
I agree with that.
I'm sorry, guys. The music started. Yeah, I hear music. I'm so sorry.
No, I don't care either. I'm not in a situation where I'm looking or I'm missing out on a man, you know, and especially too, I agree with Tam with it being
I'm not saying no, you're missing out. I'm just saying it doesn't bother me.
And when we're saying Black love, if we're talking about Black love, I would definitely prefer, if you do, then to go ahead and do that if you could find it somewhere else, by all means. But I'm just saying I'm more concerned about intent. That's all. It's just the intent.
She's just saying be cautious. She's looking out for them. It's not saying we don't want you to do it. It is just saying, look, when you're doing it, make sure you understand that these things are out there and move accordingly, because we want what's best for you.
And educate yourself on that K-1 visa process. Know exactly what you're getting into, because it's not that easy as to you get your passport, you book a flight, you go over there and get her, and she coming right back. That's
crazy, because this whole notion of passport bros, I've just heard it recently, and it's just so weird to me. I can't say it enough. It's so weird to me, because the facts is that it's just not happening. And so you're not going to another country and bringing another woman over here. Like, you're not doing that. So, like, stop. You're mad because your access is limited here. And so you're like, I'm going to go over there and...
You can do it. I have faith in you. You can't stop.
It's not happening.
That's no lie, though.
The possibility is there. I'm just saying that it's not happening.
Like, one of the key questions is, do you have a passport, sir?
No, they don't.
Look, listen. Our followers have passports. Yes, we're not gonna be little people.
I've seen a few folks in the chat saying, I ain't even got no passport. I'm telling you, it does not happen.
48%. Y'all know I'm a stats person. So 48% earning, and I know probably most people in the chat is earning more than this, but it says 48% earning less than 30K a year have not ever left the country.
It's not
they don't even, have a passport. But the trend it shows, the correlation shows, the more money you have, the more likely you've traveled overseas, right? And so if you earn between 30K and 80K, then it goes to 28% that you've actually traveled, and left the country. But basically, the less educated you are, the less likely you're traveling, widely. So, I mean, if you do plan on, getting a passport and getting a woman based on the stats with that, if you want a high value, what would be considered a high value woman overseas, they're pretty much kind of looking for the same thing as most high value women. They want you to be educated as well, because they associate education with higher finance. So if I'm leaving my country and I'm high value over here, I don't want to come over to the States and not be high value, living a lifestyle that I can live in the States too. So all I'm saying is put that work in. That's why I was correlating it between our men really leaving because they want it or they don't want to put in the work. And if you put in the work, you're going to increase your chances of finding a woman that you want here in the States. Right. Either way, you're going to need to put in the work.
The average passport bro makes $43,000 a year. They can't afford the traditional role here. They can't afford the traditional role to bring another woman from another country over here. So when we talk about the average passport bro, and if they're calling themselves a passport bro, I may even have to assume that it might be less than that, because I don't see grown masculine men calling themselves passport bros. So you know what I mean? It's just like,
so why are we debating this about this?
That's my question.
If nobody's gonna debate.
So the reason
they're not even on the caliber. Why?
They're not.
Right. So listen, we don't have calibers on YouTube, only in at home. In a YouTube space, we talk in generalization, and there is a group of people who talk about passport, being having their passport and going abroad to find. There's a whole clique of them. Okay, so those that why are y'all
of the traveling pants, honey? I cannot.
I'm not doing this with y'all today. But they are out there, and we just want to make sure they have
the hood of the traveling passport.
Yes, like what?
We want to make sure that they travel safely with knowledge.
Safe travels.
Safe travels. Okay. Y'all like get on my freaking nerves. Anyhow. Okay, so my next question is, does the threat of a black, well, I guess this Tanya, well, we know how Tanya feels, which who changed her name from T-Bomb to Tanya. Does the threat of black men leaving the country to find love scare black women?
No.
No,
Does it promote you to act right?
No,
You
it
have
does
to
not.
act right. That's the problem.
No.
No, there's still plenty of black men here.
We want you to find happiness. So
There's
wherever
still
you find it.
quality men and women, black men and women that are still here.
Agreed.
You just gotta, you gotta find them where they at. You gotta.
So let me ask y'all a question. This is off topic. What would it take for black women to act, according to men, act right?
That's subjective.
Wait, say that again.
Act right.
So
Act right for every man is different.
So what
everything that we say is not whatever we say. Men are not going to agree with it. So
you learned that last night, huh?
I think that's
I learned that last night. Whatever we say,
I think it's different.
We're
for
never
every
going to be
black
right.
man.
So
you have to, whatever black man you're dealing with at the time, you have to figure out what it is that he requires from you in a relationship. Everybody is different. So I mean, I guess a general overall of a black woman acting right, what do they say, is fit, feminine, and submissive. That's what fit, feminine, and freaky, as they said that one time.
Y'all, he said, y'all trying to talk, we sound bitter trying to talk black men out of traveling.
Look at the president of the passport bro.
I think listening with the intent of comprehension is fundamental. You have to be intentional about that. We are not by any means necessary trying to deter anyone from traveling.
Sorry, I'm trying to get that off and I can't.
As a matter of fact, I encourage traveling.
Yes.
It broadens your horizons. You meet, new people. It expands your experiences. And actually, I think it'll make you a better catch.
It does, because
so, no, not at all. Nobody's hating.
I love to travel, so you need a passport.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You need one of those.
It's the mindset that traveling overseas, to get the woman to, that's like weird.
So since y'all,
it is like.
So what? So let me. Is there a certain guy that you would be offended if he were to, like? Is there a certain quality of a guy that you would be? Because what it sounds like is just like, okay, usually the guys that we go for aren't those guys. But is there a certain guy that if all those certain kind of guys were to go over, to get a girl, that would be like an eye opener?
I'll let y'all answer that. I have mine.
So what it sounds like is it's not a threat because it's not the guy that you technically want. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Say it again.
So basically what it sounds like to me, because when I ask the question, does it scare you that these guys are going? What it sounds like is no, it doesn't scare you because it's not the guys you typically go for anyhow. But if the guy that you typically go for, if a mass majority of them were to go over to another country to find a woman, you would care. So what does that guy look like?
The guy that goes over to another country that I would care?
Yes.
I don't think I would, honestly.
You still wouldn't care. Okay.
I wouldn't, because like if you're, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, like if you're not interested, you're not interested. And to be in your feminine space, to know your self-worth, I'm not pressed that you're not pressed about me. You know what I mean? As a woman, I don't go chasing for men anyway. So I'm here. Period. And so
I gotta act, I love these questions right here because I do a lot of research on this. So the high value men in the US are married Latina, white, and Asian. Y'all are
saw that one too. I was ready to jump
being
on.
single. Listen, my brother, I had the opportunity to Google every CEO of a Fortune 500 club because I like small sample sizes, and every billionaire, guess who they married to? A black woman. sorry to bust your bubble.
And
you don't got black women.
And it's
let me add to that.
and it's
The research that I found showed that most people, when they are marrying, typically it was mostly Asians and Europeans, that they weren't marrying black. They were after other white men, other whites. So I'm not saying it doesn't happen.
It's not the
Absolutely.
majority. It's not
Yeah,
even.
but it's not the majority. The stats are just saying that, and honestly, it may be offensive, but the truth is the truth. Just based on the research, black men and black women are least valued when it comes to other, ethnicities and cultures across the board.
And
Listen,
according to the census.gov, 85% of black married men are married to black
To black women.
So,
and you have to remember, even if you're talking, so if you have 10, look at this, let's put this in perspective. If you have 10 black CEOs of Fortune 500 company, and you say 20%, that's 2 out of 10. 2 out of 10. So don't let those numbers fool you. It sounds, but it's really not like it is. And I really took, if you guys can take the time now, I'm sure you're at home not doing anything, Google it, and it's gonna have all these names, and then just put in their wives, their name with their wives, and they're gonna be black women. Black women.
And while y'all doing that Googling that Shantae told y'all to do, get them likes up.
Get them likes up. And
yes.
I'm not trying to knock it. I mean, we should be promoting black love. Like black women, I mean, just like they married black women married them. There should never be an issue. It should never be a time when we're like, we're not going against each other. The goal should be to put black people together. So I don't understand that whole, like a got you moment. I'm sorry, that's my personal assistant. I got you. Good night. Sorry, y'all. I'm in Alabama, but it should not be a moment where it's kind of like us against you. We're on the same team. I don't understand that. This whole point is not to bash black men. We're not doing that at all. We're just giving you facts. We love you. We want you to be happy. Believe it or not, we do. At least I do.
The facts stir the pot a lot.
I think that's what it is. I think a lot of people, I know guys get on us about speaking in emotion or emotional, but a lot of times the stuff that I'm hearing, the rhetoric, and I'll call it as it is, that I'm hearing is not reflective. Like the data doesn't support what they're saying. Now, it may be true based on the group of people that they hang out with, right? And so that is not necessarily, that's anecdotal, data, right? It's very limited to your experiences. Like birds of a feather typically flock together. So if you high value, more than likely most of the people you rock with are going to be high value. And so the way that you're seeing things is going to be skewed to your experience. But when you look at the data and you're taking a larger sample size, a larger population, the data does not support that same experience. So when we're saying things like that, I think men are taking it as, oh, we're trying to scare them to not go find love overseas. Oh, we see these other women as competition. I don't think it has anything to do with that. It's like, if you're going to make that decision, make sure you make that decision being informed. That's really what it is.
Right. So let's read these super chats, okay? So, evening, ladies. The number one reason is financial. Can somebody read that for me?
Rebellious videos for $2.
Oh yes, thank you, Rebellious.
God Will Spirit for $5. When I lived in South Korea for a year, the experience my friends had was unreal, even with the women who lived 3 hours or more from a base. Okay. The Real Man, $2.20, $10, super sticker. Super sticker. Thank you. Harrison Davis, $5. Y'all know I'm here. # salute. Being Butterfly. Being Butterfly became a YouTube member. Hey, Queen.
Yay.
Willie Handy, 79 for $5. Don't let these women bully, guilt, or shame y'all for doing what's best for your. Go get your pad thai, mochi, or horchata queens passport, bros.
Is that a future emoji? Well,
Praise be.
It makes sense.
I will spare for 5. My uncle stayed married until his kids reached a certain age.
That's
He
sacrifice.
said bye-bye.
It is.
Yeah. Brandon D, just like y'all ain't finding a 6 foot tall man with the porn star D in 199 salary.
That ain't everybody requirement.
Yeah, right. I just want a man I can love on him and rub his feet.
I don't think we're
I'm only 5'4". As long as you're taller than me in heels.
Yeah, I go for 5'9", 5'10" all the time. You don't gotta be 6 feet.
I think that's a big thing that we're missing with these passport bros is like the delusion where it's kind of like how they like try to say that about the women that, want access to like, for example, he's saying the 6 foot tall man, the 20-inch whatever, where it's like, at some point there is a level of delusion. So no.
And don't get me wrong, I know that there are women out there that this is their, their stand, that that's what they want. They're delusional as well.
Yes, very much so. The Real Man 220 for $10. They just showed by their numbers that passport men are above the rest.
When they actually have a passport.
Gary Grant, $2. The more experience women have, more baggage. Johnny K for $5. I make $120,000 a year. Been in the U.S. for 11 years now. I was warned about American Black women. Don't listen to the warnings, and now I wish I did. Never again.
120, and you gave $5.
I'm disappointed.
Come on, Johnny K. Come on.
Wait, 120,000 and you gave $5. Okay, thank you, Johnny.
Rebellious videos for $2. Hate for PP bros. Oh, passport bros, but praise divestors.
We don't praise divestors either. At least I don't.
What's the definition of that? I'm lost.
That means women who only date men who are not Black. Like they refuse to date Black men. They have completely divest.
Marcel for $199. I don't have time to Google. I'm watching y'all.
No, that's right. Thanks, you guys, for the super chats. You are so awesome.
Shantae, somebody said they want you to rub their feet.
Oh, yeah. I love rubbing feet. Well, I actually that didn't look right. I saw this one lady and she was talking about how she's a hopeless romantic and all she wants to do is just love on him and just bring him nice things. That's what I am, but not taken advantage of. Like that's whatever.
I'm gonna just shout out Mark. He said mistaken just proved a Black man's point. I don't know what point. If you're referring to them traveling overseas, I never said I'm against Black men traveling overseas to find love. I just said make sure you make an informed decision. And speaking from like personal experience, my son is married to someone who is not, a U.S. citizen. So I don't have anything against it. Find love where you can. Just make sure you're informed. I'm giving you the same advice that I gave him.
And she grilled him.
I'm giving him the same advice, and that's who he loved. And I am praying that it works. I don't want people to get married to get.
Sorry, that's a motorcycle outside.
Oh, shoot.
Alabama. You never know what's gonna pass by.
Right. So it has nothing to do with that. We're just saying make sure you're doing it for the right reasons.
Okay. So I have one more super chat. Let's just go ahead and get it out the way since we're on super chats.
Mr. Phillips, $9.99. Funny thing is that most women of value overseas look at most American men as dumb and lazy due to the things like speaking only one language and a lack of work ethic, morals due to Western lifestyle. Trust.
And go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I literally just watched something the other day. Actually, my husband was watching it, and that's what it was saying. It was saying in other cultures, I think she was from Nigeria, if I'm not mistaken. But that's what she was talking about what they're told in Nigeria about American Black men is that they're lazy. And so a lot of times when they do marry, they won't marry other like Black American men. If they come here, they're typically looking for maybe another Nigerian, American. So yeah, that what he just said, I literally just saw that yesterday.
Okay.
Q more. I just want you to know I will gladly when the chat when the show is over, I'll put it down at the bottom in the comments area for you. Okay. All right, so I got 2 more super chats, and then we're gonna move on to the next question.
Oh,
Okay,
okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Lauren.
Kobe Gabby, 1999, Passport Bros is just confirmation. It's growing amount of men who can't get any women, especially young men. Almost 32% of men between the ages of 18 through 30 are virgins. That's why we incels and MGTOW. What is that? MGTOW.
Chat.
I know the incel is not the MGTOW. Anyway.
I love your voice, Lauren. Go ahead.
I thought I was congested, but thank you.
Oh.
All right, the last one.
Yes. Kobe Jordan, 199. Marrying anyone has to be an informed decision. Duh. Agreed.
Absolutely. Okay. So thank you guys for the super chat. You are awesome.
Lauren, MGTOW means men going their own way.
Oh,
Ah.
I learned something new today.
I think that people should go.
Can somebody put what that SYSMB stand for? I don't know what that stands for. Y'all know what that stands for? I don't know if I'm saying the letters right, but it's SYSMB or something like that.
Okay, so
I just want to know what it means.
Okay, so my next question is, if Black men have all of these options, domestic or international, why are all of the complaints? Wouldn't they not just choose an option and move forward?
So I think the complaints are, when it comes to men and women, and I'll even just, consolidate it to Black men and women, I think we genuinely want to be together, but we are both in the same space of where we don't know how to get over this hump of where we can actually be in a space where we can be cohesive and be symbiotic, where we can work together. And I think it's just a lot of, on both sides, men and women, I think it's a lot of back and forth of what should be done, what shouldn't be done. I'm gonna go do this, I'm gonna go do that. Men are probably traveling overseas where women are going into their careers or going into their degrees to get, going into school to get more degrees. Like, we both have different ways of using this, I don't know how to say it, but using this thing to complain about how things are not working within our relationships. And we're using those two vices, throwing ourselves into our careers or into school or traveling abroad to find something better because the grass is probably greener in that space. I think we're doing this as a reaction to, I can't find a solution to this problem. And I think we're both at a head where it's just like, we want to figure it out. We don't have the tools because when we were brought up, we weren't properly, we weren't properly taught how to do conflict resolution. We weren't taught how to actually value relationships. We weren't taught how to understand what it takes for a relationship or for a marriage to blossom and be successful. In some cases, we have women who want a marriage, but they want a wedding, but they don't want a marriage, And I feel like we're all both just tired and we're just trying to figure out a solution. And I think that's the solution that some men have taken. I don't think every man is doing that. I think it's actually a small % of men who are traveling overseas to do this. But I think that is a solution that more men are looking at and saying, because it's not new that men are going overseas to find women. Like, at one point, maybe like in the early 2000s, it was popular to go to Brazil. As a Black man, it was popular to go to Brazil to find women or go to like different countries, mostly like Latin countries, to find different women. And so I think we're still stuck in the mud of how do we find a solution? Like, I'm not being heard. And now we're just like bumping heads, trying to figure it out. And that is what I think is how we're trying to remedy the situation at hand.
That was pretty good. Anybody else wanted to add on to that? I was sitting there like, that sound right. Anybody
I
else?
was going to say, to Mistaken's point, she was saying how like the leading divorce rate is irreconcilable differences. And, when I think they just did like a poll, I think Mistaken, you said it maybe like where like modern women are looking for, you know, men that are emotionally intelligent and are good communicators. And so to Lauren's point, it's this disconnect in the community where, you know, you're looking for outside resources rather than really tackling the issue at hand.
Okay.
I was going to say I had read something that said typically like what happened is back in the day when you got married, especially for women, well, when you got married, that the women were dependent upon the man for resources, right? So men that idea of being the provider was tied to resources in finance, you know, finances and stuff like that. It was saying that what's become difficult with the shift is the fact that now, because that is not necessarily the reason why you need to get married, that the focus now has become the shift from that tangible money, finance resources, to a shift to emotional connection, that men are having difficulties with that because they are not necessarily you know, have a wider emotional intelligence. And I'm not saying they're not, that they don't have any emotions, but knowing how to deal with the emotional nature of a woman, and that leads to frustration, I think, more so on the woman's side, because they are now looking to them to be the sole provider in that area, and is you know, causing like conflict. So I thought that that was very interesting in the fact that how that role shift from not just financial, because women are contributing to the financial aspect, but now we need to learn how to deal with each other emotionally. And that's where like a lot of the tension comes in. We don't know how to deal with not getting needs met in that area.
I agree with you. And I think also, I think to the point of what we were talking about before about how, you know, millennials are not quickly getting or jumping into marriages. I think the reason why that's happening, and to your point, Ms. Taken, is that with our parents, you know, they kind of taught us like, hey, before you get married, you know, enjoy life, find, you know, get a good career, get a good job, get a degree, get like you know, find stability, find financial stability. And I think at some point in our lives, we've been, you know, shifting and moving through life, and that stability and that thing never came that our parents told us about. And so now we're looking like, you know, and if you're in your 30s at this point, you know, if you did things in your 20s, say you got married in your 20s and it didn't work out, now you're going through your own type of, your own little crises that you're going through, right? But now you're looking around like, do I really want to get married? You know, and I think a lot of millennials are just happy, and maybe not just millennials, but I think millennials are just happy being single together. And I think a lot of that is what is affecting us from being able to actually go into the whole marriage thing. Again, growing up in the household that I grew up in, you didn't get in grown folks' business. Like if grown folks are talking about stuff, you're not able to sit at the table and listen to it. And so we struggled because we didn't have a conversation about how marriages work. When you were looking at your parents, you're just visually looking at it. You're not actually getting like, hey, me and your father or me and your mother, we had an argument about this. Let me sit you down and talk to you about it if you ever experienced it. We weren't having those conversations. And so now our kids or us are out there just trying to figure it out. And they're just like, you know what? I don't want to put myself in this harm, because getting married and then getting divorced is hurtful, is traumatizing for all parties involved. And a lot of people are not willing to do that. Most people, I think, and going back to why men travel over there, I think men go over there just for the sake of having a peace of mind. Yes, they may go thinking that the women may not be this way or that way. Either way, they're going for the purpose and the anticipation of having peace. A lot of men, they're not bringing those women from there back to this country. They're actually staying over there and hoping that they can integrate into that culture through her. You know what I'm saying? But I think it's just ultimately is I think we all just trying to figure it out, and we really don't have the answers yet. We just trying to figure it out the best way we know how to. I really think that.
So then my question is, how come, well, a two-part question. What is the work that we need to do to get on the same page? And why aren't we doing the work so
So
we can get on the same page?
We need to be listening to understand each other and not listening just to respond. I think that's where so many miscommunications end up happening in friendships, relationships, in the courting stages of relationships, because they say one wrong thing that we don't agree with. It's like, oh, I'm not talking to him no more, or nope, she's canceled. I'm done with her. So I think just not being able to just throw the towel in anytime somebody doesn't agree with your point of view. We're all made different for a reason. So one of the solutions is, especially for women, we have to learn to listen. We have to be able to listen to understand. The men, they are not complex creatures. They aren't. We are the complex ones. So we have to be able to listen to men when they are voicing their simple needs, their simple wants. They want peace. And even though peace is subjective, you have to figure out, whichever person you're dealing with, what peace means to them, and figure out a way that you can accommodate them to bring them peace, and also it doesn't take away from who you are as a person.
So I would even take it a step, because I completely agree with what you're saying, Tam. We do need to listen, but I think also you need to give people a chance. I think the problem is, okay, you find peace when you find a mate, but half of y'all not finding mates because you're not giving men a chance. So I get that part, but you got to get to one part before you get to the other part. And so just going out, and I guess like the guy said, well, you had this stipulation that he's got to be so tall, or he's got to have this, he's got to have that, he's got to have that. If you keep looking for that unicorn, you're never gonna find the what's another word? An angel.
Superficial.
What?
It's superficial.
It's superficial. You know, I'm not saying you should definitely be attracted to your mate. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you shouldn't be picky.
No,
you have a preference, you have a standard, but you should not be picky. So picky to the point where you're never gonna find that guy. You're just not. So you can't bring somebody peace if you don't have somebody to bring peace to.
Do you think a standard should be
to be able to bring somebody peace? If you're not a peaceful person, how do you think you're going to be able to insert peace in someone else's life?
I think it's a misconception that someone else can bring you peace. You know, and I hear this a lot when it comes to relationships. Oh, be his peace. Honey, if he ain't got no peace, you ain't gonna be it either. You know what I mean? People are responsible for themselves. And so at the end of the day, if you are at peace with yourself, and you know, to answer your question, Mistaken, I truly believe that it's conflict resolution as it relates to interdependent relationships. And so, you know, when we talk about not having peace, that is a state of dis-ease or conflict that an individual is experiencing. And so when someone is not at peace, or when you, let me say on the latter, when you have two individuals that come together and are both at a state of peace, the relationship, a peaceful relationship, is the byproduct of their individual, you know, their
individual peace.
Exactly.
Right. Themselves. Yeah.
Right. And so, you know, we get stuck on not understanding how to coexist with other people. We're really in a day and age where, you know, the individual self is prioritized beyond, you know, interdependent relationships. And when you think about it, it's really to excel to interdependency, because we're, you know, we're human beings, and we all rely, it's a network. We all rely on each other for, you know, for everything, you know. And so you want to claim independence, but that's really not what is to strive for. That's not the end all be all. It's learning how to coexist with other people and having those conflict resolution skills, which a lot of us in the Black community are not taught. We don't, you know, these are skills that are taught. You're not born knowing how to Lauren's point, resolve conflict. And so, you know, not seeing it, not hearing it, not experiencing it, and then, you know, not even really seeing what a healthy interdependent relationship really looks like, really sets us up for failure. And so you know, we definitely at this stage in the game have a responsibility for ourselves to do better now that we have access to knowing better. But, you know, I think it definitely starts there.
Do you think a standard, like, you know, how we talked about standards, like what questions you should ask when you're dating and things like that? Do you think one of the standards, not just for women, for men, but vice versa, is to ask what work have you done in terms of self-improvement? Like, or have you been to counseling, or should we require therapy, you know, as a standard? You know, just things like that to try to usher in a higher level of being able to, like you said, be interdependent with each other. Because if you don't have the skills, how do you learn it if you don't see it? You have to seek it.
So
I mean, when you look at these, go ahead, Tam.
Oh, no. So I just wanted to quickly just double back on the point that you just made. So I feel like that as an individual, we have different levels of happiness and peace that we have within ourselves. You know, when you're alone, you know, you're at peace with, you know, your life that you have. You're at peace with your job. You're at peace with your home. So when I say bring peace into someone's lives, you're bringing peace in their life to a relationship standard. You're not taking away from the peace that they have already created for themselves within. You're adding. Nobody wants to get into a relationship where you feel like someone is taking from you. So if you already have that self peace within, you know, yourself, and you're content and you're happy with things, you want people that's going to come in that's going to add to that. You don't want people that's going to come in and take from that. So if I'm already at peace with myself, and I'm telling you these are the different things that I have peace with, and this is the level of requirement in a relationship that I would like to have peace in, then yes, you should be trying to, in my opinion, trying to add to that relationship level of peace where you're not disrupting that person's life, or them having you is a disruption in their life. You're always supposed to leave people, if you have to leave them, better than how you found them. So I just kind of wanted to, you know, wanted to touch on that. But then also too, in dating, yes, I think it is very important to be intentional up front and ask the tough questions that, you know, some people may not be ready to answer. So unfortunately, they may be like, oh, she weird or he's weird. I'm not about to answer any specific questions in regards to, you know, any childhood trauma, or if I've ever been to therapy, if I'm at peace with that, if I've ever dealt with that. And they may say, no, she's weird or he's weird, so I'm not going to talk to them anymore. Then that's just not the person for you. But I feel like a person that's able to effectively communicate and be able to have intentional conversations and be intentional with dating, I don't think that's going to offend the right person that is for you. It's just what JR said, let's just have a conversation. Let's know what we need to know, what we're getting into before we get into it. That will save so many people so much heartache in the long run if you can.
Yeah, you know, we spend thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars on investing in ourselves. And so, you know, when it comes to getting into therapy or choosing a mentor or premarital counseling, things of that nature, I think it's the best investment that you can even make. A lot of times people want to go to therapy when something is wrong. But if people understand pain responses, it accounts for like 3% of the problem. Pain is the very last stage that you experience when there is a problem that's present. And so, you know, I think being active in terms of staying on top of the quality of your relationship and investing in as much as you possibly can to any resource to ensure that, you know, you all are set up for success is important, to answer Mistaken's point.
I would say, going back to what you were saying, Shantae, about I forget the question exactly, but it was pretty much you're asking like what can we do to like basically get better. And I think from women, or, you know, maybe I'll just speak individually. I'll say that individually. I don't want to speak for all women because that's not my place, right? But individually, you know, when I took some time to like really figure out what I needed to do to become a better partner, a better woman, whatever the case may be, a sister, a daughter, a friend, all of those things, I had to be accountable. I had to stop allowing myself to think that life was happening to me. And I had to take all of those experiences that I felt, everything that I experienced, I had to sit there and say, okay, we got one or two options. One option is you can be a victim, you can get swept up in a muddy undertow, or the other option is you can take this experience and use it as a teachable moment for someone else. You can use that wisdom that you learned from this experience and use it as a teachable moment for someone else. And so the main thing is accountability here. I would say collectively, as a group, as a whole, as two parts, we have to get out of this individual mindset. If we're talking about community, nation building, cooperative efforts, we cannot look at it from an individual perspective. And a lot of us are struggling with understanding how that works in a relationship. Yes, you have two singles in a relationship, but when you come together, you become one unit. And when we're operating from that individualistic mindset, it becomes very difficult to see things from a together or from a cooperative situation. I would say the other thing is to really have more empathy for each other. I think, again, and I'm going to speak on myself individually, I think I was recently spoken to about, I asked the guy, what are some things, if you could talk to men and women, but specifically women as a Black man, what would you say that you think that we don't quite understand? And what he explained to me is that Black men don't have the environment or the space to say, hey, I need help. I don't understand how this was done, because we don't have households where Black men are in there all the way from start to finish. If they're there sporadically. And so we have Black boys who don't go through an initiation process. They don't know what it means. We don't have a process where, okay, now you're a man. This is what it looks like. You have transitioned from a young boy to a man. We don't have these things. And so because we don't have these things, we don't have men who are understanding what it means to be a leader. We have men that say, okay, yeah, provision is this, but it's also spiritual connectedness. And so if we don't have these things in place, our families and our relationships will struggle. They'll only be as good as our weakest link, right? And so I think the last thing is just respect. Really it's accountability, it's empathy, it's respect, it's compassion, it's knowing that you see what I'm going through. I see what you're going through. Let's put everything beside us, bygones be bygones, and figure this out together, because if we don't, then that's it. But I think also we're just very fearful of each other. I think we're fearful of really just going head first into each other and being vulnerable and being open, because there's that pain and that trauma and that hurt. If I do this, I'll get hurt. So I'm going to pretend like I don't want to be with you. I'm going to pretend like all of this other different stuff, when ultimately we need each other. We know we need each other, but somebody, whether it's men or women, someone has to sit there and say, okay, you know what? I'm going to sit here and I'm going to listen. I'm going to do my part now, so we can both do this together. We have to have somebody willing to do that. But it's difficult because, again, we don't really have a blueprint of what it looks like to be successful in these different ways. We have to kind of figure it out ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Anybody else wanted to add to that? Thank you, Lauren. All right, let's do these super chats. Oh, Lauren spitting facts tonight. Lauren is spot on. These movements are a response. Oh, shoot. Y'all know I can't do two. That's why I said you do it, because I can't do two things at once. I did not get it off the screen.
Elephant, what's up? This will not end well once we all get elderly. You're so right.
You know what? And that's the reason why I put a start. Let me just pause for the cause. You are absolutely right. I don't think people can fast forward. You're not going to be young forever. The fact of the matter is, when you get older, you're going to want somebody to go through that experience with, somebody to check on you, make sure you're going. Nobody is thinking about when they get older. Nobody. And that's the crazy. I so agree with this. So agree with that.
Mr. Phillips, 499, lack of accountability on both ends, effective communication, conflict management. You need the 3 C's: communication, compromise, consistency. Yes, sir. Rebellious videos, $5. Provision, protection, and stability, etc. isn't enough. Now we have to be emotionally intelligent while your duties shrink. Soon it'll be 7 feet, 14 inches, and 8 figures. All right.
Not while
who
the
wants
duties
that?
shrink, honey.
Woo. Michael Richardson, ladies, do not believe this. Do not believe this YouTube stuff. Black people are getting married by the many today. I know at least 7 Black couples who got married this year, and it's not over. Hope is alive.
Oh,
You're
we
right,
know
right.
Yes, sir.
we know that. We absolutely know that.
Yes.
Guess who's in the house? Logistical.
Oh Lord. Logic.
Logic.
Y'all know Logic can't stay away from us.
He loves us. He knows. He
Well,
calls us.
I'm the Fight Club. Now that after Laura did what she did on Thursday night,
Mhm.
I don't even know if I can call y'all ma'am no more. You know what I'm saying?
That was T-Bomb that did that. That was not us. You can call me ma'am. I'm okay with it. I don't care.
I'm trying to call it all y'all my niggas.
Whatever. So what did you have to say about the passport, bros? Do you have anything to say about it, Mr. Logic?
Yes, definitely. Misunderstood. I think that what women don't realize.
Wait, Logic, you sound far away. It's hard to hear you.
Women, oh,
We only got 1 minute.
It's 4 minutes.
Well, he said 1 minute though. That's all you get is 4 minutes. That's what Trey said. Ain't that Trey's song?
No, that's a vine. Girl.
Oh Lord.
can y'all hear me better now?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Look, I'm
You
making
put
a
that
mistake.
foil on your microphone.
Yeah, I forgot to cut it off because I called my microphone ma'am, so now I got to change it up and give her a name. So now her new name is called Hot Sauce.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Logic. He said they're misunderstood. Go ahead. I want to hear.
It's misunderstood because you got to realize what you see, right? Like, look, I'm an advocate to say that, you know what, I probably traveled all over the world and I never dated outside my race, and I probably never would. But you got to realize with the state of the women that's in today, these men get the opportunity to travel and they see a different, I'm sorry. They see a different type of woman. It fucks with dudes. I'm serious. I mean, you go to some of these foreign countries and you see actually women with no attitudes. You know what I'm saying? You see actually women that following men. You see what I'm saying? You see y'all gonna get mad at me for saying this, but you see women.
You won't get mad.
Yeah, you see women. The women, the people that we allegedly got as women, they're not women. They're actually niggas dressed up as women. That's why transgenders goddamn can blend in so good with y'all.
Don't bring them into this.
Stop me if I'm lying.
Don't bring them into this.
I mean, women can be a little bit more ladylike. I will agree with that. So I'm just gonna mute my butt because y'all want mad.
Well, man, if they blended in, I mean, are you?
Pam, do not feed into his nonsense.
No.
I do listen, but Della, I would agree that some of the women are not ladylike.
I really have a problem.
I do as
A little
well.
toughness to them.
I feel like there are a lot of women that have to be in that and take on that masculine role. And so when we hear a lot of the men, when we hear these men saying the women are niggas in a dress, what you're really saying is that they're in the masculine role. And so, you know, and there's a reason why they're in there, and that's a whole conversation to be had in and of itself. But, you know, I just think we should just leave the transgender friends out of it, you know?
No, but see, what you did, Team Della, is you got triggered by the information I produced.
I'm not triggered.
Wait, hold up.
I'm not triggered.
Because you cut me off. I'm just saying, listen. Just listen to what I said. If my facts don't align, then come back and just bomb on me. But no, the reason you stopped me so fast is because you know what? You said to yourself, damn, that nigga got something. That's why you cut me off so fast. Yeah, that's what you
That is not.
You might be on to something, Elijah, but my question is, if they're able to blend in with us, does that mean that men are being confused also? You're not sure. You can't tell.
I'm out of here.
You can't.
Oh, look, see, she not ready for the truth.
Right. So I know, listen, but I agree. Let's
real
just
women?
look. So let's keep that. I don't like to talk about it either. So let's just, I think we can carry on the conversation without that part being in. So
I
go
think
ahead.
that was a valid question. He brought it up. I had a valid question.
If they can't, that's their prerogative. They'll find out. That's their personal business.
Okay, but listen though, Shantae.
Yeah.
See, I finally got your name right.
It's Shantae, not to be confused.
Shantae, damn, I thought I was close. It's Shantae. See, look, if we was in the Philippines, you know what a Philippine lady would say? Sure, call me that. It's good. It's okay, Mr. Logic. Now, nigga, my name is Shantae.
Yeah, I'm in the Philippines.
Sometimes your name is all you have. I'm definitely gonna correct you on my name. Most people like Tamara, Tamara. It's Tamara.
I just said Tam.
Yeah, and that's what I tell people. Just call me Tam. It's easy.
Yeah.
It's easy. Say Tam.
But the point I was making, look, and I'm not. I know it is a sensitive topic, so I'm gonna tread lightly, Team Dale. Just for you, ma'am. Oh, can I call you ma'am?
Yes.
See, y'all got me. You see how confused I am? I don't know what to do no more.
Only Tanya who
Everybody
That's exactly what we're talking about. All women are different. Women are different. So you have to just learn what their standards of expectations are when you
And you know what?
and not
That's
get
the problem.
triggered by it. Sir.
That's the problem, ma'am. When you're saying, "Oh, all women are different," so now you need to go and nigga, fuck all that shit. What I need to take a quiz? Y'all said the SAT to talk to black women nowadays? Hold on, wait. Do you like to be called ma'am? No? Okay. Do you wear sundresses? Do you wear socks? Is your ankle ashy? Do you got wheat residue all over your house? Do you got a headboard? Do you got a fitted sheet? Do you like fucking hot fry? Ooh, Miss
Logic,
Taker
I know
don't
you're
like
not
that.
talking about nobody's ashy ankles, honey.
Hey, look.
just one time. Come on.
So see, Della, we don't smoke like this. You want to smoke like this?
No, let's keep it cute.
You did put them on camera and heard it.
You did.
A few times.
I'm a man.
It was the lens. It was his camera lens. But go ahead.
The camera lens was ashy.
You need to wipe it off.
Sometimes give you that fog look.
Wait, let me take my nose. Lord was laughing. Just taking it. Oh, I got
shout out to our girl CC in the chat. She's on vacation, but she's still in the chat holding it
Hey,
down.
CC. Who said that Zoom got him?
Get those likes up.
Yes, y'all get them likes up. Y'all tripping.
You know the chat ninjas ain't gonna listen to y'all.
Somebody said to all the single women on the panel, what are you doing to get on a man's program?
I am observing, listening, studying him to find out what it is what his purpose is, what it is that he's looking for, his vision. And then once I guess identify that, I'm gonna ask him to employ me to work for his vision, like his purpose. Like I want to do that, like because I'm gonna find more of my purpose in his purpose. And so in the process of that, I'm also crafting myself, learning new things, like learning new languages, stuff like just kind of getting my own mental faculties in order. So like when he comes to me and there's something that he wants to work on, his vision, his plan, whatever it may be, I have some tools or at least some knowledge towards that topic or that situation that I can offer advice and we can bounce ideas off of each other. But at the end of the day, I'm gonna just support him and be, and try to help him, inspire him to be motivated to do what he's doing.
I gotta first get out the house.
Look, Tam, that's what I was like. Do I leave the house?
I gotta first get out the house to be able to meet the man with vision. Like I be in the house, y'all. I really be in the house.
Lifetime Movie Network.
My my cousin tell me the only way, well, I mean, I was in a relationship. I got out of that relationship. I've been single for, it just hit a year. So now I feel like I'm really ready to be out there actively dating. I've healed from that relationship and all of that good stuff. So now I'm ready. So the point is getting out the house. My cousin says the only way I'm gonna find a man is he gonna break in my house to come find me because I don't be outside. So I gotta go outside a little bit. But I am the type of woman where, I try to date with intent. I ask intentional questions in the beginning to first see if we align with each other. And if we definitely align, is how can I add value to your life? How can we be able to grow this into something that's going to eventually lead to marriage? Like, how can we build a unit? Like, what can we do? What can we do to build and have something successful? So once it gets to, once I get out the house, and I get out the house first, and listen, I know how to listen. I know how to shut up. Well, they say y'all gotta shut the fuck up. You just want somebody to shut. I know how to shut up when I need to shut up.
Damn.
It sounds good to me.
What?
What about you, Shan?
I asked I don't answer them. Listen, no, I'm just like Tim. I don't go outside. If the UPS man comes, I might give him some Gatorade. Look at him go down the stairs. I just, I'm on chill mode. If God blesses me with a man, I'm just here to make him happy. Putting a smile on his face puts a smile on mine. Whatever he needs me to do, I'm here to do it for him.
I'm just here to do my part.
You say what?
I'm just here to do my part.
Right. I'm not a confrontational person anyway. I don't argue with. It makes my blood pressure go up. I ain't got time for it. I get palpitations. I'm like, oh, are you arguing? Like, I don't have time for that. I just don't.
Hey, let him know you need your separate wing in the house.
Well, he'll know that. Okay. We've already talked about that. That's the peace. I'm going to give you the peace. I'm going to give you peace and space. And I'll check up on you, baby. You okay down there?
Not down there.
Well, the basement. Listen. So I put a man cave. Listen, before my sister came, I had a man cave because I felt like if I have a guy, I could entice him. Like, look, this is the man cave. This can be all yours.
What do you have in the man cave that's enticing for the man to want?
Well, it's just like a space. It's got a big screen TV. Guys like sports. They like the big screen. It takes up, like, it's really huge. It's tacked to the wall. It's got the sofa, the reclining sofa. It's just a nice little space. And, you don't ever have to worry about me coming down there unless I'm just coming to make sure you're okay.
No, you got to come over there and clean up too. Shit.
Oh, well, I clean up.
Yeah. Man cave get a lot of dirt in that bitch. Yeah, nigga. Come down. Out of fact, I'm going to have a whistle or like a little bell. Ding dong. And then I'm going to say, they're going to say, Shante.
It's supposed to be.
You're picturing yourself in the basement.
In the man cave.
Oh,
okay. I'm trying to give her. I'm trying to give.
I give him a little bell. Ding, 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 ding.
Okay.
Oh, is it a bell?
I'm trying to give you
my
a
little
game.
outfit. Yes.
Well, no, hypothetically speaking, does that sound like a man cave you would want to be in?
No, I'm just giving y'all game. I'm looking out for y'all. Like, look, if you gonna do all that, Shantae, first off, don't you buy the TV because you're gonna buy some LG or some Vizio shit. No, you go to Best Buy, you tell them, hey, look, I'm making a man cave for my nigga, right? You got to get some custom neon signs. You got to figure out what he like to drink. You get his signs up there. He like Heineken. He like Modelo. He like Corona.
Oh, I'll definitely do that.
And what's he? Okay, you gonna tell me or you gonna listen?
No, I'm saying I agree with you. I'll definitely do that. I'm not gonna tell you anything because I don't know.
Spicy tonight on this chat, Mr. Logic.
But I've never had.
We are very nice to you, sir. We're gonna need you to soften it up just a little bit today, okay?
I'm soft, man. Y'all know I love y'all. That's why I left. I left the bar. I was at the bar chilling. I left the bar. I said, "Is she critique time?" So you know what I'm saying. I always know on Friday night. 10 o'clock is my cutoff. You know what I'm saying?
Aw.
The little dirty bitches was mad because we was getting fucked up in there. That's why I'm transferring the coffee now so I can have this conversation. But no, ain't no disrespect. I'm just trying to tell y'all something. Y'all don't listen.
Logic, we rocking right now. I like that.
No, I agree with that.
We rocking right now.
Oh, like make sure y'all go get that. It's the real gift. Go on my Instagram page. You know what I'm saying? And if you want a discount, hit me up in my DM. You know what I'm saying? We flood the streets. I'm getting rid of all my Christian Louis Vuitton, all that. I'm rocking that, but black owned shit from now on. That's it.
Is that pink or red?
That's red, baby. You cross out.
Listen, that's a valid question because it look a little pink on my end.
It's red, sweetie. It's red. Look.
Did I read all of the super chats?
Okay, I'm gonna have to.
Okay, so Della is showing terrorist traits this stream.
Yep.
It's okay, Della.
I'm here for it.
Leave her alone.
Anytime you go against the grain, they call you a terrorist, and it's okay.
I'm here for it.
Logic, can you tell them to get the likes up, please, since you said they don't listen to us?
Chat ninjas, look, quit playing with Chic critiquing, man. You know I fucks with them like we fuck a third fuck around.
They think that we're trying to talk them out of going overseas. We're not.
Well, y'all, I was listening to it the way y'all was displaying. Well, hold up. Chat ninjas, please get the likes up for me, man. For the Chic critique chicks, man. Put some hard chat. You know what? Get the likes up. Don't throw the ones in the chat. Get the likes up. And once you hit the like button, put a heart in the chat for the ladies of Chic critique. Even though they terrorists, we're trying to reform them one at a time. Y'all gotta be patient with it.
I'm doing 2 C's for Chic critique.
I like that.
It's supposed to be like this. Remember, that's how our C's are like this.
Well, it's still 2 C's.
Do that.
Oh, that shit look dope. Look it up. Flood the chat with hearts after you hit that like button. We got something new. We got hearts in the
chat.
Thank you, guys.
You guys are so sweet.
But y'all can't shame a man for doing it. Because listen. When I first traveled overseas as a young guy, it was a shock to me because I was used to certain things. I literally was used to, I thought in my mind, all women was like that. You know what I'm saying? I thought all women was combative. I thought all women was looking for conflict. I thought all women was selfish. And when I went overseas, I was like, oh, wow. You know what I'm saying? And then, especially when you start getting in Southeast Asia, you start be like, you know what I'm saying? I never had that cake problem I had in Atlanta. And now, because them ladies will push you out the way. Say, sit down, Mr. Logic. It's our job to serve this cake, nigga. They won't be on their ass like Team Della. No, Mr. Logic, I want my cake cut in a X. You know what I'm saying?
You over here just lying today, ain't you?
Let me just say this.
It's a shock. It's a shock to me. You see what I'm saying? When you've been seeing something for so long and you think that exists, it's a shock for them. You know what I'm saying? It's a shock. And that's it. I don't think it's no shade at women.
It's so crazy that you said that because, I was here in Alabama last week for a funeral. And I remember the conversation we had when Mr. Lee was here. And I think it was you and it was somebody else. And they were saying, serve your man. And so at the funeral, at the repast, that's when they bring the food. I sat down. I promise you, I sat down and I thought, okay, let's see if the women serve the men. Every single one of them did. I didn't say anything. It's just natural. They serve their husbands. Like, it was just natural. So I don't think that that's gone away. I don't know about the new generation of women because these were older. My uncle was 94. So, not to say the people were 94, but they were like 60s, 70s. But I did watch, and they all served their men.
And I don't think that has gone away.
Into the kitchen.
I don't think that has gone away. I just think, honestly, it just may be around, I guess, the people you surround yourself with, only because I know in my age group, the women that I'm around, well, all of them, for the most part, like they're married, right? And when we are doing things together, I witnessed the same things, that all of the women, if they, if the food is ordered, they'll get up and still make the plates. But 9 times out of 10, if we're going over someone's house, somebody has cooked somebody has cooked. So it's like you're cooking, food is done. Oh, it's time to eat. All of the women get up, the men go sit at the table. All the women get up, and it's like, all right, what you want? A bit of everything. You want this, or whatever. And then everybody's fixing plates and we're serving. So I don't think that has gone away.
I think
even at least with my group of friends being younger, we definitely do that as well. And since we're talking about the whole cake situation, everybody, Logic was such a gentleman. Logic was such a gentleman. He came over, checked on the queen table, and asked us if we would so much enjoy his efforts of bringing us cakes, and we happily obliged. So we appreciate you, Mr. Logic, for your efforts.
For the offer. Yes.
Deserve a little wine and dine as well. So we appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't understand the whole cake thing. I don't think I was at the table when
you wasn't there.
I wasn't. I was on my date with that guy.
Tam, he was so nice.
On that date.
Tam, Logic was the nicest we've ever seen him.
Absolutely.
I had cake, and I was like, "Where'd they get cake from?"
Where did you go, Tam? Where did you go?
I had to take a phone call.
Oh, I went on
Wow,
like a
she
job.
a
I went on a date.
She a lie. I know where she was.
We know she at that bar.
Hey, I was like, Tam, why are you coming down the elevator? You got a room here?
No.
Wait, chat. I'm joking, chat. It's a joke.
I took a phone call and I came back and I was like, damn, where did they get cake from? And then after that, I started getting a little hangry because I was hungry. So I went to the bar to get food. But I missed the whole cake debacle.
I missed that whole cake.
That red velvet was delicious.
It was so good. Thank you, Logic.
Thank
you,
you.
Logic. Even though
really
he even brought us the second piece of chocolate cake too. I mean, he was just the nicest we've ever seen him, Tam. Truly.
No, because you know what? I care about y'all. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to show y'all how to be women. Y'all look.
You're a man.
But guess what? I'd have been overseas a lot, so I know how women supposed to act. So I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna say, look, not so I can just bum on your ass in this platform. I'm gonna use this cake thing till we meet in DC.
No, you were being a man then too. That's the whole thing with relationship. You serve each other, and I think
no,
that's
you don't. See, you see this shit.
You do.
You see this.
But you're missing her point. The roles may look different. The roles may look differently, but you're still serving each other.
Exactly.
Listen, y'all, kid you not.
Is there cake in DC?
I'm gonna go back to the funeral. This is my last thing because this is the last thing that happened. So at the funeral, they say, does anybody have a reflection? So this one guy got up and he had to be 80-something years old. And I'm gonna skip to small talk. But anyway, he was saying how when he was in school, they actually had a lesson on how you treat your wife, how you treat your husband. Okay. And so he was saying, and at the end of his conversation, he said, you know what? I pride myself because I made my wife happy.
Oh.
And he's 7 years old. And I was like, oh, he was just proud. And he was like, my wife never went without. I'd made my family. And he was so proud of that. And I was like, oh, so men were, trying to make their wives happy back in the day. It's not that women were these people who was like just serving their husband. Men were trying to provide.
Well, I think when both people come into a space where they have a heart of servitude towards each other, that's the best kind of marriage you can have. If your thought process is, what can I do for you today to make your day easier on both ends, like,
and they be cool with each other, like
yes, I mean, it's nothing like that. It is nothing like that. I mean, even when you get into situations where is a discrepancy or something like that, like, it's easier when you are able to kind of backpedal. And again, that whole self-reflection. I think a lot of times when we get into situations, we have a tendency to project on the other person, as opposed to in that moment just saying, you know what did I do wrong? Because 9 times out of 10, or how could I have handled it better? 9 times out of 10, you will be able to identify where something went wrong and what you could have done so it it would have went another way.
But see, mistaken. This the problem, man. Is that I agree. We brought this up last night. Men has always invested in women, but the only difference from today and then is women had an interest in investing that same energy back into the family and kids.
I agree.
Now you look today, you cannot talk to these chicks without saying me, my. I said, damn, this mother is you on the Johnny Gill remix? All they say, my. That's all they do. And this is the problem. Is now if the man is investing in these women like they have been forever, but now the investment is going nowhere because all they think about is themselves. They don't think about no kids. They don't think about no family. They don't think about no community. Only time you see these goddamn hair-headed hooligans out is when some dope dealer get killed or if a rapper go to jail. I'm serious.
I have a question, Mr. Budget. Do you think that is that a certain age that you're seeing doing that, or you think that that's all across all age groups of women?
No, I think it's a certain age. But you know what the problem is?
What is the problem?
The older generation says nothing. They're in silent. They don't put these young hoes in check. That's why y'all get such a bad rap. And I mean, y'all got some of the terrorist tendencies too, but not as many as them young ones. But how often do y'all put them in check? I put them in check
all the. If I see a young lady who crosses my path, and a lot of young ladies do cross my path, I do put them in check. The problem is you can't tell them nothing. You can't tell them helpers nothing, okay?
Half of the reason I don't I think
in this ready to fight. That's like that whole bonnet situation.
I'm like, baby, we don't fight. Not this.
You hit me, you going to jail. Listen, I'm not. She ain't got nothing.
Oh, Mr. Logic, listen. I called mistaken ASAP. Do y'all know I saw a man with a boy who is not. He is straight boy with a bonnet on his head. I said mistaken.
I mean,
I called you immediately.
Mm-hmm. How you know he's straight?
I looked at him. I said, "Oh, he is." I said, "Oh, so we're wearing bonnets now as a young man?" And he was like, "Yeah, I just got my braids done." I said, "Oh, so it's like a role reversal or something? Like, what are we doing here?"
But wait, hold up.
Shantae, you just put on a do-rag. I mean, it shouldn't have been nothing on his head anyway.
Right, because of the setting he was in.
Yeah.
But to that point, Shantae, we talk about a lot of the young women out here talking about me, not buying into the man. But it's like, who's out here leading them to want to buy into something more than themselves? Young men in bonnets? Okay.
Nope.
He was the first one. I've never seen it. But let me just look. Check this out.
Their pants below their knees.
Yeah, the pants. Bonnets, do-rags, pants below the knees. Let me tell you, because in Montgomery, Alabama, I have seen more bonnets on the head than I've seen. Atlanta does not have. This is like it's crazy here. And I'm like, oh my God, there's another one. Oh, another one.
Yeah, but you got to realize what's the problem that's going on in Mobile and Montgomery. You know what I'm saying? That's incest like shit. See, look, y'all don't want me to get up and start telling the truth. Like, hey, you be having 12-year-olds with cancer in Mobile and Montgomery. They fucking each other. Stop me if I'm lying.
I don't know about that.
Okay, yeah. She don't want to say the truth.
I've never heard that before. I know that both of my parents are from Montgomery and they are not of kin.
She's like, let's be
only
clear.
kin is matrimony, like they get married to each other. That is not. They're not of the same blood.
Lord have
mercy. But why? See, this is the problem. Every time I say something, and it's the truth. Right? Like earlier we were talking.
How do you know that's the truth?
Wait. You don't know what I'm gonna say yet.
Okay, go ahead.
You remember I was saying a fact about transgenders compared to how black women look, right? Mm-hmm. It's a fact, right?
No.
Now I get shut down. So this is why problems persist.
Trans be looking good. What you talking about, baby?
But this is what I'm saying. This is why these problems persist because
Shantae,
older people
light out the frame.
Listen. I'm just trying to get it together, and y'all just coming along for the ride. Come on.
But we scared. We're afraid as older people to speak the truth. We're afraid. And I speak the truth to their face. Hey, every Friday, I go to the same location. I pick up a young black boy in DC. I see him, chop him up with him when I get drunk. Not pick up a young black boy like that. Chill. Chill. You know what I'm saying? Chill. But you know what I do, though?
Mr. Logic.
But I know, but you know, Team Dale, you know what I'm saying? She want to be her terroristic self. But the thing is I give them a level of experience that they never had. Half of these guys never had a fucking steak that their mama ain't burnt. You know what I'm saying? They have it. They like, how you want your steak? Well done? No, nigga. I'm paying for it. You ain't finna get no well done steak. The shit is burnt. Try it. You ever try sushi? No.
That tough ass steak.
Yeah. Tonight, I had a young dude try lamb chops for the first time, and he said that's the best shit he ever tasted. Now, these are hood-ass DC niggas, right? So, now, when you're saying doing it, most of the time, I can talk to these dudes, and I can start reaching to them. You know when I run into the problem with them? They mamas. They mamas be want dick. They think I got some bread. They mama want dick. So now I can't even talk to the young dick no more.
We say penis.
Logic doesn't say penis.
Penal action.
Go ahead, Logic.
It's a chic critique.
Oh, okay. So now I gotta soften myself up, and then I need to become a chick.
I think you can. You know how to code switch. We've learned that a long time ago. We were raised doing that.
Yeah, but guess what? Right now, I retired. Wait. I'm gonna tell you this. I retired, and the whole time in the army, I had to code switch. Right? 22 fucking years I had to code switch. I'm code switching at my job now, but now I'm saying, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not code switching. Why should I change who I am? See, black folks has got so big double standards. They saying people don't respect who they are. And like I said, if it's a word, it's a word. You know what I'm saying? And I tell you this, I guarantee you this. Every last woman on here done said, give me that dick to a man before. So now why can I not say it on this panel?
Because we're saying it to the man that we're with.
I think y'all just had Logic. I think y'all just had an episode not too long ago where y'all were saying how like men don't speak to women the same way that they speak to men, and women don't speak to men the same way that they speak to other women.
No,
so I think, yeah. So I think that kind of, you were an avid supporter of that.
Yes, but see what I'm saying is that when I'm speaking to you, when it's actually an intimate conversation, we're not really having. We're talking amongst ourselves, but we're talking to the chat.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We talk to the chat. See, now this is the other issue too, right? Y'all want men to change up so bad. I can't even give you to serve me a piece of fucking cake. You know what? I will stop saying dick. Wait. Look, I make a deal with Chic Critique right now.
Okay.
I will stop saying. Wait.
Let's hear what the deal is. Go ahead.
I will stop saying dick on Chic Critique. We get to DC, nigga. I want plates coming and falling on my head. I want
falling on your head. We definitely got you, King.
I want. You know what? Hey, chat. Drop a heart in the chat if y'all hear this deal. Drop a heart in the chat.
I'm definitely going to do it.
Listen, I don't care about you saying it because I know you weren't speaking directly to us. You were speaking in general, so I don't care. But since this whole cake thing was an issue, I ain't even get a piece of the cake. I'm gonna make sure you get a plate.
We're gonna make sure.
We're gonna make sure you get a plate.
Hey, you couldn't get no cake because Team Della had 3 pieces. Every live stream she eat.
Listen, what about them seasoned chips?
Della eats good, honey.
Listen, I don't know what they had on those chips, but they were seasoned. You
guys those chips were good.
It's like, did they put season on these?
They get them chips for DC because them chips was good.
They was him. I had like no Worcester sauce on it, something, honey.
Okay, so let's do these super chats real fast.
Y'all get them likes up.
Taylor Baba for $4.99. Folks got to stop hating on passport bros. It ain't even cheap to be a passport bro. So people that can't afford it be hating, woman and man.
Yeah, and he's an immigrant from Africa. Nigga, sit your ass down.
Lord have mercy. Jason C for $10. Shantae is echoing the sentiments of these men when you say we can't tell the women nothing. This is why who can correct the black woman is a legitimate question.
But you know what? And let me just say that was a certain black woman, though. I mean, she had pink hair, so it wasn't like a, I don't know.
I think it's important to be clear that it goes. I feel like it's like the youth, not just black women. It's black men as well, because you got these young boys out here that are absolute fools, and you cannot tell them nothing.
Young people.
It's not just black women. It's
young acting
black people that are just.
It's a mentality.
No, you're being. Look, you need to get on the streets. You're being disingenuous at this point. Because I talk to young black men all the time. I can reach young black men. You know what I stay away from? Them rats. Them hoes are dangerous. Have you looked at the FBI?
You can reach the ones in your class.
No, wait. Have you looked at the most recent FBI list? The most recent FBI list got a K.
It's women.
No, I think it's ISIS K.
Oh, you said that on the show the other day.
Next, it got black women from the age of 18 to 30 are the biggest terrorist group in the world.
Logic, let me ask you, these men.
It's a joke.
Logic, let me ask you, these young black men that you're speaking to, I'm assuming that you have some sort of relationship with them, right?
No.
Okay.
Me and my partner, literally, what we do is we go downtown DC. And then we'll in that area, in certain areas like around, if we don't go to DC, we'll go to Arlington. And then like young black men that be hanging out there hustling, doing shit right there. And then we'll be like, you know what I'm saying, we'll pull them. You know what I'm saying? We'll end up having a conversation with them. You know what I'm saying? They'll ask us about ourselves and shit like that. About something like we can, our Rolex watches, anything. And then now they'll build a rapport with us. And then it was like, you know what? Hey, come chop it up with us. You know what I'm saying? Hey, and they was like, well, I can't afford that. No, don't worry about it, nigga. Come chop it up with us. We do it every Friday. I've been doing this every Friday since November.
And I think that's great. I think the point that I was making is that you build the rapport, and then you all go out, you have conversations, you speak life into them, you speak the lessons into them. So you say that you can't do that with black women. Do you even attempt to have these same kind of interactions with black women to?
Hell no, is you
crazy?
What
he's saying is we should be doing it. What he's saying
that's what I was saying. I don't think he should. I think the women
should. Ladies, that's my point. That's my whole point. Is like you're sitting here speaking in regards to how women take lessons from other women or from other men, but you haven't put yourself in a position to be that, voice of reason for other women. And so I think it's just frustrating to hear that, you're like, oh, young women don't listen, can't tell y'all nothing, but you're not active in the community with young women to speak to them. And if you're not the person that's speaking to them, then how can you form that kind of opinion?
Okay, so Del, since November, I've been doing this every Friday, right?
Mm-hmm.
And after I gained a rapport with these young men, right, a lot of them have mothers, right? Single mothers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, I will connect with single mothers. Out of every time I did it, at least been seven of them that came and tried to get something from me for themselves. So what you're saying is no, you're absolutely wrong. I'm not reaching out to them. Because is you crazy? If I reach out to young chicks, what they really think? I'm trying to fuck. So I'm not putting myself in no situation, no little rats like that. But I'm telling you, the problem still persists because after I build a connection with that young man, I'll eventually have to talk to his mom. And I talk to his mom, they literally prove every point I say on these panels to a T. They don't give a fuck that their young son is being exposed to something new. You know what they're thinking about? Get some peanuts.
What they thinking about?
No, I caught myself. See, look at that. See, I'm good. They thinking about getting peanuts. They thinking about their opportunity. They're not concerned about that young man. That's my point. It's selfishness.
So do you tell them that?
Who? The chicks?
Yeah.
I got one on record and I'm cussing her ass the fuck out. I'm cussing her ass out, and she deserved every moment of it. And it was like, I was like, do you understand what you're doing right now? I said, even if I did want to mess with you, right? That would mess up my relationship with this jit right here. And I was reaching through to this kid. Like, this kid was blowing my phone up every weekend. And it wasn't a fact that he wasn't blowing up for he wasn't asking for no money. He wasn't doing that. He just said, I want to see different things. I took this jit to the gun range, got his paperwork and everything, took him to the gun range. He said, I never had a time like this in my life. His mama knew this. But just as the typical black rat she is, she said, forget him. And she started focusing on herself. What can I get out of this deal?
Yeah, so unfortunately, there are a group of women, a large group of women who, and I want to say large because it's not, it's never a lot. It's just a large group of women who are definitely not doing their part, and they are ratchet. They just are. Shoot. I mean,
it's a majority.
Hey, listen. Look. It may be the majority to him because I don't know where he lives. I don't know.
That's what I was about to say. Is the environment, if he's going to connect with these young men who don't have fathers in the home, who's in a certain area, he's going to increase the likelihood of meeting the women that he's referring to. I mean, it makes sense. Now I understand, because that is most of your experience. So if you are leaving out of that area and let's say going into another area where you may have a single led, female household, but it is in a more affluent area or middle class area, I think that I would like to guess that the experience would be different.
You remember the jit that I bought on y'all panel the other day?
Oh yes, I remember him.
Yeah. All right. Far from broke, right?
The guy who said he'd be honest to chicks and then he just lied to one right in front of us.
Yeah.
Oh, we remember him.
But he's far from broke, right? He literally said my building ain't nothing broke in this area, right? But guess what we have? The same results from these black women. So y'all can see and try to say, oh, Mr. Logic, it's just the chicks in DC in the hood. But no,
we're not saying that.
You didn't say that.
I was saying the environment that you walked into. So
I said the environment that you're finding the young men to mentor.
No,
is the reason that they need mentoring.
I'm telling you, the same thing applies. It's young men that I reach out to in this building. I literally called one up on the show, and guess what he have? Some of the same problems. I'm not going to speak on his business because he actually showed his face on his show, but it's the same situations.
I think Logic. So like, I want to say this, like, Logic, you're right on all fronts. And I think what's happening here, and this is just my honest opinion, I think when we start talking about stuff like this, like where women drop the ball in rearing their children and stuff like that, we tend to kind of get off. We tend to derail it and say, oh, well, it's just that concentrated area. But here's the thing. What is our position on women who are doing these things? Not the women who aren't, because that's not the problem. The women who are on these, the women that have an issue, or the women that's not doing their part, what is our position on that?
I'm not sure if
They quiet. They can't say that.
I'm not sure if I
understand the question. I think it's
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure, I got you. No problem. So, given Logic's example about how he mentors young men in the hood or young men in his environment or whatever the case may be, and he finds that the mothers are not engaged in their son's learning or even just, they don't even care. They're more looking at how do I get some of whatever my son is getting. And so then we started to like kind of talk about, oh, well, that's your environment. We're more focused on, oh, this is why Logic says this, but like Logic is actually making a lot of sense in this. And so now my question is, instead of us focusing on the women who don't do this, what is our position on the women who are not taking care of business when it comes to their children and making sure their boys are exposed to different environments or different things?
I
you're a
think it's the
product of
same
your.
situation that the boys are in. Like they're raising their young boys in the same environment that they were raised in. So you have this generational, this generational legacy of, and I don't mean ignorance in a, oh, not just a lack of knowledge. So I don't know if the only way that I think they would know better is kind of like what Logic is doing with the young boys. They need to be also put in a position where they're in a different environment.
Change the. I was gonna say the same thing. You got to change
Yeah.
their.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it, when you're in that position, you're so much in survival mode that you're not thinking about, you don't even have the privilege to think about, baseball games or anything else. You're worried about how you're going to put food on the table. You know what I'm saying? These women are so desperate that they see an opportunity for their son to have exposure to different experiences outside of what they can provide to them. And rather than encouraging that, again, survival mode kicks in. Now they want to see, oh, how can I get a piece of that cake too? Because I'm trying to survive. Like, how can I maybe get him in the house to get him here permanently to be able to provide this for the household?
Hell no, nigga, I ain't staying in the fucking hood. Is you
Well,
crazy?
understandably so. The question is about like the mentality, like how, like, of these women. And so to your point, like, yes, he is right. Like that, it's very prevalent, in communities, in Black communities. And so, it's being in that survival mode where you don't even have the privilege. And a lot of the times, especially in 2022, people don't even realize how much of a privilege it is to know that your next meal is guaranteed, or to know that your lights are going to be on, to have Wi-Fi in the house, to have education in a decent, decent community where the district isn't failing, to where, you know what I mean? Like, we don't even realize how privileged we are. And so, yeah,
No. See, now I'm gonna correct
in
you on something, right? I'm
survival
gonna correct you
mode.
on something. One thing, right? If what you said was true, you would have won me over.
If
But it's
what?
not true because
Mhm.
they're
So
not.
what part is not
Wait,
true?
wait. I'm saying they're not struggling. They're not. They just don't have access to live a certain lifestyle that they didn't afford themselves to. Them kids got food, them kids got clothes, them kids got shelter. And I'm glad you brought up the internet because you pay your internet based off of your income now.
Really?
Ma'am, you need to get out. You need to get out the burbs and go visit the hood. Look, if you want to,
But
Dale,
but
I'll
but but
come.
listen. So let
Wait,
me ask
wait,
you a
wait, hold
question,
up. I will
Logic.
come and take you to West End to let you see they're not struggling. They just don't have Birkin bags. They're not struggling. They just don't have Range Rovers, Land Rovers, Jaguars, Corvettes. They're not struggling. See,
So
you take it and you derail it to make it seem like, oh, no, these women are not struggling. They
They
have
are.
done more than y'all.
My
so my
argument
question.
They are struggling
my
because
argument would be that having that mentality is a
that's the
struggle.
struggle.
Right. Yeah.
That's
So
exactly what I was
that's
going to
really
say.
the biggest feat, because even you, somebody who has finance, I mean, you're a six-figure man, like you have high value, even you understand that it takes a certain mentality to get to where you are. And so a lot of the times the biggest feat with whether it doesn't matter the color or the race of anyone, is your mentality. Like I never understood, I thought it was so cliche when people are like, you are your biggest enemy or you are your biggest feat. It really is the truth. Like, we are the biggest limiting factors in our own lives. Like, we have the capacity to do so much more than what we believe that we're capable of doing. And so to me, you're right. That probably is the case. I mean, they've got access to EBT, you've got access to, government assistance for welfare, so forth and so on.
Mhm.
So I do understand that aspect. The mentality of it is the worst part.
Right. Well, how they have that saying, you can take the man or the girl out the hood, but you can't take them, take the
Yeah.
hood out and honestly, like, sometimes I have to check myself. But it's very true, because when you are in a situation where you are raised up to have certain beliefs, that those don't necessarily change even when you leave the situation. Like I know somebody who grew up poor, right? And even though they were making more money than they had growing up, that and could have had a home, they chose to raise their family in the hood because that's what they knew. So they had enough money to move out the hood, but because they were poor and they grew up, they stayed there until the wife was like,
But
I don't
mistakenly,
want
you
to
know
raise
what
my
we're doing
kids
though?
in this environment.
But you
And
know what we're doing mistakenly? You know what we're doing?
what?
We're actually showing these liberal talking points because instead of addressing the problem, we're actually presenting excuses for the behavior.
That
That,
no,
no, wait,
don't
wait, wait, wait,
mistake.
wait,
No,
ma'am. No,
don't
wait,
mis,
wait, ma'am. Hold on, wait,
don't mis,
wait,
I
hold
wasn't
on, wait,
finished.
wait.
Don't mistake.
I know. I'm just trying to I'm trying to bring it to a head because
Mm.
I brought up a problem, right? And now what came after that was like, you know what? Maybe we need to address this. But what came after that is excuses for why they're doing what they're doing. We cannot do that, and especially, and we
That's what
cannot
I'm
do
trying to
that
say.
and expect progression.
Understanding is not an excuse. My thing is before you resolve a problem, you got to understand where the problem is coming from. Once you identify where the problem is coming from, then you can begin to tackle where the needs are to make those changes. So if you're saying no, it's not the money because they have the money, but they're still behaving like this, then obviously it's not the money, right? So we can't tackle that problem. The problem we're saying is the mentality. So how do we address the mentality is what I'm saying.
And that's
So
what I talk about. If you looked at the Thursday show, I was adamant on talking about actually the selfishness. That's what it is. It's
mm,
being selfish. If you want to know what is the tearing our families up and our relationship and our community, it's selfishness.
so how do you address that? Is the
That what we
question.
was doing. That what we was doing before you went to making excuses for them. We was addressing that. But that you
No,
see
what
how
you said, no, this is
So
what you
actually,
said.
that was my question because we already understood everything that was being said, what Logic has explained. But in a way, he's right. We did kind of go off into like, oh, well, it's a mental thing. Da, 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 da. It's like, okay, we got that. So, but what is the solution? And so
Well,
now,
I can tell you because the example that I gave about the person growing up in the hood and they could have moved out, that was me. That was our life. That was my siblings' life. You know what I'm saying? And
did
what
you have any women mentors or anyone come to you to show you, like, how did you find your way out of that situation? Like, what did you do?
I would say we were in the hood, but not of the hood. And the reason I say that is because we defied the odds in terms of my parents were married, they were together. So I was at an advantage being in that environment because I had both parents. I had two working parents. They weren't on government assistance. So again, I recognize that privilege now. I didn't know it then. All I knew was I was growing up just like everybody else. I mean, we weren't living lavish or anything like that. They had name brand sneakers. We didn't. Like me and my sisters drawing little blue things on the back of our shoes to make it look like we had kids. We took a permanent marker, trying to keep up with them. We were the only ones on welfare. We wasn't having, name brand sneakers. We had Skippies. So we didn't know that we had, money, so to speak. But I would say what changed was our environment. Like my dad was adamant about, he knew he grew up without having a good education. He knew he was robbed of a good education. So his focus for us was, no, we're gonna get you in this gifted and talented school. We're gonna make sure y'all education is better than what I experienced. And I think that was the defining moment because all of the a lot of the kids that were in that program when I got in that program, that if I look at the success rate, they're doing big things, but they grew up in the same environment I did. So that is the difference. But the problem too is we can give them education, but then if you're in a situation where you're not taking advantage of the education, so now I'm on the other side of it as a teacher. a former teacher, and seeing how the education system is not set up necessarily for kids to be successful. But then on the flip side, what they are given, the mentality of the generation is, I don't want it either. They don't want to work for anything. Everything is handed to them. And part of that is the parents' fault. They move everything out the way so it can be an easy ride. So they don't know how to deal with conflict. They don't know how to deal with, working, just putting in that extra work when things don't go easy. It is a lack of a lot of that.
But
So
mistaken. You know what? I don't want to change you.
mhm.
The way you approach things, that you approach it from a soft. You said, oh well, maybe. Uh, I don't want to change you, but you don't need to stop me. Is it I don't know if you catching what I'm saying, but
Mhm.
like, look, I don't want you to be out there fighting these battles like that. You let
Mhm.
me fight it, but you don't stop me. And then now, this is a perfect segue into my next point. If you can have that same sentiment that you have now towards niggas in the ghetto, towards relationships, we'll win. If we
I
had that,
do.
if we, and I know you married, but if you, when we start talking about these relationships issues, I never hear you or Team Della was like, oh, well, maybe he got mental issues.
Oh, I think the kids do. I
Wait,
think the
wait,
parents
wait,
do.
I think
wait, just let me finish. I never hear y'all ever say, oh, well, he's underprivileged. No, you hold in these relationship topics, you hold niggas' feet to the fire. And most of the time with these YouTube talking points, I'm right there with you. I say, oh yeah, you know what? All these niggas talking point is stupid. They just trying to get you ladies goddamn pussy. Oh, I ain't make a deal with, but I'm
Kunshu.
no, I made a
They
deal
go
with
together.
no, I made a deal with the D. You know what I'm saying? Not the P. But I'm respectfully the vagina or the box. So my point is you see how, and I'm not really trying to put y'all on blast, but you see how when it comes to dealing with this stuff, y'all actually it's at y'all opposite, y'all at odds because you got so many excuses on one end, and then you hold people feet to the fire. But I'm telling you, do neither. Be a woman. Let me bust some ass. Can I say that on your trying to tell you?
I guess
Uh,
I'm just confused at the point that you're trying to make.
well, because I don't think you want to hear that, ma'am. If you
But I'm asking for clarification, though. I'm confused on the point that you're trying to make.
see how when we was talking about the ghetto and the underprivileged, right?
Hmm.
Y'all was able to come up with excuses for why they do what they do.
I think we have two different. Well,
Okay, okay, but I mean, but excuses was presented, right?
no.
Or
Wasn't
reasons,
no.
No.
reasons for why they doing it.
I
So
wouldn't say
you keep
excuses.
saying that they're excuses, and excuses
It's
is to,
facts.
yeah, is
It's
to
different.
bypass the behavior. And
Right.
so, no one is bypassing the behavior. In order to solve the problem, you have to understand what the problem that is to be solved. So we were having a conversation just now where it was like, okay, why do you think that this is a problem, and what is the solution? We identify what the problem is, and before we can even get to talking about a solution, you're like, well, no, that's not the problem because of this reason. And we're like, okay, well, if that's not the problem, then maybe this can be the problem. Because otherwise, if we don't identify what the problem is, we're talking in circles. I can't give solutions to what I don't even know what the problem is.
Yeah.
And so I'm not excusing her behavior. I actually condemned it. And I said for a fact, Lauren asked, why do you think that this is an issue? I think it's an issue because she's in survival mode. Whether
Uh-huh.
you want to align that with her financially or her mentality. I think a lot of people, especially in the Black community, like to minimize how important mentality is when it comes to personal relationships and just your overall capacity to be present, live the quality of your life, so forth and so on. Mentality is at the number. I mean, it's number one. I mean,
Mhm.
you can have somebody that doesn't have anything, but materialistically, but has everything up here and is happier than anybody that, you know what I mean, that has all of this materialistic stuff. So, in the Black community, Lauren, you're asking what the problem is. It's the mentality of the people in the community. And this isn't just an easy feat where it's like, okay, I'm going to go get the boy, take him out, go to get some lamb chops. That helps for sure. But unless this is something that where you are consistently in these young men's life, actually pulling them up out of where they are consistently, it's not going to make a difference. You're going to give him a taste of the pie, and he's always going to see that as being a taste of the pie. But if you don't pull him up out of it, at some point the responsibility falls on him to understand that he has to choose differently for himself. And so while I think what you're doing, Logic, is so powerful, and I think that it's paramount in our community that when we get to a point to where we can give back, even us as women, we love on these young girls and show them what it is to exemplify and to be that epitome of self-love, so that when she becomes of age, she can vet, she can, be a quality woman to be chosen if that is what she wants for herself. So I think the work that you're putting in is very much so needed. This isn't just a quick fix. These are long-term,
Dale, can I ask you something? I'm gonna ask you something, right?
Of course.
For the last 30 years, we've been doing exactly what you say we've been doing. We've been addressing this so-called mentality, and we haven't been addressing the actual problems. Every time somebody do something stupid, and we know can I say nigga? Fuck it. Nigga shit, right? And then we constantly sit here and we address the mentality. Oh, well, he was raised in the projects. He did this. I was raised in the projects too. I didn't expect to get a pass for my mentality. I had a certain mentality. And guess what? As a man, I had to put it forward to break myself out of that, because I started seeing everything around me, it would be detrimental to me. But for the last 30 years, we've been doing exactly what you've been saying. We've been addressing the mentality instead of actually holding people foot to the fire for the problem. Where has it got us now?
I don't think we've been addressing the mentality.
Wait, she don't need a tag team partner. I'm asking her. Asking her. Because look, I'm with you. I see the mentality, right?
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't fathom, like I said. And you said that, you know what? It go in vain. Yes. Why I can't reach and build with them people is because I'm telling you, their mom come into play. Their mom want a piece of the pie. And then you gonna still keep saying, you got some. Go ahead. Go ahead, Marcus. Go ahead.
I have a question though. Are you willing to not mentor the young men anymore because their mothers are coming into play and maybe pushing up on you in a way? I don't think the young man should still suffer.
That's not. But see, I cannot do that, ma'am. Once the mom make it a conflict, what I'm gonna do?
How is she making it a conflict? Is she telling her son that he can no longer interact with you, be around you? How is the mother? I get the mother. You're saying the mother is coming to you and she want the dick, she want the money and all the resources from you. But how is she now telling? Because I'm assuming that the child is of age, that he's at least of 18 years of age.
No. These jits.
Okay.
Go down to DC and Arlington, and it's another little area over there. Temple Hills, Maryland. You know what I'm saying? These are actually like they just run in the streets.
So is the mother telling you now that you can't be of any influence, a positive influence?
I'm not trying to like when it gets to that point, it's a conflict of interest. And now it's for my best interest to actually avoid them situations. Because look, she can say anything. And at that point, it's her word against mine. And I'm not playing them games. If you can't see that a man is in a position and actually affording your son something different, my homeboy Teddy, right? He came from Kuwait. And he haven't been here. Me and him, he enjoyed that shit so much that he took one of the young boys shopping. It like I said, it's real because we got men out here that actually been through the bullshit. That I didn't been in that man's shoes. Well, and I mean, I didn't been there. So I said, you know what? I can do it. I gotta do it, right? But I'm telling you, too often what we see is these women intervene for their best interest, and I'm saying it's a problem. So we can have a million excuses why, but I'm not dealing with the excuses.
To answer your question, Logic, I think it's important to just acknowledge the fact that not everybody can be saved. You know what I mean? It's the harsh truth of it. And to your point, you're like, when I feel like it's a conflict of interest, I have to pull out. That's a prime example of understanding that not everybody can be saved. And so, yes, putting in the work, having these conversations is definitely helping. But we just have to keep in mind that not everybody can be saved. That would be my answer.
I think in that case, some people can be saved. Unfortunately, their mothers are stepping in the way and preventing that.
All you gotta do is
that's what Logic is saying. That's what he's saying. Because
I understand that part, but I was trying to get a deeper understanding of what exactly it is that the woman was doing. Was she saying like, don't interact with my son anymore, telling her son you can't be around this man who is of a positive influence on your life? Like, I don't operate in that manner. I don't even have children, so I don't even they do operate in that manner. So I was trying to get a better understanding of
what definitely becomes a liability.
So let me. It reminds me just real fast. It reminds me of a situation. Remember this situation mistaken how I had that home based kid, and then the dad called me, and then you had to take over because the dad like started texting me inappropriate messages. And so I didn't want. It was a conflict of interest. I didn't want to put myself in a bad situation, so I had to step back. And luckily, mistaken was there, and she took over the situation. It's just a bad place to be, and you don't ever want to be in an uncomfortable situation because he doesn't want to feel like, okay, if something goes down, she disagrees, it's her, like he said, his word against hers. It's just bad.
And obviously with her being in that position and having that mentality where it's just survival mode, obviously she's willing to do and say whatever, you know what I mean, to feed whatever it is that she needs to feed. So at that point, it's a liability.
And what I don't want is that I don't want people to mistake excuses and reasons.
They will call you from other numbers. These hoes are terrorists. Like I said, I'm calling it how it is. They will still try to do different shit. And it's not about, like I said, it's about, I understand it's struggle, whatever, blase, blase. And then, you know what? I'm not mad at nobody trying to take on opportunity. But like what I'm saying, for you to tell a man to stay in a potentially dangerous situation, you can't do that. I would expect you guys to do that. If you try to mentor a young man and then the dad try to step in and do anything that's unprofessional, you got to pull yourself out of that situation.
Absolutely.
And let's be clear. I never said stay. I was trying to understand what it was that she was doing that was preventing.
No, I'm not talking directly to you, Tam.
From being that positive influence. Like I said, I'm trying to get a better understanding of the situation because I think it's absolutely selfish. You got a kid that's coming from poverty. You trying to mentor him, but yet the mother is preventing you from doing that. And it's an unfortunate situation. She's absolutely out of line for that. So I was trying to no one is telling you to put yourself in any type of uncompromising situations that could potentially cost you your livelihood. Because at the end of the day, like Della said, you can't save everybody. And it's unfortunate that the women are in the way of their children having brighter futures because they choose to just settle and be in the position that they're in. But their children could always be better and strive for more, but they're preventing that. So yeah,
I wish y'all, when y'all come to DC, I want y'all to meet some of these dudes, right? These young hustler dudes, these are some of the brightest motherfuckers' minds. I'm telling you.
They always are. They always are.
Yeah.
They like if I could, if it was a law that said I can take the kids from these terrorists, I would. You know what I'm saying? Because I can actually invest more into them and make them more benefit to society than their actual moms will do. So look, I guarantee you, I move to Wyoming with them little niggas, teach them how to ride four-wheelers and shoot guns, and I will make them niggas resourceful. Instead, they mama got them on the corner. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I ain't saying she got them on the corner and they not selling dope, but it's a lot of little hustles that you have in these cities. They master these cities. You know what I'm saying? And I knew I came from that. I used to go to the Atlanta airport, to take them carts back and get quarters. You know what I'm saying? I had that hustler type mentality. I was getting mine, you know what I'm saying, regardless. And I see that in these young jits. So I know something that can come out of that. But like I said, when they intervene, any man, I'm telling you, if you do it, back your ass away.
And Logic, what I was trying to say before, like to you, and like I think sometimes people misunderstand the difference between a reason and an excuse. So when we're talking about the subject and we were saying, oh, it's this and it's that, it's not an excuse, because an excuse means I'm saying this so there is no accountability on their part. And that's not what I was saying. I was giving a reason. I was stating this is why it is like this. And there's there wasn't an issue of trying to excuse any behavior. There definitely needs to be accountability and action on their part. And I do agree with y'all wholeheartedly in terms of women and moms needing to do better. They definitely they do. I say this all the time when I'm at school. I was texting actually in a group the other day about a young lady that wore like a full body fitted see-through jumpsuit to school.
What, high school?
High school, yeah.
They let her in like that?
Well, that was the problem, is the fact that she even came through the door. I took her to the office. And it has gotten to the point that the dressing and is honestly is not just black girls. Is I was telling y'all before, is just the generation, this younger generation is about showing the body, just in general. I told her, listen, you can't stay in school dressed like that. You got the change of clothes or what have you. We're walking to the office and she's calling her mom. So the fact that she was calling her mom tripping, that somebody was saying something to her about what she wore, let me know that the mom's mentality isn't right. Because what mother would even have her child even having access to an outfit like that?
My question would be, where is the father?
Oh,
Because that damn sure wouldn't have happened if daddy was in the house either. I mean, but I mean, Logic, you know what I mean? Like I think it's really easy to put the blame on one person, especially since a lot of these you're seeing this single mother household. And so it's really easy to put all of the blame on the mother, obviously, because she's the only one there. So we get it. She 1000% has accountability as well. The father, who's not there, also has accountability for his daughter, thinking that it's appropriate to roll up in a school looking like that. Because one thing that I can tell you is that my mom may have dropped me off from school, but my daddy was picking me up when we were living in Connecticut. And I knew damn well, and I went to a Catholic school, so we had like the Catholic girl skirts and everything. I knew damn well that I wasn't walking outside with my skirt looking any kind of crazy way, because it was going to be a wrap.
See, Della, when these conversations come up, right? I ask myself, I said, who produced single mothers?
Who produced single mothers?
Women. Look.
By themselves?
Look, watch this. See, y'all got to actually start talking to these chicks and asking the right questions. I was on, I think it was Fight Club or some other thing, and this lady was talking about her baby dad or whatever, some shit. She got on the panel. She said she was 5 months pregnant, and the chat ninjas probably can sit here and they're gonna vouch for me. And then now this is what I know happened in real life. I asked her. She said, "Oh, I was with her for 2 months, and she's 5 months pregnant." And I was like, "So how did you meet her?" She said she had 2 jobs. He worked on a part-time job. Well, he was working on a part-time job, right? Dude was living a total facade. And I asked, I said, you knew that this dude was possibly going to be a detriment to you. You knew he could not raise a kid. You knew he was not going to be able to do these things. When you ask him, did he want to be a father? What did he say? He said no. So now my point is, she made herself out of a baby mama. And look, I don't believe in like, I mean, we can go back and forth with abortion and shit like that. But I said before you bring a kid into this world, because she already identified, she, you know what I'm saying? She said, hey, look, you know what? I'm gonna be on social programs. She already knows she's gonna do it. And I'm saying this is my main point. If we know this, she know this. This is premeditated. This is premeditated. Their decision is premeditated. They make themselves into baby moms. And ask some of these chicks that's baby moms, what did the man say when you told him you was pregnant? And I guarantee you at least 80% will say, I'm not trying to be no daddy. I'm not ready to be a daddy. Like I said, and if it's something that we address, we fix it. But let's address the problem. These men, like literally, and it's not an excuse for them. They're fucking, yeah. But these niggas ain't running around trying to have no babies. And I was shocked when I found out through Lapeef about the ovulatory period or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That shit was, I was like, hold up, you telling me these terrorists know? You telling they know? Out of a whole month, they got a week wonder to get pregnant? They know this?
Actually, 24 hours.
They don't they don't know.
Here come the excuses.
Listen. Let me just say this. The app, yes. So if you're talking about new day people, they do know, absolutely. But was that app available when we were younger? No, the app was not available. That's all.
Okay, but the app is available now, Shantae, and it's still happening.
Yeah.
The app is available. This girl right now is 5 months pregnant. And if I'm lying, chat ninjas get me. And I know this to be true because half of my partners I know now that's married. They got kids. And I said, because I like to quiz the niggas. I said, when you told you pregnant, what you say? Nigga, you know what I said, nigga? I ain't want to have no baby by that hoe. I was like, oh shit. It's a constant trend. So I'm just saying, if it is what it is, I don't have no sympathy for a baby mama because they chose, in most cases, we got cases out here where people that got married. I'm not talking about the minority. I'm talking about the majority. The majority of these women make themselves baby mamas. And we see it all the time. You know what I'm saying? That a dude find out a chick pregnant and they be like, no, hell no.
Let me ask this question, because a lot of the times we've even had conversations on this platform on Chic Critique where abortion has been completely villainized, you know? And so obviously it happens, right? To where if the young girl or the woman is at that point pregnant and the man is like, I don't want to be, I don't want this. I'm not going to be there. So at this point it's up to you. You know what I mean? Would it not be a conversation, I guess, when we talk about solutions to these problems, to start normalizing that option as an alternative for when mistakes happen? Obviously not using it as like a normal form of birth control, because you have to learn from your mistakes, but not villainizing the option to know that young women, if this and when this does happen, you have the options to choose differently.
The option to choose is, you say this. If a man says no, like it need to be a document. He go to it, he said, I said no. If he said no, it will be no forced child support and she would not qualify nothing, because now she's saying I can do this on my own. So let her do it.
I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. But he has to be able to sign over his rights, period. If he's willing to sign that dotted line, say I sign my rights over, because a lot of people be thinking, but people be getting child support like they don't. So if he's willing to sign over them rights and say I have no say in this situation, that is not my legacy, it's somebody else's, whoever you get married to, I think he should be able to abort it.
And you know what happens, Shantae? It won't be a baby. You know what happened? Like Team Dell said, it would change the mentality because of the incentive programs, the forced child support. It encouraged the mentality.
That's assuming that there are women who have kids look, I have kids. I've never been on government assistance in my life.
Yes,
I've never qualified.
I'm not talking about you. You're a minority. You're not the majority. So we can't take it personal. You know what I'm saying? We can't say yes, even though what I say, it probably hurt, right? You know what I'm saying? Hearing it. But I'm saying, everybody's not in the same boat. If we're talking about a majority problem, we need to discuss a majority problem. Because I say this all the time. The reason South Korea does not have an influx of baby mamas, you know why? Because they just started their child support in the late 80s. And you know what they're doing? They're not even enforcing that shit. So now, by default, if you remove the policies, you change the behaviors. Overnight, if we remove all incentive programs, and it's not even incentive programs, because incentive by definition is encourage somebody to something to do better, right? They're not incentive programs, they're lifestyles. If we remove these lifestyle programs, we remove this forced child support, you can tell you, look, them hoes that had that shit pinned on their head.
I agree. I agree.
My eggs is in the oven.
Listen,
they will put that shit on their head. They will have t-shirts. They will have eggs in the oven t-shirts. And niggas will stay away from them hoes if they got eggs in the oven. I'm telling you, it's no dude that gonna say, oh, well, we can't have sex right now because I'm ovulating. A dude gonna say, what, you is? Nigga, he getting the fuck out of that bitch.
That's a lie. That's right, the second one. That's how I got the second one. Listen, so check this out. Listen. What I don't mind that. I absolutely agree. There should not be an incentive to having a child. It should not be. Especially you should have children when you're ready. Both people are ready. But I also agree that if you're going to have a consequence for the woman, there needs to be also a consequence for the man. He should not just be out here throwing that little half seed that ain't.
Yeah. But ma'am, it is consequences.
Multiplying that seed.
See, ma'am, and I'm gonna shut up because I know Marcus. He been waiting patient, man.
Thank you, Marcus.
It is consequences for men.
I'm saying if you take away,
I pay. Wait, watch this. I pay $2,700 for one child.
Okay, but we're talking about your hypothetical. Your hypothetical situation.
No, it's not. I'm gonna show you the consequences.
Okay.
Let me not pay.
You're not listening to what I'm saying, Logic. I'm saying in your hypothetical situation where you say he can abort financial, I'm okay with that as long as he too gets a consequence.
But ma'am, what I'm telling you, if you let me finish, it is consequences now. If I don't pay my child support, so I pay $27,000, so I think the threshold is $5,000. So if I don't pay my child support for 2 months, you know my passport, you know what they do? Bye-bye. You know what?
You're not understanding what I'm saying.
Yeah, but her thing is like if you relinquish your rights, it's not about you being on child support, because your point is that if she wants to keep the child, then the man should have the opportunity to say, I don't want any parts in it. And then Shantae's point is like, okay, well, if you relinquish the rights, there should, if I'm hearing it correctly, there should still be consequences.
But this is the thing. Logic is speaking from the point of having something to lose. Right. You gotta look at the majority of the situation that the people that I know of men who do not pay child support, they don't necessarily have much to lose.
They don't have the panoramic apartment.
Women shouldn't be with the sunset view.
And my thing to that as well is getting to the point of, I hear what Logic is saying. But if we are talking about accountability, that's the thing. Accountability when it comes to sex includes two people. You can't say, oh, let's get rid of the incentives, because in his mind, all of the incentives are promoting women to have babies out of wedlock. But we could never get to that situation if both parties are taking accountability. That's all I'm saying. Like, I just hate this excuse of putting the ownership of somebody else's behavior on the woman.
You just one person. You can put it on the woman, but it has to be on both.
Because what you're saying, y'all not listening to me. Accountability do exist.
Let me finish. You can't put accountability for somebody else's behavior on someone else. So when we're talking about mentality and mindset, one of the things we had said about, you have to begin to change the mindset in order to change the behavior. So if we're condoning young men saying, "Oh, boys are gonna be boys, and when they're young and they're in their 20s and whatever, they should be able to smash whatever they want. They should go out and smash as many women as they want because that's what men are supposed to do."
Yes, but
Without
mistaken.
having the other,
I can't believe y'all just not listening.
hold
It
on,
does. Accountability
hold
does
on. Let me
exist.
finish, Logic. I did not interrupt you.
Yes, you did.
Or
But go ahead.
no, all I'm saying is if we're encouraging that behavior, we're saying, boys, go smash everything you can. But then we're saying to the girls, keep your legs closed. We're sending mixed messages. We have to be on the same page in terms of accountability. Yes, tell the girls, keep your legs closed. Anytime a dude come after you, that's what he's after. So keep your legs closed. But on the same token, we need to be telling our young men to not be trying to stick their dick everywhere and understand that if you
Everybody
do,
have some standards with
I'm
them.
sorry, I said the D word.
Wait, no. Do she get fined? Do she get fined? You remember?
It
If
wasn't
I
her
said the
agreement,
D
it was
word,
yours.
y'all would
It
have
was
been up.
your
No,
agreement.
you need to
Y'all, we
find
need to
her.
get our guests in. We need to get
Yes,
Mr.
Marcus, thank you
White's
for being so
perspective.
Right.
See
So
if
so
he'll
we
put
can, let me just wrap this up. So we can't tell boys to just put their D everywhere without having a consequence of saying, listen, if you do this, this could be the result. We have to tell both of them to take accountability. That's all I was saying.
I think both of them do have I understand what you're saying, Mistaken, but I really understand what Logic is saying. And at the end of the day, once they lay down and she's pregnant, that's it. She's pregnant. Now we can't,
Mhm.
now we're past the stage of talking about, oh, y'all have to be held accountable for having sex together. We're past that point. Now the girl is pregnant. Now, whether or not she keeps the child is 1000% her choice. And I think
Not necessarily.
Yes, it
well,
is.
no,
What
it
are you
is.
talking about?
Let me just say,
But
let me tell you this, because a lot of people don't know I don't even want to share it. Never mind.
Yeah, don't share it because you talking about somebody.
I'm not going to.
listen,
I don't even like to put that out there.
Hey, I thought we gonna let Marcus talk. We gonna let Marcus talk.
Go ahead, Marcus.
Thank you for being so
right.
patient.
No, I try not to overtalk people. Can y'all hear me fine?
Yes.
Marcus.
Y'all all look lovely. What's up, Logic? What's up, man?
Thank
What up,
you.
player, man? I like that art back there, man. You need to give me that. You did that?
Yeah, I did that.
Oh,
Oh, my
wow.
nigga, hit me up in IG. Hit me up at IG, man. I'll buy some. I need some
I
art.
set them up.
That's
No, what I was saying, like I'm in Chicago, you feel me? And I do a lot of mentoring to the shorties over here. And I've had the experience he's talking about with the mothers, but you just set a boundary, bro. You stop that as soon as she get to moving that way. You stop it, like, no, I'm not really here for this. I got somebody, and you just stay. Don't flirt with it. That'd be the main thing. You can't play flirt with them. You could be cool with them, but you just can't play flirt with them because they'll take that and run with it. And after that, you could just rock out with the shorties. You feel me? Like I got one from last week. He was telling me he had to turn himself in. He got caught carjacking and got caught with a gun. He's 16 years old. This is his second time getting caught with a gun. He's in a space mentally where I could tell every person around him is making him feel like that's a cool thing to do. He got picked up for rapping. Like one of the little local groups or what have you, they trying to cuff him, and he felt like that's his way to get on. And just being a different example or a different role model to them, it can mean life or death for the kid or for you eventually, because it's a butterfly effect on a lot of these things. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't let the mothers hitting on you discourage you. It's like with anything else. You set the boundary and you stand on your square, and they'll fall in line and understand that, it's not happening. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, it don't hinder me because ideally I'm still doing it.
Right,
See what
right,
I'm saying?
right.
It's just that I just gotta be able to, especially in the society we live in today, I have to be just as smart. You know what I'm saying? I will refuse to do something like that when I see a potential issue present itself. Because if she's to say something, pretty much, let's keep it funky. I'm innocent until proven guilty. And now I got something to lose at the end of the day. So you know what I do? I would just avoid myself in that situation.
Just don't
and
go
I
in the house.
hope
Just don't go in the house.
Yeah, I hope it don't come. But trust me, like when it happened, like constant times, you know what I'm saying? I kind of actually see, you know what? I kind of just what I do now. You see what I'm saying? Like I literally used to go out and just find a little nigga that he was dusty, and I was like, look, man, come with me and get some shoes or whatever. I don't kind of do that no more. I mean, and it's forcing me to move different because they moms. You see what I'm saying? So it is what it is. I can't really do nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? They're not my kids. But like I said, the main ones that this is what discouraged me. The main ones that this happened to was actually the brightest ones. They were the ones that see and tell you all kind of shit. You be like, how you know that? And they listen. Like these young dudes ain't what people put them up to be. Like these thugs, these killers. They ain't.
They be lost boys.
They legitimate dudes.
They be lost boys. And they value things that this internet a motherfucker. I mean, excuse my language. The internet crazy. Like when drill took over, in my city, it was open air drug trades. You know what I'm saying? When drill took over, they found a way to get paid for game banking, and that instantly boosted game banking and all this other stuff. It made it that much more dangerous for these kids, and that became the image for what it meant to be one of them dudes. Like you had to, you know what I'm saying? You had to be out here with the pole. You couldn't just rap, or you couldn't just hoop, or you couldn't just, you know, not that it's right, but hustling was the thing of our era. You know what I'm saying? It's past that for them now. They want to be known for blowing. You know what I'm saying? So
and I feel that too though, because when I came up,
don't tell you
when I came up, I used to look up the dope boys because that was the success.
Yeah.
I didn't see success outside of dope boys, lowrider trucks. You know what I'm saying? Goddamn, back in the day, you know what I'm saying? Like, do you hear what I hear? You know, you too young for that shit. That boom, that's that Kilo Ali.
Oh, we like that boom, man. I got.
That be moving down the street. See, that's why I was so not in my environment. And you got to remember, I was a jit.
In September.
Yeah, I was a jit during the Freaknik days. You see what I'm saying? So like I was literally out in the Freaknik deep. You know what I'm saying? And I'm looking at these niggas. That was the model of success. I didn't see nothing outside of that. Yeah. So what I do is I try to show them that a model of success exists outside what you see. The drill rappers, you know, DC got a big drill rapper scene. You know what I'm saying?
But we have to be present to do that. We like, I know a lot of times in the spaces, people be like, man, the niggas on their own. Once I made it, I'm gone. We can't take that approach to life. You know what I'm saying? We have to reach back. Like that's the burden of success, in my opinion. Right? Like when you giving, and what is it? When much is given, much expected. Like when you winning, and it's an abundance for you, it's only right to share. It's only right to, even if it's just knowledge, game, or time. You know what I'm saying? That's just my stance on life in general. But like we got
my mentality like that too, though. That's why I can't promote the passport brother shit. Right. No matter how much I achieve in life. Right. My best bars out here is in Temple Hills, Maryland. Ghetto as fuck. But guess what? I love that place. When I go back home, you know what I'm saying? I go to Posh and some shit like that and chill and get something to eat. But I'm going to the trap. I'm going to the shit that, you know what I'm saying, I can associate with. So now I meet people there that I'm able to sit here and just by my presence, I can actually give them information. And I want to be able to become that dope boy model to them. You know what I'm saying?
That's my whole thing in life. Yeah. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. That's all I be on.
I'm game with that. I want to be the dope boy. That's why, like, look, I don't even wear my Rolexes or none of my jewelry at no live shows in that. But when I go around them little niggas, I know that it's something about a Rolex with them niggas. They'll tell you what kind of Rolex you got. How the fuck you know that? They would tell you, oh, you got a presidential. Oh, yeah, that's it. Nigga, how the fuck you know this?
They know it all. And they'll tell
these niggas smart.
You know what I'm saying? They know it all.
They tell you the cuts of your diamond. They tell you all this shit. But you know what?
That's a VVS. That's not a VVS. That look like some. No.
But, I don't know if Chic want me to bring. I would bring one of the jits on the live and let him talk to y'all. I like. You know what I'm saying? I like. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, bring him in. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I bring the jits and watch. Listen to shit that he'll tell you. And if you talk to him, you be like, "You not from the hood." You know what I'm saying? You'll be able to tell by his language he's from the hood, But the way he able to engage in conversations, some of the shit y'all deny, he gonna put y'all on blast because he was like, nah, Team Dale, Mr. Logic, right? My mama is like that, and they don't give a fuck. I love them little niggas. Look at that Team Dale, like Mr. Logic, don't bring him. Yeah, he gonna blast your ass. Matter of fact, I'm finna call. I'm finna text him. All right, go ahead.
He acting like the Team Dale. About that piece of cake, y'all. That's all.
Yeah, don't do it again, then.
This damn cake gate. Goodness. Was
Hey,
the cake that good?
And I want to salute you because you be pushing a message forward about starting families and actually having larger families. Like that's something we really got to look into. You know what I mean? We've been stuck at 13% for like 50 years, and in a democracy led, well, republic democracy, however you want to factor it in, numbers do matter, right? That's why our political power is getting assuaged by another demographic coming in through immigration, illegal or otherwise. And it's a travesty for us to have, lost 30 million potential kids through abort, you know what I'm saying? And not figure out ways, but when we do have solid families or solid foundations, we don't replicate that. It's a movie called Idiosyncrasy, I believe it's called, where have any of y'all ever seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Where it's like the lawyer and the doctor. They say, oh, I'm gonna work on my career till I get 35. And then we're gonna start trying to have a baby. Then they start getting IVF. And then the IVF don't work. And then at 40, they still trying to have one. Then they freeze his sperm and her eggs. He dies. She's still trying to have her first baby. And then the trailer park dude, he had 9 to 10 kids at 22. His kid had 15. That's the world we creating by not procreating. You know what I'm saying? Like we have to clone ourselves and make better versions of the people we want to see out here, and then build family structures. The family, the cornerstone to the community cornerstone to the city. And it, you know what I'm saying? It stacks upon itself. So you got to keep going with that. They be looking at you crazy, but you 100% right. A single cell.
I don't care when these terrorists look at me, because guess what? They can't be back. In the space. But in the last 30 years, we went from 14.1 to actually 13.6. Now we at 13.4. We're declining. And then guess what? You can't tell most of these terrorists, not the women on these panels. I'm speaking of terrorists I be talking to on these platforms. Most of these terrorists, you can't tell them that. Like I said, I only want to come up here and show you the facts that guess what? From the 1800s, we went from actually at, you know what I'm saying, like 1.3 or something like that. It's insane. And the only reason you will have family and the only reason you have kids is to be able to do for yourself. You don't need the police presence if you got 7 kids. But tell one of these chicks about 7 kids. Oh, Miss Elijah, you tripping. I'm not trying to get no oatmeal pies. No, get them oatmeal pies. Just make sure that a man is responsible for them oatmeal pies. And now I'm so desperate now because I want to see, because I'm moving to Wyoming. You know what I'm saying? Real soon. I don't want to do because niggas might start doxing me. And when I move to Wyoming, I'm trying to potentially have the most kids I can place on that land as possible. The most kids. Like I want to leave a true legacy. Like I tell people, how many people you need for a township in Wyoming? Look that up. You going
to get to Wyoming to get married?
What?
Sisterhood of the
You're going to get married?
Look. See, there you go. This old nigga talking about.
I'm asking.
No, I'm not going to Wyoming to get married. I'm going to Wyoming because you can get you a fucking mountain for like goddamn probably about $4 million. You can get you a natural water source for $4 million. You can get you over 400 acres for $4 million. Now take that $4 million to out here where I'm at right now. You know what it get you?
A condo.
A condo. It'll get you a little townhouse. It might get you a house with a small backyard. And guess what? You paying these crazy ass taxes. Like I said, I don't know why people don't invest their money. The smartest nigga I know is Kanye West. When he got damn fucking moved to Wyoming and he bought that damn all that prop, he got a fucking mansion on damn 350 acres for $11 million. We act like $11 million is a lot of money. It's not for property.
No,
it's not.
Not
but niggas, $11 million or whatever. No, take away that big ass mansion with the robots and all that shit like that. That property Kanye West got. is probably around $4 to $5 million. That's building legacy. To be able to be in a position where you can create a township, that's legacy. That's family legacy. But everybody want to talk about dick and pussy. Everybody want to talk about BBLs. Oh, damn, I said dick.
Out of control, Logic.
Logic, that means you say that word a lot. You need to.
It's after hours. I think at this point, isn't it on the after hours?
I was docking you.
Oh yeah, whenever we pull people up, it's after hours.
So I'm up to $50 right now.
What's up, Dusto?
What's good? What's going on? I'm late to the party.
Welcome to the party.
So I missed the whole dialogue where y'all were actually complaining and probably not happy about men who are going and getting these little things.
No, we don't care.
No, you're one of the ones we don't mind going.
No, I'm not a.
We're complaining. We encourage black men to have passports.
No, actually, yeah, I'm not SYSBM. I'd say people go the best option. If a dude wants to go over to another country, go for it. If you don't.
Right.
But a lot of the dudes talking to SYSBM don't even have a passport and they never been out their own state. They're just on YouTube talking. Probably 10% of the dudes typing it and talking it. Then, if you are a person who does go and trying to go get somebody in another country or whatever, you might want to know the country. You might want to know the language. Mm-hmm. You go somewhere else and all they speak is English. What do you think they learned English for? To hustle you. So I want to know their language, their culture.
Yes.
Marcus, you a passport brother?
No.
That nigga got more passports than me.
Oh, damn.
They all say the same name though.
Them probably filled up. That you know what I'm saying? A passport book only got 50 pages? Mm-hmm. Unless you get a large one. I think a large one is 100.
How was you able to keep yours? Did you just tell them you lost it? Because they always want you to return the one you used. I'm like, no, this is my memory.
I kept mine.
These my kids' passports.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got my kids. Yeah. Like
that's what's
very
up.
good.
Introduce them babies to a different perspective.
Absolutely.
I agree.
No, you know what you'll do, Marcus? You got sons?
Oh.
Damn, my nigga.
No, I keep having daughters, man.
Shout out to the girl, Dad. You're a girl.
Shit. But you know what? When I had my son lived in Korea with me. And then after being in Korea, and he was at a young age, he came back and and this is sad. He said his exact words, "What in the fuck is wrong with black women?" He didn't say it in that thing. But he was not used to women acting that way. You see what I'm saying? He was not used to it because, like I said, when he was there, we stayed there for 2-3 years. And then when he came now, he was when he was 4. So he ended up leaving at 7. He wasn't used to women acting the way that he started acting once we got back to the United States.
All right, I'm about to get called a super simp for this, but I'm gonna tell you what
go ahead.
So I'm of the belief that the responsibility for how women behave is on you as a man. You set the parameters for the relationship, right? So if you're not getting treated correctly within that relationship, that is 100% your fault. You shouldn't have pressed go on that, and set your clear parameters, and you shouldn't have no problems. You know what I'm saying? Either she comply or you deny the relationship. It's real simple. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't argue, I don't fight on, we 13 years in. I know I told you this before, but 13 years in, I ain't never had no fights. You feel me? No.
You married?
Yeah.
Okay, so check this out, right?
Yeah.
Look, tell me, give me 6 numbers. Put 6 numbers. Just think of 6 numbers off the top of your head and put in the back chat for me because I'm going to play those numbers tomorrow. You're lucky. You're and I'm not the one to say them type of women don't exist, but in our society today, it's like me throwing a gold coin. You know what I'm saying? Me wrapping up a gold coin in a McDonald's wrapper, right? And throwing it in a McDonald's dumpster and shake that motherfucker up, right? And now look, check this out. The gold coin is in there though. But how many other rappers do I gotta go through before I get to that gold coin?
All right, so all right, you women like you a lot, right? I can gather you do pretty well with women, right?
Yeah, hoes. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Go ahead.
Do they try and
I'm
stay
sorry,
around?
I get
Do they try and stay around you after sex?
What's that?
Do they try and stay around you after you have sex with them?
Oh yeah, they don't want to leave, but they finna get the fuck out of here.
What's the limits to what they'll do to stay around you after you have sex with them?
Repeat that question.
What's the limits to what they will do to stay around you after you have sex with them?
They do all kind of shit. Act like they falling asleep. You know what I'm saying? They'll go get them a cook.
No.
What you mean?
I'm saying, like, you know how they'll get to talking about whatever you want to know. They'll tell you any secret under the world to stay there. You know what I'm saying? They'll conform to whatever you trying to do to stay around you. When that happens, you just need a clear understanding of how you want your relationship to go. I'm of the belief that I heard Anton use. It's a lot of stuff I don't agree with.
Oh, if you saying Anton, nigga, I'm finna mute the fuck out of you.
No.
Go ahead. I'm playing.
You know what he's about to say. You already know it.
Go ahead.
Analogy. That's the one thing he right about. Look, you got Lauren right here. Throw a rock, bong, gold coin. You got Tam, throw another rock, gold coin. You got Shantae, throw a pebble, boy. You got, you know what I'm saying? You gonna fall into a wife somewhere.
They perceive to be gold coins though, but they still working on. No,
Logic,
look.
shut up.
They still got they what you call the shit that they the women put on their heads?
The veil. Veil.
Which woman?
Like the Taliban women they put on their head.
Veil.
The hijab.
Whatever it is, they still see. Look, the thing
relate.
is, right? Look, because I'm a firm believer, right? I vet like fuck, right? I vet, I listen. I'm real assertive. That's why people ask me, well, Logic, like when Lori and them talk, even though y'all don't think it, like I'm listening, right? When Tam talk,
I'm listening too.
I'm observant as fuck. I'm not like the average dude. I pay attention, right?
Bro, I listened so hard. I heard Lauren talking, and I tried to hook up with one of my NBA homies. Am I lying about this? It didn't go through because he ain't right for it right now. But I was trying to get it together. Like that's what I'm saying. Like I be listening.
Why you gonna put on blast, man?
No. It ain't nothing happened. I'm just saying. Like I'm listening too, bro. These good women.
No, we're not. The thing is if you look at the way I communicate with these women, right? I actually try to sit here and say, look, I'm not a saint by far. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I done some savage shit in my life. If you meet any female that know me, they would tell you I was savage as fuck. And
that's why I keep having daughters.
I'm shocked.
Watch this. You know what? Since you gonna
I know somebody that know him, so I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked at all.
Look, it's crazy. It's a small world, right? Because Tam Wright, she know one of the little chicks I was messing with, like, I don't know.
Is it a small world or you just get around a lot?
I'm not gonna, but that made me who I am. Like look, I was a fucked up ass dude. It made me who I am. You know what I'm saying? It made me be able to get that mentality to move forward. And now I can move forward in anything and I'm not green. So that's the difference with me now. I'm far from green. Like ain't no, like if you try to run game on me, bro, I'm already on it. That's why I tell every chick, you come to my front door, you would come to this bitch barefoot and butt naked. You leave your shit, I leave my shit. You come, we build together. You know what I'm saying? I got a plan for the next 2, 5 to 10 years. You just build on that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like this, I'm not selling for nothing else. That's why I can move the way I move. You know what I'm saying? Because I had experience. You know what I'm saying? If I was trying to fight all this shit when I was younger, I wouldn't be the man who I am now. Like I said, men need to run a train. Men need to have threesomes. Men need to leave one house and go. Look, I'm just saying.
I'm not disagreeing with none of that. All I'm saying is that if you want a wife, bro, I see a lot of people in the space make this. To me, this is the mistake that they make. They feel that people are going to be completely who they want them to be, and that they just going to meet them and it's going to work. And I'm a firm believer that we set the standard, the way things go, and then your woman, if she loves you, will mold to that, and then it will flow perfectly. But that requires instruction, communication, and to be clear and concise when you're saying stuff to them. Anything outside of that promotes a whole lot of confusion. And I think a lot of men be like, no, if she ain't right, I'm not teaching nobody, I'm not trained. If you're a leader, you have to teach. If you go, if hypergamy exists, it's because you're wiser. All these things are necessary. It's the natural order of how things are supposed to go.
But see, you got to realize this: we can't throw around this leadership. Because I was talking to Laura about this yesterday. Look, you can't be a leader without a plan. And she was like, "No, Elijah, no, you can't."
Whoa, I never disagree with you.
Yeah, you did. But I looked at the replay though.
I agree. I agree.
I'm saying that's our problem. The reason these men cannot be leaders out here is because these niggas can't spare a plan.
No,
like,
it's
they don't have a
out
plan
here
for these ladies to follow.
But I'm saying you got a plan, or you have a portion of a plan. You say I'm gonna move to Wyoming.
No, nigga, I got a plan, nigga. My shit is certified. You know what I'm saying? But that because I have a plan, I'm picky as fuck. Like my goddamn terrorist tier list, I'm marking on that bitch. I'm checking it twice. You better find out who Nadia is nice. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, look.
You meet a woman, are you bringing that list? Are you bringing that list? You said you're very intentional with dating, right? So with your terrorist list, are you bringing that list on the first date and you like checking it off? Like, do you like hot Cheetos? You do. It's over. The day is over.
Look, like on one of these panels, I actually, and I don't normally do it, but I actually presented my plan. Some of what one female said, Logic, I want to know what your plan is. So on the panel, I sent it to her. And she said, that's certified. I never saw anything like that. Like I said, and then after a time, you detail it. Because that thing about that plan is it will always be modified, but it will always be upgraded. Right. You know what I'm saying? And I told her, I was like, look, yeah, you know what? And she had questions, right? Because she dating some little nigga. So now she trying to guide this little nigga. And I was like, she was asking the question, what this is the thing, right? Because he don't have shit
to you, so you could talk to him and he could come up with
so you know what? If you like the nigga, you know what? Give him Mr. Logic plan. I'm gonna start a Patreon for these niggas. And then I ain't, because I don't want no money. I don't even do it like that. I do it out of love. Let me ask
y'all a question. What happens when a plan changes? And the reason I'm asking is because I know somebody who's in a situation where years, like they've been together for years. And what I loved about them is that like every year they get together and like they called it like their dream book or dream plan, and they would just write out their dreams for each other, like in the future, like how it's going to be. And they do this all the time. And it got to a point that one person still wanted the same dream and the other person didn't.
Well, ma'am, if you say it's a dream is not a plan.
Well, I don't mean necessarily a dream, but it was
I'm
like,
just going by what you say.
I'm sorry.
In those type of situations, I think that's more of that partnership relationship where we're like, you're who you are when I meet you and I'm who I am, and then we try and make it work together. I do not think those relationships work. I'm sorry. I think there needs to be a clear understanding of somebody is like, okay, I'm with you. We can't both be there. Somebody has to be with the other person. Because when you get an impasse or reach that fork in the road, if you're both just together, like, oh yeah, I want to go left, I want to go right, you do what you want, I do what I want. That is how divorce happens. That is how you split up a family. That is how you break up legacy. That is how you mess a whole plan up.
But I'm gonna give you an example of how a plan get modified.
Well, what if it? What I guess what it was. I mean,
hold on. Let me give you an example.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm gonna give you an example of my plan and how it can be modified, right? So I'm going to Wyoming, right? Wyoming right now, I don't have to pay no property taxes because I'm 100% VA disabled. So no property taxes, right? Now, if somebody show me a plan or can present something to me that I can get that same bang in Texas without going out west in the desert, then I'm with it. Or, you know what? South Dakota is a place I looked at. But what South Dakota don't got is South Dakota don't give me 100% tax exemption. South Dakota actually looks better than fucking Wyoming. So now I'm open, like I said, if somebody comes to add to that plan and modify it to make it better, then I'm all game for it. But they're not changing the base of my plan. Like it's probably something that's gonna present itself. I don't know. In a minute, South Dakota might change their laws to where I can be 100% tax exempt. So now, if you can show me, oh yes, it makes sense to do that. So that's how when you go into modifying plans, but you know what you're not doing, you're not changing my plan.
Right.
You're not changing the premise of where we're going to be at. You see here and say, hey, look, I found this out. You know what? This is a better option. I'm all ears at that point. But if you can't do that, you know what? Another thing, my kids don't have to pay for college. I can have 10 kids and the government gonna pay for my college. They college, right?
Well, you need to start producing these kids, man.
No.
You got to get it going. This is
if you show me where a state give you more benefits for that, then now I can sit here and look into it. But you're not gonna make me go to Hawaii and goddamn, and Hawaii, they property is fucking ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? Like you're literally paying like almost fucking $5 million for a hood home.
Yep.
It makes no sense. It's not beneficial. So like I'm saying, all plans is subject to review. But if you input into that, you got to show how this is improving the plan. Other than that, shut the fuck up and color.
What's the
You're
purpose?
not gonna tell me I'm not going to Wyoming because ain't no Starbucks. Well, guess what? We got water. We got four-wheelers. I can name a mountain after you. You talking about a goddamn Starbucks? See, that let me know I'm dealing with a rat. So to Marcus' point, they vet themselves out. Literally. I ask them simple questions. They be like, oh, I don't know about that. Where's the closest mall? You ratchet motherfucker. See, you're not thinking about nothing big. You're thinking about simple. We can still have the houses everywhere else. We can get the flight and go visit. But I'm gonna shut up. Talk about this.
No, that sounds like a good plan. What I want to know is how can we get some accountability with you and get you a time clock on finding this wife, man? We need you to get this.
Yes.
I'm going. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go to the project. I'm gonna find me a chick with 8 kids, and I guarantee you, with them 8 kids, it would be a town called. Damn, I was about to say my last name. It would be a town with my last name. Cause I'm past that shit to looking at, like, even though I talk about the oatmeal pies, but I talk about it for the concept of relationships. But I'm past that. Like my dreams are bigger. Well, not my dream. My plan is bigger than just looking at these bullshit. How she look, how fat her titties is, how fat her ass is. Guess what?
Looking for a mentality, a mindset.
Yeah, because that ass gonna be disintegrated anyway. That ass gonna be gone in probably about another 10 years. So what you gonna do?
You're going to make your woman feel very insecure about her body because you keep saying stuff about cream pies and all of that after she done had all your babies.
Look, I'm going to look
listen, wait, hold on, Mike. Because this is a perfect example of them not listening. This is a perfect example of them not listening.
No, to his point, he said if you have the baby by him, he don't care about
he said he don't care about you.
He's not taking nobody else.
But he done already, I know most women, if they listen to this, hearing him say this over and over, and then they get with him and they get it, that's going to be an automatic insecurity right there because it's like, oh, he's saying that and I have it.
Well, not if she doesn't know that
understand my public. Go ahead, Tam.
Not if she doesn't know that he's been saying, if she's not familiar with who he is and on a public platform speaking like that, she know to have that insecurity about it. I mean, as long as he's not saying it to her after she's went through 9 months of carrying his child and then giving birth, now that's a different story. But if she doesn't know,
I said a million times,
carry my kids,
a man is responsible for them oatmeal pies.
Right.
Every oatmeal pie in this world right now. No, every oatmeal pie is a man out there that's responsible for that oatmeal pie. It is. And now I'm saying, hold the men accountable. Be selective. Because like I said, that's the biggest sacrifice that a woman got to offer a man. Her body.
And we appreciate them. Thank you for bringing my kids into this world. It's nothing like rubbing on that stomach, putting the bio oil on there. You know what I'm talking about? When you be
all that.
Get it together, kiss the little belly. I feel a little leg kicking, all of that, Joe. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a different feeling. You walk in the house, them kids run, Daddy, I love you, hug your legs and shit. If you ain't got that, you missing out. People need to understand what I'm glowing on the inside thinking about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, to anybody that left their families, I feel bad for y'all, bro. You missed out. You missed out on a lot. A whole lot.
I don't think I'm missing out right now. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh no, Tam, you need to goddamn.
Tam said she ain't missing out.
But y'all know my story. I had to take care of my niece and nephew due to
Tam.
I'm like, man, this ain't for me.
Tam.
You gotta get old.
I got a word of advice for Tam.
What?
Take some dick and do a handstand. Look, you need. But be selective though. Be selective.
Hold on. Nobody said I couldn't take dick. I just did say I just don't know if I want kids or not. It's a difference.
But it wasn't a part about taking. Oh, my bad. Taking the
handstand so you can get pregnant.
I'm talking about do a handstand so you can make sure all them seeds go to the proper position.
Tam, can you tell me what's your apprehension about children? What's your apprehension about kids?
I used to be certain that I wanted at least one biological child. It was like absolutely hands down. But then I was put in, I'm grateful that I was in a space where I could step up for my family and do that. But I was put in an unfortunate situation where my life had to be uprooted back home. And I had to take care of my niece and nephew for almost a year. A 1 and 2 year old that I wasn't receiving any type of financial assistance. I became a single parent overnight, taking care of 2 children. And it was a lot. And that's not a vision that I had for myself when I had dreams and thoughts about being a mother, a parent. I didn't see the vision of being a single mom and doing it myself. So I think that put me in the mind frame. It really made me feel like, one, I thought I was really ready for this, but you don't always, like, none of us can see the future as far as if that man is going to stay with me once I have his, or once we get married and have his child. That still doesn't change the fact that I may end up a single mother. And for me, I know that is not the lifestyle that I want for myself. Salute to all single parents that do it. That shit ain't for me.
All right, so let's break them down one by one. So first of all, having 2 kids under 2 is it's an energy, a pamper. It's a whole experience. I feel you. Now it's traumatic if you're doing that on your own. I get that. You need somebody there with you, and splitting that work in half takes all of that and alleviates that feeling from you. It's the difference between running a marathon that damn near kill you and a light jog. You know what I'm saying? So don't let that influence how you view your next phase in life. And as far as the possibilities, I mean, you could go outside and get hit by a car. You know what I'm saying? If you worry about the worst thing that can happen at all times, you can never really enjoy and experience the best things in life. So I have a good feeling that you're not one of the women that would end up a single mom. If you chose a man, you move forward, and you've been on these panels long enough. You hear everything that men think. You start to see men how we see men. Probably after a while, you like, nah, dude, ass ain't no shit. He probably gonna be a good father. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And as a good father, I go to war with God behind my kids. I ain't gonna lie to you. So I'm not just walking away because I'm unhappy. Like, so I wouldn't put that on your brand.
You know what's so funny? Let me just real fast, and I'm gonna move this because I want to move this super chat so I can see the bottom row. But that's crazy because let me just tell you. So there's a certain person at my job, and she's not a Black woman, but she got pregnant, right? 2 years, that baby. So she was off 1 year. So that kid 2 years ago. So she took off. Her husband was like, "I want you to leave the job and be a stay-at-home mom." Why did she come back? And we asked her what happened, and she said that he left with another woman.
Look. Well, guess what? Yes, that might have
She's
happened.
not a Black woman, though. She's a white woman, but it just.
But that might have happened. But what you're doing, Look, I want to show y'all this video, man. Cause look, it was crazy, and I felt like, cause a lot of time I was talking about this shit, I thought I was insane, but I was looking at Fox News, cause I look at all newses. You know what I'm saying? I look at Fox, NBC, MSNBC.
You give me Fox vibes, but go ahead.
Okay, there you go. This nigga shit. All right, and I saw this little piece from what's the guy who made Apple?
Steve Jobs.
Steve Jobs. He was talking about the actually the breakdown in the school systems, and then it was true. You know what? I don't know. I let me see. Can I play it? I get it together. Hold on. Go ahead.
Yes, they were married.
Can I ask you some more questions about this? So, how long were they together before
I don't know. They were married. They weren't together. They were married.
Right, but how long were they?
I don't know, but she wasn't that old. She may have been in her 20s, like late 20s.
It's everybody's situation unique. I'm sure it was some real extenuating.
I mean, but we live in Atlanta. That ain't.
Like he might have left for another man or something. I don't know. I'm just saying. Like,
no, she said that. You know, I try not to. She and I are not friends. You know, but so of course I'm not gonna be all up in her business or whatever. But and I told mistaken. Did I call you to you this mistaken? I was like, oh,
you a doctor, right? You a doctor?
Yes.
No. Oh, yeah, she's a doctor.
I have a doctorate. I'm not a medical doctor.
No, Shantae, you a doctor, right?
No, I'm not. I just date them a lot. But listen,
damn.
So look.
I was trying, the point I was gonna make, you just threw me off with that. For some reason, I thought you was a doctor. What the point I was gonna make was when people enter medical school, not everybody graduate, not everybody finish their clinicals and residency. That still doesn't mean you don't go for something that's worth it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely. I'm not trying to deter Tam. I was just giving the juice. Like that was
that situation.
That's not even.
Look,
you know,
y'all supposed to be the friends that tell her, girl, it's gonna work for you.
They try to
be delusional about.
Let me tell you something.
This is a realistic thing. This should be the thing you uplift and hold her on.
I will always tell
as a matter of fact, not only is it gonna work, I'm gonna make sure it works. Because girl, I'm gonna hold you accountable to make sure you're doing right by your family.
Listen, my friend,
like we need to be them type of support systems for each
Absolutely.
My friend definitely was like, girl, that was a unusual circumstance. It's different when you have your own kids. And I'm like, it's deeper than that for me, because I'm looking at it from the responsibility aspect of things. I like my freedom, and having my freedom snatched away like that was, listen, that was something
when you turn 65, and retire, you gonna just travel the world with maybe a boo or something?
No, I plan on being married, and if I decide that I don't want children, the person that I marry may have children, and I could become an influential person in their life, and they'll love me as a bonus mom. Like, it's not the end all be all if I don't procreate and have children. I think that it is one of the most selfless act that a person can do if they know in their heart of heart that they don't want children and decide not to have children instead of letting people force that on them, and they end up being a shitty parent and fucking that kid up in the long run. Because I've seen people like that. I have kids,
but I don't think that's you, because you said you wanted kids and you were traumatized. I'm saying I don't want the trauma to take root in you. I don't want that trauma to just sit inside you like that. You know, I salute you for taking that on. You know what I'm saying? Not a lot of people can do that. And thankfully you was responsible enough that they looked to you and thought of you.
You been too sweet. You been too sweet, brother. Look.
No, give me my no. Let's keep it no logic. Let's keep it
no, not that sweet like that. I'm not gonna go hard on you.
At the end of the day, I could have said no, but that is my family, and I was in a position to where I could step up to keep my niece and nephew from going into the foster care system. So that was one of the most selfless things that I could have done for them.
Well, I'm with you, but this is the point. This is the point where he trying to say. I'm gonna wrap it up into what I say all the time. You come to a man's door, you come to the door naked, barefoot and butt naked. And it's not saying that the physical, it's the mental. You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand you had to go through all that stuff, but if you come to this household and you bringing that, you're actually bringing trauma to that household. You know what I'm saying? The thing is what you got to understand. If that man is about his purpose and he understands his purpose and he understands your purpose, you giving him a child will solidify something way deeper. But you can't do it the opposite way. What we see is why we see a breakdown, like I discussed earlier, is because you're trying to force somebody to be a father. You cannot force nobody to be a father. All you produce is baby daddies. So I don't think you even qualify for the situation, because I know if you know what I'm saying, and I've been talking to you enough on these panels. I know going into it, you'll already know that guy will tell you, hey, look, I want to make you the mother of my child. The mother of, he didn't say he want to make you a baby mama. He want to make you the mother of that child. If you're about your purpose too, it's a bond that you would not be able to describe. I'm telling you.
Absolutely.
That shit, it goes far beyond titties, my bad, breasts, fat buns, fat vaginas. It goes beyond that. You start looking, because now you're actually living your purpose. And everything that man gonna do is to make sure that purpose succeeds. That's a difference. But we don't see that today, though. You know that, right?
Completely changed my life. I'm talking about.
All right, you guys, let me get to these super chats real fast. I don't know if I did this one or not. Can you hit it?
I got you. Physical poetry, $4.99. Time for a hard decision to be made. We're going to sink if we keep trying to save everyone. Some people will have to drown. Jason C, $5. Respect for Marcus's patience. Still hasn't said anything.
Oh, that was so well.
That was
yeah. E, $6.99. Respectfully, most American Black women are not marriage material, and even if married, American Black women are the only group that have a higher divorce rate than marriage rate.
Actually, Black men have a higher divorce rate than Black women.
There she go to nigga shit. See,
it's facts.
But wait, then who are they marrying?
Even when they marry outside their race, they have a high divorce rate. Actually, when Black women,
we were saying earlier that men and black men and Black women are married to each other, and they both have like a high percent to be married. So if Black men have a higher percent of getting divorced than Black women, then who are these men married to?
No, she's saying, I think you were saying interracial. If they interracial dating, interracial marriage.
No, he was saying, okay, so what he was saying was he put us in a group all together, a higher divorce rate. But I was telling him that's not true. Yes, we have a higher divorce rate when we marry them. Absolutely. But when we marry white men, we have actually a very high success rate, high success rate when marrying somebody white. Whereas for them, they have a high divorce rate.
It increases. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Hi, beautiful lady at the bottom.
But we know they're perfect now.
Hey, do you see that? Do you see that simp in the chat? See, this is niggas like this is the problem.
Where?
Who?
We are. Thank you.
Daryl.
Listen, thank you, Daryl.
See, niggas like that. You know what? Niggas like that, they should be put on an atomic bomb and be tested material. Because you can't tell if you see a problem that persists in a majority, right? And I say, is some Black women God? No, they ain't God. Because then what do that make me?
We're goddesses.
No, okay, there you go. That nigga shit. See, that's the problem.
I'm invisible here.
No, logic. Part of the ideology behind that be all right, so they can give life, sustain life from their body. And when people get into like different forms of spiritual systems, they view people in different ways. So I think what he's saying is they give life to our community, they give life to our people, they can feed and sustain.
Do they give life or do they receive life?
No. And who else can bleed?
No. Wait. That was a question. Wait. That was a question. Hold up. You see the Black woman is God mentality? Wait, Marcus. Do they give life or receive life?
They receive life, nurture it, and then they
give okay. Wait. So now, if they receive life,
they nurture it, and then it sprouts.
Okay, if they receive life based off of your terminology, creators, right? Who is God?
The union.
I'm
God buddy. So I'm not God buddy.
But you see, all I'm doing is I'm discussing the point.
I'm saying I'm God buddy. I'm not negating that. I'm just saying.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying. But you see how when dudes say this kind of shit, you know what they try to do? They just trying to fuck. If a nigga come in and say, black woman is God, you know what? He just try to fuck.
Yes.
And then guess what? Hey, watch this. As soon as he busts you down, you're no longer God. See, that's what I'm trying to protect women for.
But that makes you a lovable woman.
If
a man can say that to you and you've just fallen for it. Like what?
There are a lot of women that fall for it.
They fall for it. That's my whole point. Like I'm telling men, right? The argument, and I'm with Marcus with the argument of why people say that, right? But let's go to the biology. It's not true. Eggs in women is dormant. It's no sign of energy, no sign of life. If you're going to say somebody is God, where is energy come from when you're dealing with the reproductive organs?
Okay, y'all.
She don't want to hear that.
No, I just don't care. I mean, it's not that serious. Just don't call us God. It's okay. It's not gonna make, like, I'm not gonna put it on my driver's license. God, Shantae. Like, it's not that serious. We're making a whole conversation about that. Thank you, Darrell. If he thinks we're gods, that's great. You know, I'm not understanding this right now.
So
okay,
if I'm understanding.
Okay, go ahead. Yes, this is what I want to say. Yes, you were.
How do you pronounce your name?
Thank you. It's Saida. Nice to meet you.
Thank you for joining us, Saida. What's up?
Again, hi.
So if I'm not understanding, he's saying that a sperm can survive on its own if it's life.
Girl,
wait, you see wait,
biologically?
Right?
No. I'm just biologically.
Ma'am, did I say that first? Wait, no. See, now,
you didn't say that.
Wait, I'm not gonna let you get away with it. Did I say that?
That's why I'm asking. I said,
okay, you know I didn't say that.
I said, if I am understanding correctly, so please correct me.
I said sperm is an energy source.
Okay, that cannot survive on its own, so it's not life itself.
You see,
right?
and she a terrorist from another country. This is crazy.
I'm just
she try to make a point.
Terrorist in another country.
But your point is not a fact.
She's still there.
Your point is valid, but it's not a fact. That's what I'm saying. That's the only thing that I'm saying.
Sperm is not energy, ma'am.
So okay, so if
sperm, is sperm energy? Yes or no?
It cannot keep the energy by itself. When it's energy, it can survive on itself.
It's sperm energy. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, that was my point I made, right?
It will only last 2 hours. It will only last 2 hours.
What was my point, ma'am?
I'm giving you another
point. If you want to talk about signs of life, compare life, the signs of life, energy, right? Sperm to eggs. Which one shows signs of life?
None of them is nothing without the other.
Oh my fucking God, lady. See this.
All right, y'all, listen.
Eggs after being fertilized.
Listen, y'all. So we got another super chat. Let's do the super chat.
All right, I'll leave it alone. But
we got a hater in the super chat.
No, the female vagina also helps the sperm maintain energy. So.
$6.99. Darrell, your God has deleted over 20 million babies in the last 40 years, 80% overweight, most single mothers, most unmarried, most in poverty.
Thank you for the $6.99.
Well, we haven't. I thought he was calling us guys. We ain't speaking for everybody else.
Right. I thought he was talking about us too.
Oh, he was talking
Go
about
ahead. Say that, Saida.
Wait, can I just say this?
Oh God, is it gonna throw us off?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
So no.
Let her cook.
No, it's just what Logic said, and I think this goes to the whole thing. A lot of times, like I just think it comes across that a lot of times men don't respect what women bring to the table. You know what I'm saying? Like it comes across, and I don't think that everybody thinks like that. But just like what Logic was saying about men and sperm, I just look it just a Google search. It just says no. I'm gonna bring it back to the thing. So it says after ejaculation, mammalian sperm acquire energy from nutrient molecules found in the seminal plasma and in the female reproductive tract environment. So what I'm trying to say is that a lot of times men do give us life or give us things, but kind of like I think Lauren had said this before about what women do is we multiply it, right? So we're givers. So even in that connection of receiving your sperm, we're giving it energy, we're giving it life as well. Just don't I just think a lot of times we don't look or value. A lot of times it comes across as men not valuing what women add to their lives.
This just these men,
That's
girl.
it.
It's
That's
just
it.
these guys. You got to step outside the box. It's just these guys.
Oh my God.
Okay,
Do you see
let's
how
move
this is
on.
crazy?
Yes, Saida, go ahead. Did you have anything you would like to? Is that what you wanted to? Add?
Yeah, I just don't like to get into arguments that are, makes no sense to other people. Like, I'm just gonna leave it alone. You can continue with the next question if you have any.
Where's JR with the gunshot?
Hey, we can see your AK-47 in your background. Can you like lay it down?
Logic, be nice.
Bro, I thought you was talking about me. I'm like,
Well,
damn,
I was looking like, oh,
You see, that's what happens. That's what happens when you don't take anything personal. I'm like, he's not talking to me. So
That was good though, was it? You didn't catch that?
I got it.
AK-47 terrorist. All right, I guess not.
oh, bro, I
you
thought you
are
really
the
said a
expert.
poem. I'm
So
like, yeah, I got
What
a
you know,
question for y'all.
Can I play this video?
No.
No, it's not
Wait,
nothing
I need
about.
to get a.
It's
I
not
need to.
nothing.
I need to pre-approve it.
Oh my fucking God! All right, fuck it then. Let me take
Oh,
off.
What's the video?
we're up to $60 now.
It's just a statement that Elon Musk made. That's it.
Okay, go ahead.
Not Elon Musk. What's his name? Steve Jobs.
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 That's Fox News too.
You were right, Shan.
Can y'all hear it?
No.
Oh fuck. All right, fuck it. No video. All right, I ain't gonna do all that. I'm tired.
But you know what I find ironic though? This probably gonna blow some people, but all right. So most of the other liberal states are the ones where abortion is legal, right?
Mm-hmm.
But those states also have squatters' rights laws, right?
I have to take your
Does
word
that
for it.
make sense?
Hmm.
Squatters' rights in abortion law, like I don't know. Maybe y'all understand what I'm saying.
No, I mean, I want to know the core. I want to know
I
what you.
try to find a
I'm trying to
correlation.
understand you.
Between the two.
All right, so you sharing a body with the baby at that point, so the baby technically can prove that it lives
They
there.
have squatters'
You
rights.
got squatters' rights.
Like in the squatters' rights state, how y'all is able to do this? That's all I'm saying. I don't know.
You're
I be
right.
thinking about
Yes,
random
squatters'
stuff
rights.
like that.
I agree, Mark.
I like that.
Market.
You can't make that baby go up. That baby does not want to go.
Right, it's squatters' rights. Like, I'm just saying.
I love it, Marcus. I absolutely love it.
That was funny.
Did you? I know some people just came on. Did you guys have anything to say about the passport, bro? Or you just guys are, just coming up here to chop it with this?
Oh yeah,
Go
I would
ahead.
like to hear Saida's yes on the whole passport, bro.
yeah, I wanted to say I didn't hear the entire conversation, but I think it's you guys were talking about men that travel outside of the United States, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So I think more women that are outside of the United States should join these places to say their experience with men that travel, and
We would love for you to come. Come
they're
on.
they're not getting married with these women. They see there's good women out there, but they still don't get married with them. That's for sure. Only a few. And honestly, most of the men that I see that they get married with other women are white men. And I'm saying I am a tour guide. I am an English teacher as well. And I'm around tourists a lot. So I can tell what they do, what they think, their behavior. And sometimes they are like into like, hey, where can we find the girls or whatever. And my job is just to tell them, like, refer them to places, right? So I only go with tourists and groups to hikes, volcanoes, and stuff like that. But when they want to go to places like to find girls, that's not my job, and I don't want to be around. So that's exactly what I think about this type of man. The man that is really looking for something serious, he stays to meet their family, to go around the woman, and he behaves. But just going traveling for a couple of days, weeks, and that's it, living. That's you're just doing the same thing that you're doing in the US, taking advantage of these women and expanding your traumas elsewhere. And I'm saying it because there is a man that tried to date me, but he was asking me on the first 10 days that he was in the country that if I wanted to be his girlfriend. And I'm like, what do you mean? Like, you're here for 10 days. So my question was more like for the future, like after these 10 days, what happens? And I am in my right to ask those questions. But he was doing things that were very I don't want to say red flags because that's kind of like everybody's using that term now, but to me were alarming. You know, it was things, behaviors that I was like, he's very manipulative, and he's comparing me to another culture. Like he was doing that a lot, and I didn't like it. And I was like, you know what? No, you're not talking to another woman from your country, bringing your traumas here. So I was like, I gotta stop you right there.
So okay, I got a question for you. You in Honduras, right?
No, El Salvador.
El Salvador. Okay. It's not a military base there.
Is
What I
what?
see, I say I don't know if it's a military base there in El
There
Salvador.
is a military base here,
It
yes.
is. Oh, okay. In that military base, what's the percentage of men that actually marry the women?
I don't know that, but not too
Okay.
many. Not too many because I have friends that
Oh,
actually one of my good friends he retired from the military recently, and we've been friends like for 2 years. And he traveled to Thailand, and he's doing the same thing. And I discussed these things with him, and that's why I know what I'm telling you because I
well, see,
actually know that that's what's up.
this is my point I'm making, right? With this passport bros, that you got somebody coming to your town for a week, right? What do you think they're trying to do if they ask you out on a date?
Exactly.
They try to so, but now let's use the example that I did with Honduras. A lot of the men are marrying them Honduras women because they're there for a prolonged period of time. They're not actually there for a whole week that they can just, you know what I'm saying, slang on. So the whole passport, bro, like I don't agree with the whole passport brothers mentality because all you telling dudes is to go there for a week, get you some pussy and leave. But I have seen the positives of it in Honduras. I have seen the positives of it in South Korea. Like I said, and then these men that's there for a prolonged time, not they're just there for a week. Or anytime you go for a week, you know you're just trying to fuck, right? Ideally. If you go to Hawaii and you're a Hawaiian chick and you meet a tourist, you know he's not trying to have a relationship. He's just trying to hit. So, but it do work with the women because they are more cooperative than what they normally see. If the guys live there. So I see what you're saying, but yeah, kind of. If a guy was a tourist and he was coming there and he said that he wanted to be your girlfriend, he was literally just telling you he want to fuck, but he just trying to sweeten it up for you.
Oh no, I know that. You're not giving me or enlightening me. I know that. I've been knowing that. I'm just saying that women need to know this. Like girls, like from other countries, need to actually say that and be aware that this also happens. That just because he's in town doesn't mean that he really wants to marry you. But that's the part where I agree with men, where like women are delusional because they just go on a date and they automatically think like, oh, this is my potential, and we fall for potential. And it shouldn't be like that. The potential is something we create in our mind, and it's not the reality. It's not what that man really is. So that's why we have to be really careful. And that's what I did. I was like, I don't know. This is suspicious. I don't like this behavior. I don't like the comparison with another culture when I'm not like that. I think I mentioned this. Probably you were there, Logic, in that panel when I say the man said, since I cook for everybody in my family and this is so common for me, that didn't make him feel special because I do it. So I'm like, so if this is what men in the US ask for, I don't understand what else I could do. So he actually diminished what I do and when some men want and think like you should bring to the table, like, be submissive and all that. So that's what I'm saying. Like when you go to another culture, they just want to take advantage at the same time.
To play devil's advocate.
Saida, I got a question. How is that different? Okay, men want vagina, and they usually want it right now. That's in the United States. That's in DR. That's in Colombia. That's in Canada. And it's probably in El Salvador.
It
Anywhere.
is.
Anywhere.
So
You're a man, yes.
What's the difference? What's the point? Somebody in Atlanta is going to walk up to somebody in a strip club or in the parking lot of the mall and ask for some buns. What's the point?
The point is that women should be more careful. That's what I said. Because in reality, men are not. Don't trust men's word by saying, I am good, I'm a leader, I'm this, I'm that.
Well,
I don't trust words. I don't
also
trust
a
words,
guy-
and you can judge me on that. I trust actions. What are your actions? What are you doing?
So I think
I don't
that
trust
what she
the
said,
week
this
after-
is what I gathered.
What I'm saying is a week later, there's going to be an El Salvadorian dude talking in Spanish. Hola, mami, ven acá. He's going to want the same vagina.
And that's fine.
What's the difference?
It's the same. That's what I'm saying. Like women need to be more careful. So what you're saying that men with the passport finding women, marrying women is BS. They're not.
No, I'm saying I know some people, black, white, other races, even white women that went and found spouses overseas. Most people in America, or most people in general, ain't finding people. Hell, I'm still single. But what they do is they shame the passport people and say, "Oh, you're just out here looking for this." But then the same women who were saying it got bent over and stuck by a raw dog running 2 weeks ago. So what's the point? And they got 2-3 kids.
So
I don't
why would you go overseas and do that? Why would you go overseas and then do that to those women over there? That's kind of what she was saying.
No, easy answer.
Keep your trauma here where it is. Don't bring it over there to them. They deal with it.
Very easy answer. The women weigh 120 pounds.
My point is that men will do what men do, period.
Yes.
That's your point. That's your point.
All men, though.
All men. Yes.
Yes.
Anyone
I agree.
do that's what they have to do. But you gotta stop putting it in a nice way. That's my problem.
I'm just decreasing the shame for people with the passports.
I get it. Like, so wait, my point is that it's fine if you're doing that, but don't say that you having a passport, makes you better because you are doing better when in reality you're behaving the same way that you're doing.
Oh no, I've seen a lot of the passport bros are super dusty, and a lot of them are international simps, out-simp American simps by a long shot. They send in iPhones. I've seen all kind of crazy stuff.
But I don't think Sarah. I don't think nobody. You're pretty much. What you just said is what I said last night. That literally, but I tell women that this all the time. If I hit Laura up in her DMs and I say, "Laura, you look beautiful on that panel the other day. I want to take you out on a date." Ideally, I'm telling her that I have intentions of having sex with her.
True.
That's it. I'm just wrapping it up in a different bow because all paths lead to the box. Some men do it differently, but they gonna go on the dates with you. They gonna all this romantic bullshit. But the overall purpose for a man being with a woman is to have sex. And when I say this on these panels, you know what? I get so much pushback by the women when they know the only reason a dude is trying to talk to them is for the possibility to have sex. Yes, she might be nice. Yes, all this, but everything leads to this. So I'm in total agreement with you.
Baby.
I said, who's disagreeing with you? I think
shit, you go to the Thursday night panel. No, guys don't look at me for sex. They really have a true interest in me or whatever. This and that. No.
I mean, I think they can still have a true interest, but the interest too is sex.
No, we have to be realistic that
biologically you have more than one interest. Yeah, you're nice, you're cool, but I still
you know what the problem is, Logic, and I think I got to understand you in a way, it's the wording that you use. I think I said it last time as well. It's just the wording we don't like, because I'm gonna be honest with you, when you speak it sounds like you're attacking. So when, and I'm gonna say it in general, so when someone is attacking you as a human being, your job is to raise your bars of protection regardless who it is,
Okay.
period. So that's the problem, the wording that you use, because if I put it in this way, I'll say that yes, biologically, a man wants to have sex with a woman because they need to reproduce. That's their job. That's what we came here in on this earth for.
Yeah.
We're here to reproduce.
But
So
Sarah, what you just said, right? And I said on this panel, right? A man just want to spread his seeds. He just want to nut, right?
and that's fine.
No. But wait. Because you said what I said is I'm attacking, right? It's not attacking. It's just, I'm just saying, if you're super sensitive, it's not ready for these real conversations. Because what you used to, this is why you think it's attacking, right? You're used to men telling you what you want to hear instead of telling you what it is. See, what Mr. Logic ain't gonna do is I'm not gonna wrap it up in these pretty bows and say, hey Tam, you look good in that hat today. I like that white blouse you want to do.
Thank you.
But what Logic can say is, Tam, them titties look good. I want to fuck. What's
Sorry.
wrong with that?
No.
What's wrong with the truth? See, you take the truth. Wait. Let me finish. I'm almost done. You take the truth. It hurts you because you're used to people buttering you up. And you wonder why you end up getting hurt at the end because he had to butter you up with all these lies and dreams. When I'm not going to do that. I'm going to bypass all that.
You can be honest without being vulgar.
Can I say something? You as men want us women to respect your nature of you wanting to F all the time and being visual and all that. Now you as a man have to respect the biology of a woman of being emotional and being a woman, and part of the femininity, the feminist part of us is being emotional, because that's what makes us feminine. Also the ability to show our emotions. So it's contradicting that you want a woman to be feminine but you want her to be rough and tough and don't cry and don't show your emotions, and then you're complaining that men don't show their emotions because they're suppressed by the society and whatever, blah blah blah. So it's a contradiction to me, because I am a very
because I said
I don't have to cry.
Because I'm trying to put in context.
I get it, and I hear you.
You would get emotional because I would tell you that a man's purpose of even taking you out on a date is to fuck you. So that makes you emotional.
I agree with you from scratch, and I understand.
The way I said it, the way I said that right there, does that make you emotional?
Not me, but I understand that my people. I understand who I am. After all, I am a woman. I am an emotional, intelligent person, so I know how to handle my emotions, which is different.
But
so
ma'am, I
understand every single woman. I understand where it's coming from. I understand what it feels like to be a woman, because at some point I was that person, and we take it personal. We feel like we have to defend women, when in reality, I don't agree with what women do sometimes. Most women don't behave the way that I behave, but I'm not going to defend them for that reason. But I'm going to understand where they're coming from, or I'm going to understand that behavior. That's different. That's one thing. Second of all, I would say is that if you're a person that cannot speak without starting an argument or fighting, I don't know about that, but it's just my opinion.
It's your opinion. You can have it, but I want to ask you this final question. What have I said that made you emotional because you brought the argument up?
No, I'm just saying that I have noted, you mentioned previous panels or other panels on Thursday. So I've been there and I know how they get. And I know the reason why, because I've been there before you get in the show and after. And I can tell the aggressivity that you comment, like you bring, and it's your wording. It's the way that the way you say things. But since I'm not taking it personal,
I'm asking you again. What have I said that made you emotional?
Not me, to be honest. I don't take it personally.
Okay, so pretty much you just really capping for somebody else that said they emotional, and it don't even affect you.
I'm just saying what they don't know how to
How you know?
articulate
How you know? You talk
properly.
to them?
I
You talk
am
to them?
saying with nice words what they when they are start like getting aggressive towards you. I am saying it in a nice way. That's it.
Logic is funny because me and Shan was literally having a conversation about you earlier today about your delivery and presentation. Because a lot of time, that saying about it's not what you say and how you say it. And I know a lot of people in the chat always say, "Oh, here we have tone police." Oh, just learn how to accept it. But my thing is, when you are communicating, that's part of communication, knowing your audience and stuff like that. So especially as women, it is like that's why it's called a gentleman. Gentleman, it doesn't mean that you're not a man. It means your approach when you're when in dialogue or talking with a woman, you should be more gentle. So being direct, honest, or blunt, it doesn't mean it needs to equate to being vulgar or disrespectful, come across disrespectful
Offensive.
as you speak, or offensive. You can still be direct, blunt, but not be offensive. Like I could, oh man, like somebody breasting, I'd be like, damn, your breasting. I don't have to do that. I can say, you might want to go brush your teeth, or you might want to have a piece of mint or a piece of gum. Like there's just the presentation, because of a person if you want the person to receive the message, you got to present it in a way that is palatable for them to receive it, if your goal is for them to receive it. Now if the goal is just for you to say it, then that's something different. That's all.
Now, I have to
Miss
agree with
Tick.
something in the chat, though. I have to agree with something in the chat. It says there's no gentleman without ladies. And I totally agree on that, because I don't think I also have allowed the chance for him to disrespect me. And I have never felt that way. But I have heard sometimes what I'm like, why does he talk to her like that? You know? But I don't, it's not my business. So I don't, and when he's trying to conversate, I don't confrontate nothing. I try not to disrespect nobody. But I totally agree with that. Like for a man to be a gentleman, you also must be a lady. So if you want to be respected, you must respect.
Right.
Okay.
It's just
Now
basically.
use your what you just said, right? I have been on the panels with Laura, Tam, is taken, and guess what? They present themselves as ladies. And guess what they get back from me? Lady treatment.
Terrorists.
Now they get lady treatments. Now is that if I say something, and like I said, and I like Tam, because you know what she deal with hardcore facts. If I said these hoes is out here getting bust down, you want me to say, how would you want me to say that? Say, Miss Sarah, if I see a lot of women is getting out here on these streets getting bust down, how would you want me to say it? Because for y'all, it's trigger words, right? How would you want me to say that?
I mean, you can say it the way that you want, to be honest. Like that's what I'm saying. You
Right.
can say it the way that you want,
Okay.
but don't expect the good reactions
Yes.
from them. That's my point.
Can,
Not
can I
from me.
can I try to
Believe
do
me.
the go
Don't.
between
This is what I'm
between
saying. This is
y'all
what I'm
real
saying.
quick?
I'll give you another example, right?
I'm sorry. Don't put me in the equation, because when
No,
when you
I
mention
got it,
something, I
ma'am.
automatically remove myself from it.
No, you can't remove yourself because you introduced this to the panel.
Because
Like
that's my
nobody
point.
never say this.
Women in panels need to learn how to there if they are not that, because oh, you're talking about single mothers, oh, so he offended single mothers, I have to jump for them, and I'm gonna say no, but I don't do that. He's not talking about me. That's my point, that we have to learn, and that's part of the being emotional intelligent.
But ma'am,
Learn
do you
how
understand
to
this?
not
You're
take it
talking
personally.
around what I asked you. Do you understand? See, now this is where I go. You say remove yourself from it, but you presented the argument. You literally
I don't
came
think
up
you
here with the
I don't think you understand what I'm trying to say, but it's okay. It might be my English. Don't worry.
no, it's not your English. I'm just saying, you say, hey, look, that's just like I break up a topic and you say, okay, but remove me from this topic. No, You can't do that. But I'm gonna get off of it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's going nowhere. But at the end of the day, the thing is, for the most part, because of you coming up here like this, women got on. I'm gonna tell you, give you an example. I say Jada Pinkett Smith was a hoe, right? Women say I was disrespectful and I shouldn't have said it that way, right? So I'm saying, well, how should I have said it? Well, you should have found a better way to say it than that. I said, okay, how would how would you want me to say it? You know what they had? Absolutely nothing to say. That everybody they see and say that, oh, Logic, the way you say stuff, right? I said, okay, how would you say that? Like I asked you just now, how would you say that women are out here getting ran through on the streets? How would you say
women
that?
are out here being promiscuous. Same message.
Shout out to Road Dog Ronnie.
It's the same message.
There's something that somebody said in the chat. There's a guy by the name of Jay Wilson, and he made a comment. He says, "Women don't hear words; they feel them," and I think that is something that is so important to realize when we're talking about how men and women, how they process information. Or how they process words. Obviously, men process it through information, and women process it through our feelings. And so, essentially, when you say something to a woman, she will literally feel those words. She will literally feel like how whatever she's being told. Like if you tell a woman, like same way when you were telling Tam, Logic, that she's beautiful. You know, she was like, "Oh, thank you." Da, 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 da. You know, she felt it, and she actually became it, and she might even like glue. You know, she was glowing a little bit. But like when you say things that are harmful, like offensive, similar to what Sada is saying, a woman will feel it. Even if you're not directly saying it to her, a woman's gonna feel it regardless. Because it's like, oh, that doesn't feel good. You know, it's like when you call a woman crazy, the man saying she's crazy, he's not saying she's crazy forever. He's just assessing in that moment. She's crazy in that present moment. But for her, she's like, you called me crazy. Now I feel crazy and I'm going to act more crazy. And now you're going to call me more crazy because I'm starting to feel and act more of what you're saying I am. And so when we use words
matter. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Lauren, that kind of proves like another point. Men have feelings and men want facts. When you talk to men want women. Okay. Men talk like men and they want to be able to be men. We're not going to become women and start talking like women. It's not going to happen.
No, but you should talk to men like men with men. What we're saying is you can't talk to us the same way that you would talk to a man because we're not men.
Exactly. No, that wasn't what I'm saying. Here's the deal. Yes. You're saying is that men are men. They talk like men. They're not going to talk to a woman like a woman. Of course, you can talk to a woman better, yes. But certain things need to be said as they are, like coming from a man.
I get that.
It's not going to sound like it's coming from a woman.
I get that.
To be honest, there's a lot of people that are just all out failing. So if one guy wants to tell a woman she's fat, how is he supposed to say it?
Or I have a rebuttal. I have a rebuttal for that.
Have you ever listened to the way the women talk to men? They don't care about the feelings and they also don't care about the facts because a lot of stuff, this is not even true. It's a lot of false narratives.
So I think it's like there's someone that you love, you care about your delivery and how you say things. So if it's somebody that you care about, that you love, that is fat, you're not going to be like, you fat.
You fat. You're not going to say that.
Because that's somebody that you love and care about. So you're going to deliver that to them in a different manner. No one is debating if you walking up to a random stranger and you taking that risk with your life by calling them a fat ass. That's on you. But it's like for somebody that you respect and care about, you would think that, you know, your delivery and approach would be a little different. But I think to Logic's point, I've heard him say before on panels is that in the way he speaks to women, he speaks and treat women that behave like women in their femininity as such. And the ones that are coming at him masculine, he's going to talk to them and treat them like niggas. Because that is what he is viewing them as.
But you got to understand too, that, like what Lauren was saying in terms of energy, if Logic is presenting himself a certain way, not just Logic, but men in general, a certain way, you will have women that's going to match that energy automatically. So if they feel like you're coming at me like rah rah, then I do, in a way, women protect themselves with words. We know we can't go to toe to toe with men physically, but what we can do is use our words. And so if I feel, or a woman feels like they're being attacked, then guess what happens? That energy is going to be raised, is going to be matched. And I'm not, you're going to say what you say, but I might take it even a little further because I know I'm strong in this part. You know what I'm saying? Where a man is a physically strong, a woman is going to use her words to hurt. So we have to learn how to deal with each other differently, because I
But
would
see,
be a fool to go up to a man thinking that I'm gonna be able to, fight him toe to toe. I
but
would
this is the
too.
problem, mistakenly.
That's the problem.
Mistakenly. The problem is this: is the women take it personally because, as last time I checked, when I talk about these topics, I did not refer to none of these women on this panel. I never said Tam was a hoe.
No, you
Never
didn't.
said it. I no, but this is what I'm saying. So now I'm not, and I keep saying this all the time. I'm not talking to you guys. I'm not talking about you guys. Sometimes, for the most part, if you look at it, you'll see me say something. If a woman, because what they'll get mad at what I say to the general audience about a topic, they will take it personal to themselves. And then what I do is I say, hey, can you please stop? Can you please stop? How many times have you, or if you watch me, you'll see me when I approach women, I say, please don't do that. Please stop. Please stop. So now what that is that getting to a point where you're crossing that line from a female to a dude. The problem is what you want is not effective. You want a man to tell you what they want to hear, what you want to hear, how you want to hear it. That tool is not effective. I literally was telling y'all in a basis of men trying to get sex with you, right? If a man come up to you and say, hey, look, I just want to have sex with you. You don't want that truth. You want it to be wrapped in a gift, but it's the same thing. So now anytime men tell you the hard, honest truth, you take offense to it, even if that man is not talking to you. You would take, so now you'll make it seem like it's a problem on the man's side, but it's not. And I'm not going to change, because dealing with the situations that we talk about, I can soften it up. But guess
Now
what?
I have a question. So now you say you're taking it personal, but when I was saying I remove myself from the problem because I am not taking it personal, that's why you question that, and you're saying why? Because literally I don't take it personal. I know you're generalizing, and that was my point.
Yes.
That was exactly my point. That's why I say I remove
But
myself from the
do
equation
you see
because
my
I know
point?
you're
Do you
not
see my
talking
point
about.
that if you
I
bought
t-
it up,
that's what I
right?
that's what I've been trying to tell
No,
you.
listen,
But
this is what, but not okay. I get that, right? But if you bought it up, right, you're gonna bring an issue directly to me, and then
it
you
was
say,
not
"Oh,
to
but I'm."
you. It was generalizing, and I was saying women need to learn how to remove themselves from the equation because they're not talking about us. They're not, and if they do that, they are not going to have that reaction because of the way you say things. That's why you don't, that your words don't have any effect on me because I don't take it that way. That was my point. Now for what does to say, yes, men are different when they talk to men, and that it should be that way and is respected. And that was another of my point. You want us to understand that men talk like men, but you cannot understand that women cannot think like a man. We cannot be logical as men are. And
Well,
that's the part that you want us to respect your nature, but you don't want to respect and understand our nature.
no, I'm just saying there's a price to pay.
This is
If a woman
crazy.
comes out here
Marcus, you
288
have.
pounds,
I see you've been trying to jump in. I'm sorry. Dusto finish, Marcus. You can go after Dusto finishes.
no, I'm just saying a woman comes out with a 3-story wig on that's electric, black, purple, and green. Do you like my wig? The answer
Say
is no.
no.
It's as direct as possible. You get a man answer. A woman will say, well, girl, you know, you killing them, girl. It's a lie. So she's feeling good, but she went out here with an electric wig and shut the power down in the state. Me, I'm going to tell her, no, look at it. But the other thing is, because there's a lot of simp dustos out here, or simp dusties out here telling the women anything. There's a possibility that no one ever told this woman the truth.
Yes.
So why would I, and I know this person, tell them another lie? They weigh more than me. Am I fat? Yes.
Okay.
You know what? And the first thing Daryl Long came in the chat. That's the first. Logic. I just want to make this point because it relates to Scam Likely. And
you did get out of order, Logic.
It's Marcus's turn.
It is Marcus's turn.
We're waiting.
I was gonna say one of the most important things that we have to always keep in mind and utilize is nuance, right? So like when I'm trying to convey a message, the thing that I want to do is give clear, concise instruction to the point that somebody can repeat it back to me. And if someone speaks English and I speak Spanish, we might have a miscommunication. So I might need to go over that multiple times because I need to ensure that what my directive is or what I'm trying to get across is effectively received. I think what the ladies is trying to say is sometimes they don't receive the message because their feelings offend them to the point they can't hear what you're saying. And
I disagree. Go ahead.
No, and I get it because we talk to each other differently. We can talk direct, we can use insults, and we're not offended by them because it's not going to affect our ego or our self-esteem or any of those type of things. But we also are trained different from birth, right? Like we fall, we better get our ass back up. But when my daughter falls, she can come hug me, even though I know it ain't hurt. You know what I'm saying? And I may give her a little more nurture and attention. When people have their whole life experience been given like that, they asking for grace so that they can receive the message that you're giving, so you can complete the mission of giving the information you're trying to bestow upon them.
Marcus, I got a question for you. Marcus, I got a question for you, right?
No, I'm saying
wait. If Marcus, if I talk,
that might be the problem.
If I was talking directly to these women, then you have a valid point.
Okay.
Based on what you said.
No,
wait. If I was talking to these women, your point would be absolutely valid. But your point falls because I'm not talking to these women. We're talking about topics. We're talking about topics. Imagine working with somebody. No, I got your ass. Don't just stay there. Imagine working with somebody. You're trying to discuss a problem, and you're not being blunt about the problem.
Right.
And then now, if you are blunt with the problem, they will take it personal.
I think the problem comes with the ad hominem.
No, hey, Marcus, hear me out.
It's not the actual direct, because I do agree that a lot of times people can deflect, right? No, I'm trying to be as fair and try and understand, because me personally, you can say what you say, and like I know some people can they interpret things different. Like I've heard people say it's just words, but a white man called me a nigga, I'm beating his ass. You know what I'm saying? A man called me a bitch in my face, I'm beating his ass. People have different perspectives. You know what I'm saying? So words can trigger people. As a man, like I'm gonna get on good bullshit with you if you cross that line with me verbally, and I will go physical. I don't argue with women or even go there because I don't hit women. You know what I'm saying? So like with them, I say what I say and then I let them be. You know what I'm saying?
But this is what you're confusing. You're talking about personal engagement.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm with you. If I was to sit here and actually call out Tam for being cross-eyed, right? and I just do it because it's still entertainment. So I throw little things at Tam. Tam ain't cross-eyed. Tam a beautiful lady. And I tell her this stuff. But the thing is, because we still on YouTube, it can't be dry.
Right. I get what you're saying.
At the end of the day, the thing what you're saying, I would totally agree to you, brother, if I was actually saying this to mistaken. But I'm not.
I'm being a liaison from the point, Sayada.
Yeah, I see it.
You tried to simp. Just said, nigga, you said it.
He's not. Look, I'm trying to get this. Let me get this super chat in.
Yeah, Marcus, you were proving my point.
Lauren, thank you.
I got you. The general, now you have facts and logic. Today's Black women wants to reserve the right to be treated like children when they don't get their way, or what they want when they want it.
Facts.
Facts.
Thank you, General.
Marcus, that's the point you were proving.
Thank you
Just
for the
like
money,
you were
General.
saying, a little girl gets coddled and coddled and coddled. Now you're talking about a whole species of grown women that have been coddled, lied to. You're a mother queen goddess. You're 300 pounds. You look good. And you can't tell them the truth. Just the direct truth that they may even ask you. You can't tell them the truth anymore.
I think if you want
That's
them
the
to work out,
problem.
you can tell them the truth, but it's got to be done in a way where they actually go work out. Now where they
Why?
get paid and they
No,
work.
hold on.
Why?
That point right there.
Results, bro. Like I
Can I
want the
get? Can I
result
say
to
the
be
why?
done. Like that's my
That's
thing.
the
Can I say the
problem.
why?
I want a result, not to get my
Exactly.
Most of them aren't going to
Exactly.
give you the result anyway.
I
No.
get
Can I?
results.
They're not.
Can I
How
give
do
you the
you
why?
know that, Dusto? You don't know that. Have
Can
you
I?
ever taken the approach to actually delivering the message to these 300 plus women that you seem to be so fascinated with? Have you ever taken the time to change your delivery and approach to them? Because maybe it would encourage a healthier lifestyle for them and motivate them to say, hey, I'm going to try to, or what are you doing? How about this? Here's something. What are you doing to help with the solution of obesity instead of just calling it out all the time? What are you
First of all, who are you calling
First
out?
thing.
Are these people you know, your friends, your family? Or are you just going around to big people and saying you need to lose weight?
Why you
Can I
get
tell
personal?
you?
Why,
Can I tell you the
Shantae,
perfect example?
Shantae, you're not fat,
Yeah, I
ma'am.
can't even get no
Why
words.
are you taking it personal?
I'm
This is the
not.
problem.
I'm asking because
I'm talking about
listen,
Shantae.
no. Let me because you asked me a question. Listen, I'm trying to understand like who is he talking to because that's gonna be the delivery of it. I don't go to strangers and like, yo, you need to stop being a loser on the street. Like, why you making minimum?
But ma'am, if he would have did that exact same thing what you just did to you, to bring your family in a situation where he did not clarify nobody on this panel.
But I'm
He's speaking
asking,
in general.
it makes a difference though. I need to know, even in general, hypothetically speaking, who were we talking about? Are we saying if a person, not necessarily him, but if a person is on the street, he's talking to a family member, or if he's talking to a person on the street, or I need to know the situation.
Okay, I'll give you an example.
The reason why, I'm
Me-
sorry.
Oh,
Just,
okay, I'll be quick. I'll be quick. My mother is worse than I am when it comes to the words, being direct. She's a woman. I'm a man. People in the family or whatever ask a direct question. You get a direct answer back. That's how I am. That's how my mom is. My sister, same way.
Mm-hmm.
They don't ask us these questions no more. They won't ask my mom or my sister. They don't want the answer. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but
they want to feel. They don't want a result. They want to feel as they are, as if something, and they want a fallacy. Hey, look, man. Hey, Dusto, you solid. You didn't drop 20, 30 pounds. How can I get like you? How can I do that? I will tell them the answer. They don't want it.
Look, bro, the only women that I do not get the desired result that I want
Let
from
Tam answer the question.
mother.
I apologize.
I asked my question. I was just waiting on a reply. You're saying like
I don't remember what the question was.
Okay, so what are you doing to help with obesity, since that always seems to be your main focus every time you come up on the panel? You always seem to bring the 300 plus pound women into the conversation. So what is your approach to that? How are you helping these women? And have you ever tried that if maybe your delivery was different, maybe you would encourage some of these bigger women that need to adapt to a healthier lifestyle? So what I always feel like these panels tend to, it's always a back and forth. There's never any solutions. So what is your solution to this problem that you're so fixated on?
Can I say something before Dusto?
Oh, go ahead, Syra.
But I'm so sorry. I don't mean to cut you. I really want him to answer this question because this is a pattern for him. It's every time he finds a way to bring big women into the mix. So it's like either you're secretly obsessed with them, or like, what are you doing to help with the problem in America instead of just complaining about it? What is your contribution to it?
Trolling. What you think? Trolling. They ain't gonna lose no.
So now that he answered, I want to give you the perfect example.
Show me a panel where some women are losing weight.
Y'all go ahead, Sada.
Yeah. Okay, so I have the perfect example. Women are mirrors, and we can be influenced really easily. And I'm telling you by personal experience, that a real good man will not tell you things in that manner. And I'm telling you because my best friend, one of my good friends, he he's a bodybuilder and he lift weights. And I wasn't going to the gym back then when I met him, but he never told me you need to lose weight, you need to do this, you need to do that. No, he actually was a very, very healthy man that he never missed the gym. Even when I tried to pursue him and say, let's go on a tour, man, let's go on a tour. He's like, nope, I got to go to the gym. And he eat healthy. He will go to sleep early. He had so many healthy habits. Guess what side I started doing? Actually, let me add that up that and I'm talking about a man, okay? Wonderful things that I am talking about a man, okay? He was also a financial advisor. And he would say, Saida, if you save this dollar from here and start using it for this. And guess what Saida did? In a matter of a year, I was going to the gym, eating healthy, sleeping better. I improved my life because of a man that wasn't my man. He's just a man that is a good influence in my life because that's what you do. That's what a good leader does. You influence somebody else's life, not by saying that you're a good leader, not with your words, with your actions. That's what you do.
That is
He
a
didn't
fact.
have to tell me. You have actually the way that he said, "Oh, I see your cheeks are getting chubby." I didn't even take it personal that time because he already taught me that I needed to get back on what I needed where I was. So the second time when I actually gained weight, he didn't, he already knew what he did in my life. So I had to say, hey, you know what? I agree. I had to go back to the gym. I haven't been behaving with my eating. So that's what a real man does.
No, it's
I got a
Sarah.
So
question.
You're also
a real
confusing
man.
trolling from real life. You're confusing
What
trolling with
did
my
you
real
say,
life.
Desto?
Huh?
What'd you just say?
That's
You're confusing trolling with real life. Now, when I come on the panels, I've been on YouTube since what, December,
Oh
October,
God,
November.
what we doing
I
here?
ain't seen one woman lose no weight, so I might as well just troll them anyway. I ain't seen one.
I have
Now,
a
real
question for
life
Sada.
is a little bit different. I'm a lot nicer because I'm probably talking to a woman who already is slim and trim and in the gym or something anyway. But if I had a family member or somebody overweight asking me something, I'm gonna tell them the truth. Because I know 9 other men didn't. They told her, "Oh, look at them eyes." That's what they told them.
It's a lot of
Stuck
that.
their
You know
meat in
what's
her
offensive though?
and then
What's
Ubered her
offensive
back to the
is
streets.
Sarah. Look, Sarah just told Dusto the way he
Saida.
addressed general things that he's not a real man. And then now I'm gonna say this, Sarah, that's offensive.
Her name is not Sarah, so that's offensive.
It's Saida.
Okay,
Pero no hay
well,
problema.
that's fine. I'm used to it. Don't worry.
okay,
You can call
Sada,
me Sada.
that's offensive. You just told a man the way he
I'm so
addressed.
sorry if I offended anybody.
No.
I really didn't mean to do it.
Listen.
I
Hold
didn't
on.
even catch it. I was barely
What you
listening.
just said to him.
She made the point in general, like
Oh,
Logic said you be doing. Yeah, I
no,
knew that's
no,
where you
she
was
did
going.
not. She did not make it in
Yes,
general.
she did.
She made it directly at his comment because we're talking about what he stated. See,
So
now I'm starting.
hold
No,
on,
I'm
hold on,
starting.
hold on. Now I
She
got
did.
one for you. I got
No,
one for
nigga,
you.
no simp. God damn it, chill. God,
Yeah.
I hate black simps. What you just
Hey,
doing?
you're not a simp, Marcus.
Yes, he
I'm
is.
sorry.
Right now, he's turned into a big ass simp.
No, Logic. No.
You caping. She literally
Come
just
on.
did it in front of our face. And you see, this is the problem, Marcus. This
Okay.
is why they were
Can I
always.
can I tell you something? I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to
Oh
do
my
it.
No, you're good. No hay
I'm
No,
really
problema.
no,
sorry.
Logic, get your
Sada,
Yo
point
no
out.
soy
I want to
sensitivo.
respond to
No,
you. I want to respond
hey,
to what you're saying, Logic.
I thought that men wanted women to take accountability for their actions, and that's what I'm doing. I
Hey,
apologize if I
Logic,
offended
get your point
anyone.
out.
I did. I was generalizing. Yes,
Sahida. If
yes,
you
you
can't
can.
handle the truth, you're not a weird woman.
I
I'm
am. I'm
Sada.
saying I'm taking accountability because I don't know
Oh, okay.
how
I'm
that
just
could have
saying,
made
if you can't
someone
handle the
feel.
truth, you're not a
What I
real
am
woman.
saying, what I am
All right.
No,
saying is that
So,
my actions can actually hurt someone, and
no,
you are
Saida, está
correct about
bien.
that.
No hay problema aquí. Yo no soy sensitivo. No, yo no tengo no
Logic,
problema.
Logic.
Gracias.
Continue with your
Sada,
point, bro.
I have
I
a
want to hear
question.
everything you're saying because I have a response to what you're saying that's going to
Okay,
flip it.
go
So
ahead.
keep
And I have
going.
a question, and
I need to hear everything you're saying, though. I
Marcus
love
is
that.
proving the point. I'm about to. I got something for you, Marcus. But go
All right,
ahead.
Logic. No, Logic. Finish your point, bro. Because
What I'm saying is, look, me and Dusto this whole time have not said one thing about these ladies. We have been speaking in general. We understand we're talking to a bigger audience, right? 2 times in the last 30 minutes, direct things was placed on men, and you didn't say shit. Shantae actually brought Dusto family into the equation. You didn't say shit. Nobody ain't say shit. Dusto ain't saying that.
How did I bring Dusto's family into the equation?
See, goddamn. Well,
And
it happened.
it's Shantae, not Shantae.
It happened. Now look. Now, and also Sarah said, if you do this, you're not a real man. And then she was speaking directly to Dusto. So now she can apologize and I can accept it. But what I'm saying is, it's a absolute bullshit contradict, and it's right in our face, and we don't say nothing. We literally speaking in general to the audience. They spoke directly to individuals. See, that's why I said.
Oh, hold on.
Hey, Marcus, one more thing. Remember how you were saying it's y'all's approach? Because I go and I speak to the woman in a way, and I get everything that I want out of these women.
Except for my mom. Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Marcus.
You're doing the very thing.
I got to make this point before I forget it.
You're doing the very thing that you're not supposed to be doing.
Go ahead, Marcus.
So Logic, you just said that when someone is speaking in general, it can be directed at a person if your point speaks directly to that person's point. So the whole argument of you not speaking to people directly, if you're addressing a topic and you're directing your response in general at a specific point they make, negates the entire rest of that argument.
It don't, because look, if I said, look, watch this. If I said women got oatmeal pies, right? I don't know these women. I haven't seen these women naked. I don't know if they have oatmeal pies or not.
Not okay. Now here's where we become direct. If a lady says,
"No, it's
I
not.
had a baby
It's not
recently,"
direct. No,
you
stop,
said,
nigga.
"Yeah,
Well, let me finish this. Let me finish.
Damn.
Let me finish, nigga.
Yeah.
I got your ass against the wall, and I got a lot of guns. So I'm gonna goddamn go ahead and finish shooting your ass up.
All right, come on.
I don't know I don't know these women personally like that. When I saw them, they had on clothes. I don't know they got on oatmeal pie. But if I make that statement, I'm not speaking towards these actual women. But when we actually talking about something, this topic was brought to me. The lady down there actually brought this topic to me. She was talking directly about logic. She was not speaking on a general sense. She was speaking directly to me. Now, for you not to understand that, I tell you, nigga, you are dangerous. Not you on the terrorist list right with their ass. That's direct. You see that? That's direct. I said you, nigga, is a terrorist. I'm not speaking in general no more. I'm talking about you. You see the difference between direct? Now, if I say this, hey, if you do sit for people out here, you're a terrorist. I'm talking to you?
Hey, Tam, I got an answer for you in a minute.
Make sure I gave you ample time to say everything you needed to say. I want to respond. That's why I'm being quiet, so I can hear everything you're saying. Are you finished? Okay. So one, you never negate it.
Begin.
You actually double down on it by the way you phrase the word. So if you make the statement, only a simp is a terrorist or a terrorist harborer or something similar to that, vis-a-vis calling me a simp, further in the conversation, you have quantified me as a terrorist also by cross advertisement of the way you use those words.
No, nigga, I told you was a terrorist. It was not general.
I used to live in Lebanon, bro. Hezbollah and my people. I'm good with it. You know what I'm saying? I thought you were talking about my AK in the back. Are we good? But what I'm saying is,
you see how you trying to bro, come on, stop. Because you really.
Guys.
All right, go ahead. Shantae wants us to stop.
No, this is fun.
Yeah, it is fun. The nigga's still a terrorist now, though.
We need Marcus as our coach.
Hey, Tam, I was going to answer your question. There's one person, it's two different people. One of them, 5 feet, like 160 pounds. I'm good. I want to keep and I told her, this is how men look at you. If you're 5 feet and 160, they see you having 2 kids and you're going to be 220. She had never thought about that before. She went and lost like 12, 13 pounds like a month. There's another woman right now, told me what she weighed, and I told her to factor in the kids, and I told her how men think when they see you. If you're already overweight, there's something you did to get there. That's probably what your default is. And if you want to have children, you need to make space for those kids to come into. At 185 and 220, ain't no space for that. You're a 300-pound woman. That's how men think. It's not like you're going to be, if you're 28, you're not going to turn 37 and a health fairy going to come and you're going to start losing. No, absolutely not. Okay. 2 people actually listened. Now, you go across all these panels, show me some women that lost weight without mutated surgeries and stuff.
I don't be on the YouTube panels like that across the YouTube.
No, I'm just saying
world, but no,
they're not doing it.
Specifically, when I asked you that question, I noticed a pattern from you camming up on our show, and that always seems to be your main talking point. Is somehow, one way or another, the conversation don't even be on women being overweight. But Dusto was going to take that conversation to those 300 plus women. So it almost comes across as if there's like this weird fetish fascination about 300 plus women, as if, I just don't understand how that's always the topic of your conversation. So I said, with that being your topic, what are you doing to help? To what solutions are you offering instead of that's just always your talking point?
But Tam, I'm the number one troll across the whole Lapeef network. I come to troll number one before I talk.
A troll.
Everybody knows that.
So I have a question real fast and I'll let you go because it has something to do with what Tam is saying. My question is, are you concerned by their health? Or are you just saying because they like the bully?
He just said it.
There were cool people that I know. We had a conversation, and I told them the truth. Where through their lives, other people tell them anything they want to hear. That's the problem.
No, but I'm asking you about the weight issue. Are you saying you're a weight advocate, period, or is it just against women?
Dudes too. Dudes know. You don't have to tell them. They know.
No, some of them don't.
The women are the ones saying, "No,
I think women know too.
Women
like this.
Everybody knows.
Yeah, I don't think women are in denial about whether or not they're overweight or not. Yeah. I don't. Especially if we talk about you 300 plus. I mean, huh?
Everybody knows. When your clothes ain't fitting the way they used to fit. Listen, but my whole thing is like, what is the solution to it? Like, what is going to be your contribution to society if it's always a topic of conversation? Like, what are you?
Tam, here's a better question.
Can I translate?
What is women's contribution to men?
Dusto, can I try to translate your intention? And this is by the man that helped me.
In Espanol,
can explain what he means.
No. I want to say that the reason why, and this is biologically speaking, understanding the nature of a man, and then I will say the nature of a woman. The reason why, when they say like, oh, that woman has overweight, or she's too heavy or whatever, in reality makes sense because they by nature they don't want a skinny woman. They want a healthy woman. Because obviously there are some females that are thicker than others, but you can have, some thickness and not necessarily be unhealthy. You're actually healthy, just thick, right? So what they want. I'm sorry.
I don't think you know how bad it is.
No. Oh, believe me, I know. But what I'm saying is that what I think it goes in women's head automatically is like, they want someone skinny, when in reality,
we just want him to stop talking about it.
No, I don't think that at all.
But we have to understand. No, I get it. You want them to stop talking about it and mentioning, but it makes sense. And this is my point. I'm a very neutral person. I don't stand on nobody's side if I don't see the bigger picture. I understand men just as much as I understand women. But the reason why they do this and bring it up so much is because they're visual. They are visual and they want to see. So we are not that visual as we think
I'll
that
tell-
we might be.
I can see
But-
very well.
Hey, Shantae, I'll
No,
tell
we
you-
can see, but let me. I know that we are, but let me get to my point. I will support your point because I'm getting in there. So what I'm trying to say is that it makes sense. They want a healthy women because biologically, healthy women brings out healthy babies, and that's what they want to reproduce with a healthy woman. Now, that's also the reason why women also notice the height of a man, because that also says good genes, and that's what we want. Unintentionally is in our nature, but we don't understand each
You want me
other.
to translate that? Hey, women want everything and they want it for free. But when you ask them to go to the gym, they don't
Here
want to
we
do it.
But that's so.
I
You
agree.
know what's
Some
crazy?
women want those things.
That's
Yes,
what
I agree.
I heard.
I'm
Some
gonna
women
say this.
want
I'm gonna
that.
say this. This is what's crazy, Dusto, right? What she told you is she don't want you to call him fat. She wants you to call him thick. And
How about
also, watch
now?
this. Watch this. On a panel, when that little Andrea chick had said, when she said the little famous line, she said, "Mr. Logic, what the hell you laughing at with your fat ass?" Right? Right? And I took it. I laughed. It went viral, and I was pushing it. Right? Had no problems with it. Right? Even invited the chick to Atlanta to be on Keep It Funky. See, but now it's a double standard. Where was the outrage of her calling us fat? And she's speaking directly to me. To Dusto, actually speaking in general. It's literally this lady. I made the clip myself and I shared it.
Well,
No
Logic, to my
outrage.
point,
I didn't
I'm
see.
not.
Wait, hold up. I didn't see Tam. I didn't see Miss Taken.
I wasn't
didn't
even a
see
YouTube
Shantae.
girl when she called you fat. When she
Hey,
said
Tam,
your fat ass.
Tam, hear me
I
out.
didn't see that
Wasn't a
either.
thing. When she
I
called
heard
you
you
with
mention
your
it at the
fat
meet
ass.
and greet, but I didn't see that.
Yeah,
But
but
that
what I'm
was the
saying,
first time I heard her say it was at
the
the meet
same
and greet.
women. Look, this is what I'm saying. I see 3 people right now that was laughing when she said that in the chat right now. That's also in the same breath agreeing that Dusto should talk to women differently.
It wasn't me laughing because I didn't see
No,
that.
I said, listen, you're not in the chat. I see 3 people.
Oh,
You want
3
me to call
people
them
in
out?
the chat. Okay.
You want me to call them out for you?
Sure.
Miss Parker, come
You
here,
leave Miss
man.
Parker
Leave Miss
alone.
Parker alone.
Miss Parker. But see, you see what I'm showing you,
Miss
right?
Parker's cool.
Y'all don't really, like I said, it's insane to me that we even having this conversation.
No Logic, but Logic, my point that I was making to Dusto, I wasn't trying to distinguish between speaking directly to somebody and indirectly. What I was trying to understand is every time he comes on our panel, from what I have seen, somehow or another, he is the person that is pushing the conversation to 300 plus pound women. That is his talking point. So
And wigs, he constantly do it. Yeah.
Mhm.
And you know what I
them
do?
wigs.
Now watch this. Dusto,
Yeah.
haven't I told you before that wigs and being fat has nothing to do with this conversation? Have I told you that person?
Heard him say it.
He probably was.
Probably.
Yeah. And I'm gonna tell you this. If you look at the show when Mr. Let Goes on there, right? And we was having a totally different conversation, and he gonna come in there and say, so I talked about wigs, right? Right?
Yeah, I call it.
What did I
Yeah,
say? You saw it, Mr. White. What did I
remember
say
that.
to Mr. Let Go?
You was on his ass, but you was pretty much saying like that has nothing to do with the conversation.
Yeah.
And what is, you
And
know
I'm
what I'm saying?
fair across the board.
You fair on that one.
But see, this is
So
what happens, right?
Logic, in the spirit of being fair,
Mhm.
I understood your point. I actually overstood it. Do you agree with that?
I get it.
All right.
I'm fucking with you though.
Yeah.
I know
Sorry,
it's this year
but
entertainment.
sorry, but
I have a question.
executive order. There's a wig
I'm just saying this,
clause
right?
22.
This is the problem, right? Listen, when I take up for women, right, the women will salute. And I'm not taking up for women, I'm just stating the facts.
Right.
That Mr. Lego said that it has nothing to do with the conversation. If Dusto's saying wigs and being overweight, it has nothing to do with the conversation. I'm gonna bring it up.
Then why
Women
mention
will cheat.
it?
Wait. Women will cheat with
My
me.
job.
Yeah, Mr. Logic. Yeah, Mr. Logic. But now, when the role is reversed, they would say, "Oh, Mr. Logic is emotional." Huh? Oh, why was I emotional when I tell Dusto that has nothing to do with the conversation? Why? See, y'all contradict y'allself on so many
I
different
didn't say
levels.
nothing to you.
Logic, I get
I'm
used
not
to
talking
it, bro.
about y'all. Y'all don't be around like that.
Okay, look.
Logic,
So
that's
check
why
it
I
out.
troll, because I didn't got used to it.
Us
Just trolling.
to the back and forth banter that you have on Thursday night. Like, that's not us giving you that energy. No,
Right.
my thing is I'm trying to understand him as a person in this YouTube world, because it seems like there's this weird fascination by it. Like
Tam,
you
I can
really,
answer that.
you really love him, and you trying to front like you don't love him, and it's
Tam, here
how
it is. Here's the deal. Like I say a lot of times, men have asked women to lose weight. The answer is no. Men have asked women to stop being masculine. They said no. Stop putting out all these damn kids with Pookies and Ray Rays. No. No matter what men ask, and you see it across the street, there'll be a panel tomorrow. Men are going to ask something from women, and they're going to say no. If you look across the panels, put any video from 9 months ago, every woman looks the same or got bigger. So the question is, if you're a woman talking to other women, what are you telling them? Because it ain't working. Somebody pregnant now by Raw Dog Ronnie. Somebody got an electric wig and probably got electrocuted in the ICU right now.
So
And
you
somebody
keep
gained 78 pounds.
is it going to change the behavior?
No,
No,
not
not
change the behavior. What are
Yeah.
you telling them? You're talking about what other people are saying. What are
See-
you telling them to help push the narrative
But
of a
Sam,
healthier
See, you
lifestyle?
missed the part
doesn't
that
need to say anything.
so
If
two
everybody's
people.
already saying that you
So
need to
here's the
lose weight,
problem.
you just
I can
got
motivate two people
all
to
of
drop
these people
pounds.
are
That ain't
telling
good
you
enough.
to lose weight, but yet they're not. So why keep talking about it? Let them just do them. They're not
So,
listening.
My point
so I can motivate two people to drop pounds. That ain't good enough.
So then why
I
keep
done
talking?
done the work myself, motivated a couple when most of them ain't even in the gym no way, and they're getting fatter by the day. That ain't good enough. I got to be superhero. Then I ask y'all, well, hey, can women talk to women? Because not only are they overfattened, but they're killing the kids too. Kids is
What a
overweight.
real,
I
what
mean,
a
but
real
we
leader
can
does.
listen. But let me
Let-
just say this, and I've mentioned this before. Weight and internal health, absolutely, weight does have a with obesity. But I have grandparents who are overweight and they are still alive and they're of age.
And
My
you're
great grandma
advocating
was
for
overweight
this.
and not. And I've known slim people, including kids, who have died of heart attacks.
See what I'm talking about?
But what I'm saying to you, so that's why I'm
Logic.
asking how you're
providing
listen.
solutions, does
Logic, I'm
leader.
passing the mic to
It's
you,
not about
bro.
the weight, it's about the health.
It's about the health. So are
Yeah.
you saying this because of the
Look.
health? Or are you saying this because of you want to see something? That's what I'm
Okay.
trying to understand.
I give up.
I got to tell you that, but she made a good point, and I'll watch this. Tam,
Hey, Wayne's World.
Tam, what are you doing about the relationship problem in the Black community?
What am I doing about that? I'm not always talking about the relationship problem in the Black community.
Well,
So
all these topics is about. Yes, ma'am.
no, honey.
No. What I'm
I'm not
saying,
always
the topics.
Let me say what I gotta say. I'm not
Yes, ma'am.
always making my point to focus on always talking about the
Mhm.
relationships in the Black community. So therefore, you can absolutely hold me accountable if that's my
Yes.
talking point every time I get on YouTube. His
Okay.
talking point is always talking about big
Uh-huh.
women. Okay, so what are you doing?
And wigs too.
Okay, wait. Let me wait. Hold on, Delso. I'm with you, Tam. Listen, the Chic critique panels is about talking about the relationship flaws in the Black community. Is that true or false?
Correct.
Yes, but
Yes,
I'm not always.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Wait.
It is. However, there is a collective of women
Yes.
that come up with topics. I don't always come up. I don't.
No. I'm with you.
Look,
listen, I'm just using this as an example. I'm using your example to Dusto.
What up,
I'm
Billy?
just saying, now let's flip the mirror. If the Chic critique is almost 90% of the topics is talking about relationships and problem relationships in the Black community, right? Now you ask Dusto, he keep bringing this up. What is he doing about it? So now, isn't it fair to say what are you doing about it?
We are doing something
Can I
about
say
it.
something real quick?
Y'all
We're having
talking.
a conversation.
exactly.
Okay, so now
But
is
no.
that not wait, hold on, Shantae? Because is that not what he's doing?
No, it's not.
See,
So
yes, it is.
give me a
He
second.
just said that he's trolling.
He's
So
trolling.
the difference is he comes on here with a one-liner and he criticizes. We're sitting here trying to understand the problem and get to the root of the problem so that we can change the problem.
No,
That's
you're not.
Yes, we
You
are.
keep
Don't do
telling
that.
Not
us we're
even
doing.
close.
Don't do that.
Excuse
Yes, we
me?
are.
Can
You
I
moved
say
the bar
something?
talking about, well,
Can I
there's
say
skinny people
something?
with heart attacks too. You moved the bar.
No, I'm asking you what your goal is. That's not me moving the goal. Me just trying to understand you. Are you saying you're trying to for the health of the person, or are you saying so they can look good? I'm asking you what your goal is here.
You know what?
Can I say
Everybody,
something real quick before
donuts
you?
and key lime pie tonight. I'm done.
And no,
Don't go
have
nowhere.
Might as
anybody?
well.
Hold
Listen,
up. Wait,
if
wait,
you're
because
talking about
I
the
mean,
health,
look,
look, if
see,
you're talking about the
y'all got triggered because what I said was true.
no,
I
it's
don't
not
want to
If
true.
jump
nobody
in.
ever asked you,
Listen,
Shantae, what is
Can I
your
say
goal?
something?
Nobody ever look, and I come here often because I love y'all, but nobody ever asked you. Tam is taking it. What is your goal for talking about these relationship topics every week? See,
Having
y'all
a
know
conversation
this is
around it.
crazy.
It's a
I,
neutral
I
point.
listen.
It's a
If they
neutral
do,
point.
there's an answer
It's a
for
neutral
it.
point.
Just like you, we want to see relationships improve. So that is the goal. When we sat and discussed about what is our purpose for this panel, that was what we said we wanted. We wanted to be a good influence because we do believe in relationships, but we also recognize that right now relationships
Listen,
are kind of
as
messed
the person who asked the question,
up.
I'm just trying to better understand because he's on this platform and obviously he has something to say. I'm just trying to understand him so we can help him achieve this goal. I don't know what that's my point in asking the question. So I need to know what is it that you're trying to do? Because I think that people are overweight too and they need to lose weight. Absolutely. But I want to know the bigger goals so I can help you achieve this goal. So we don't have to talk about this no more.
Can I say a neutral point? I'm going to say a neutral point. Can you all hear me?
Mhm.
So, from a neutral point of view, I would say that a leader develops other leaders, not followers. So, if you, as a leader, are influencing two people, those two people are going to influence four, and so on, to Dustin's point. As a leader,
Blame
that's
shift
what
the
you do.
responsibility to scam likely.
No,
So
no,
he's
no.
now
So actually,
responsible for the whole community of
that's
fat
the way it
asses.
is because a leader do
Okay.
not develops followers. They develop leaders, a good leader. Now,
Okay.
for the female, for the ladies, for the women here on the panel, I would say yes. Honestly, I agree with Mr. Logic on this point when I have noticed, and not just girls, but like in general, the panels I will talk about generally. I would say I have noticed that all it's been doing is talking about the issues and concentrated on the issues, but not being solution oriented. What can we do to change this? What can we do to change this? I have noticed it. I'm saying it in general, not attacking one single group. I'm saying it in general because talking about fat women doesn't change anything. Because if we talk about Lizzo, which I heard a couple of days ago, does she needs to lose weight? To get money?
Even if
No.
she loses weight, he probably won't look the way he wants it
I
to
have a
look.
point.
Like
I have a point. To to she doesn't need to lose weight to have a career. She doesn't need to lose weight
I have a
to have
solution.
talent. She doesn't need to lose weight.
Oh,
The
he got a
only reason
solution.
why she needs to lose weight
We not
is
about to talk about Lizzo tonight.
no. We're not. But my point is this: these women need to lose weight to kind of get to what they want. If they want these men to look at them, they have to do it. If they want the approval for certain people, like Lizzo, I'm giving the example as a general person. If she wants to have the approval for certain people, then she needs to do it. For this type of men, she needs to do it. So, because I don't want to say a single person, if Saida wants a specific type of man, then she has to behave in a certain way to attract this type of man, and that's why I understand men in that point. I'm not
right,
saying trying to judge this
you
person by just judging her because it's a health issue. It's her health. She can actually live longer than us. That's a fact.
No, she
But
can't.
well, you don't
we don't know that.
listen.
You can die
Right.
tomorrow from a heart attack. You can die tomorrow in an accident. She will
No,
live
she
longer
could
than
die
you.
tomorrow from a heart attack.
That's
I
for
would
sure.
agree.
I can
Listen,
definitely
let
die
me just say
tomorrow,
this.
and that's for sure. She will live longer. That's my fact.
Absolutely.
What I'm trying to say is that
That
it's
girl shaped
worthless
like
to speak.
potato salad.
It's worthless to talk, speak about a issue and not bringing any solutions. That's just not being solution oriented. What's the point of just discussing here how your culture is when you're not learning anything, you're not doing anything, you're not applying, you're talking about people. What I do is like I don't tell people that I cook. I show people that I cook. I don't tell people that I'm a healthy woman. They see me at the gym. I work out. I go on a hikes. I do 15-kilometer hikes every weekend. People can see it. I don't just. That's what I'm talking about, because people will see that, and people have literally tell me. People have literally tell me, thank you, because by seeing what you're doing, I get motivated and did it, and that's enough. One person, that was enough to me. Why? Because when someone else see that person doing what they're doing, you are influencing people in a positive way.
Hey, but hey, Mr. White, isn't it fair to say that Sarah took his general comment personally? Based off what you just said, she's talking. Wait. What you're saying is you're talking about your weight journey, right? He never said Sarah is fat.
Mhm.
She, like I said, sometimes what we say when we toss it up, it happens to hit people upside the head. He never directly said anything about her. Isn't that right, Mr. White?
I don't think she was just giving an example.
Let me answer
It has nothing to do with her.
I don't think she took it personal. She used it herself as a personal example.
That's really, yeah.
Yes, but when you do that, when you have to do that, and you start talking about it, it's like literally now his fat comments probably, and I don't know her personally, but I'm just saying she said it. I didn't say it. It's like, okay, well, it's not. He's speaking in general sense. And I understand some of the stuff I say, it might hit people upside the head. But that's not my intent. My intent is to have the general conversation. And I do not know these people personally. So I don't know is what I'm saying in general would actually affect them personally. But if stuff gonna affect you personally when we're talking in general, then I say you might not be ready for this. People say stuff all the time that directly replies to me, and I don't take it personal because they're speaking to a general audience.
Okay,
but
now,
I guess that makes no sense.
No, what you're saying make perfect sense. But here's the caveat to that whole thing, right? In these panels, we expose and express different things about ourselves. So let's say everybody on the panel gave their height, and y'all all was under 6 feet or 6'4", right? And I'll say, hey, I'm 6'7", right? So now someone makes a comment like all 6'7" dudes is dumb and they got small dicks. He's saying that in general, but it's directed specifically at my 6'7" ass because I'm 6'7". That's how it's coming off.
No, that's not what it is.
To your point, right? Look, all the dudes, look, a majority of the dudes on the Peeve is well under 6 feet. I'm telling you, a lot of these niggas is short as shit, right? They don't take it personal. Anton is short as shit. He knows this. And the women get on here. No, look, wait. And the women get on here daily talking about dudes that's 6 feet. He never take it personal. Never. JR is not the tallest guy in the world. You never see JR take these comments personally because guess what? He understands that, you know what? That's a point of view. That's a perspective. He don't take it personal. You never heard Anton take it personal unless somebody directed at him. You never heard JR take any of it personal.
Hey, Marcus, you missed a lot, bro.
There's no excuse for it. I just gave you a perfect example.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong about what you're saying, but I can also say, I can add this. Sometimes in the chat, there's somebody throw something out about short people, right? Or shorter men. The chat will go crazy about you fat women, you know, that they will be defending that position as if you specifically highlighted their name and said it. In general, when you lob things up, if it don't apply, let it fly. Some of this stuff be applying. And all they said is when it does apply, in order for them to receive the message, they need to be able to not feel it like it's a person.
No, absolutely not.
Bro,
Marcus,
you
this is who people are.
Sipping right now, bro. You is fucking Marcus Bin Laden right now. Deal with the facts. I just gave you a perfect example.
No, you're not listening to what I'm doing. First of all,
I heard it. What you're saying, listen, it wasn't directed. If these women talk about short men, they're not. They speak in a general sense. Even though Anton or JR or any of these men fall in that category, they understand they're not talking personally to them. That's why you don't see an outrage. What you're doing is you trying to tell me just because a rock is tossed and hit him upside the head, that now is directed to them. No, bro, I don't know none of these folks like that. I know them in a general sense.
Right.
But I don't know their background. I don't know their past. So what you're telling me is we shouldn't have a conversation because some of the stuff we might say might hit home.
I never said that.
I'm confused that how did we get on this in the first place? Like, did somebody get offended or something?
No. Here's the deal. They're asking me why you talk
No
about
one
the
got
fat
offended.
people.
I ended up
Why
in this
the fat?
position
You said
because I
what
just
now,
wanted to engage
Sam?
logic real quick.
I said nobody got
Regardless
offended.
of what I
just
believe, I'm
wanted
just
to know
enjoying
what was
engaging it.
Sam, you got offended. You came at me saying why you keep talking about
And
fat.
she just asked you to clarify why is that your
It's
talking
always the
point
talk.
every time you get on the show.
No,
That was
hold on. Then what it was is, what are you doing about it? Okay, number one, I'm slim trimming in the gym. Model the behavior. Number two, I talk to women and there's some of them who are actually dropped some pounds. That ain't good enough.
Bro,
So then I'm asking them, hey, can you join in?
Stop right there, Dusto.
What's up?
Because
That's
look,
not good
I
enough
see.
by
Hold
whose
on.
standards? Yours?
Dusto, stop lying because look, I see that Vaseline up there on that shelf. I see that Vaseline up there on that shelf, and that Vaseline is too close to your computer for you to be sitting up here
I
talking
got
about
eczema. I have eczema, bro. Really?
eczema on your dick.
Yeah.
Did you use Vaseline?
Sometimes lotion and Cetaphil and Vaseline.
You
Sometimes.
see that Vaseline up there? Y'all see that
Yeah,
Vaseline?
it's right
Don't act
there.
like y'all
Your
don't
point.
see that Vaseline up there. And his computer is right here.
He be looking at big
It's
girl
too close.
porn.
It's too
Leave
close.
him alone. This is a different topic.
No.
How do we get on it next time?
Big girl.
No.
That Vaseline too close
is
to
that
that
a big
computer.
jar of Vaseline?
Right, that boy got a big
But
jar.
nah.
Don't be
Here's my
surprised if
point.
you see little paper towels on the floor around the motherfucker.
Hey, Billy. No, Billy. Stop attacking people.
No, trolling is always fair game.
Stop, Billy. No,
That was a personal attack.
Okay, women. Women. Why y'all women ain't saying nothing?
I don't like his
I
tone.
said it was a personal attack.
But Shantae, I didn't like his tone. I don't like the way the message was delivered. No.
I didn't like it.
Back.
I just said this was not the subject.
Because it got a little bit of
I just said this is not the subject for tonight.
No, hold on. Let hear me out.
hours. It's
Hey,
after
Tam, hear me out. You said, hey, why are you talking about the fat woman? Because they're fat.
The only thing I see.
What have you been doing about it? I've motivated some to go to the gym. That ain't good enough. Then it's, well, and I'm like, hey, can you join in and start talking to some of these women? Because some of them ain't going to be able to fit in the doorway in the next 6 weeks. Then you came back at me. So modeling the behavior, talking about it and addressing it and actually getting results wasn't good enough. So now I got to troll. They're
and if
fat.
trolling doesn't work, when will it stop, Dusto? It's your
Maybe
obsession.
trolling will work.
You're obsessed with them. You are.
I feel you, Dusto.
It's
That's
gonna
how I
stop.
feel.
Look,
That's how I
it's
feel
gonna
about
stop
getting these
around-
men
it's gonna
educated,
stop
but they ain't
around
trying to
3
hear me
o'clock
on
in the
that.
You talking about who getting educated?
I said this is how I feel when I be trying to get these men educated. They ain't not trying to hear me on that either.
But they make more money than educated
It's not
women.
about
So
that.
why
It's
would
what
they?
you carry yourself. It's your mentality. It's not about the funds. It's not always about the funds.
About the funds and the
It's not about the funds. It's not always about the funds.
Funds can rent buns. Most of these buns are used and abused anyway.
Just like you see, I have my thing. I like education because I'm a teacher, and you have your fat. Now you coming at me because I'm advocating for something, and you advocate.
Right. I was a teacher, and I advocate for men not to go into them classrooms without a bulletproof vest and a Mac 12.
That's so.
Shantae, would you marry a man making $48,000 a year?
It ain't about that. It ain't about that. You trying to put
And you're telling men to be teachers and be educated?
I didn't say
they don't start off at 48. It all depends on where you are.
And teachers in Atlanta start up at 53,000.
Would you marry a man making 53?
Science of it and
Entry level, that's coming straight out of college. I mean, if I
Your
were that
answer is-
age, yes. If I were that
Your
age,
answer is no.
if I were that age, absolutely.
If you were that age.
If I were a 22-year-old coming out of college making 53,000, absolutely.
See what I'm talking about? And you're telling men to go be teachers. That's what they get.
I didn't say go be teacher. Did I say go be teacher?
You wouldn't be made if you were a teacher when you first got out of college. You would not be making that
right now.
Have you seen the raises for teachers? It takes about 20 years to get from 53 to 65.
I'm at 85. It is not that I haven't been there that long. I'm a teacher and I'm at 85.
It's always about character, Dusto.
Is where you're
It's always
at.
about what?
Atlanta,
always about
New York. You're not making.
Yeah.
Progress.
It's always about. Really has nothing to do with money. It's all about character. women and men are
It is about
a lot
character.
more
You're
alike.
right. I mean,
Look, men and women are a lot
don't be
more alike
teachers. Don't do it.
than we
I
think.
never said to be a
Women like to be.
you're changing
No,
my.
I disagree with him. Black men, definitely, we need y'all
We
as
need
teachers.
teachers, but that wasn't
Nobody
my
cares.
argument.
Hey, nobody cares about the community, the fake community's needs. They on their own. Men, take care of yourself. The enabling victim
And
mentality
I
got to
was
stop.
wondering why we were
And
saying why
women are a lot
everybody is
more
so
alike than
selfish.
you
And
think.
earlier we had this great conversation about how important it is for us to work together as a community, for people to step in and be role models, like what Logic is doing and stuff like that. So giving that advice to say, don't do this when it puts them in a position to
be
be
able
a
to be
role model for these young Black men who don't have male figures at home. You know,
Yes, don't
That's
do
so.
it. Stop enabling bad
I'm
If a
not
behavior.
woman believes,
Vaseline Duster.
that's so. If a woman believes
See
a
what I'm
man
talking
is
about?
fine,
If you
his
don't do what
pockets
they
don't matter.
say,
Do you
they
agree with
It's
that?
not about not doing what they say. You're giving ill advice.
That's
Like
yeah.
it.
you are. You're
Black
Hold on.
men,
What?
take care of yourself
I got
first.
lost. What? Hey, what does the Vaseline comment mean? What that mean?
I
A
was
cheap,
inappropriate.
it's a cheap
Don't
shot.
do it, Logic.
I'm
Okay,
No,
accountable.
no.
no
All I'm
Logic.
doing.
Look,
No,
I said I'm
no.
accountable.
Shantae, you're not being fair, ma'am.
Did you not just hear
Tone
what I
police. I
said?
like
I
to
don't
file a
want to go down
complaint.
that
I
rabbit
just
hole.
asked her. I asked her a question. I'm saying,
I answered it.
what?
I answered
No,
it. I said I was
what?
being inappropriate.
No, I
Logic,
said,
you
what
hurt
does
my
it mean?
feelings.
What does it
My
mean?
feelings are hurt.
That he needs to get his eczema together.
My
Oh,
feelings
so
are
it
hurt,
had to do
Logic.
with
Get
jacking
her.
off?
Well,
Still hurt
that's
my
what Billy
feelings.
suggested.
Yeah.
No,
Don't put me in
So,
that shit.
but
Billy,
Billy
not,
hurt my
hey, not
feelings.
Shantae.
We're not friends
Now,
anymore.
ma'am,
Nah,
do you see?
no.
Wait,
I'll take accountability. He was acting like a jerk.
no.
No. He was acting
I
like a
got it.
jerk, so I
But
was telling him to go jerk off.
okay, I
He
know.
was
But
trying
see,
to
this is
act
what.
like a jerk.
No, what I was
Yes, now
saying
what I'm
is
saying
I'm
is
paying
this.
attention
Right, wait,
to that
hold up,
Vaseline
Billy.
factor.
Hold up, Billy. Cause nigga, I'm gonna send you a cash app so you can buy a motherfucking mic. Cause that shit ain't working. Look, the whole point I'm making, right,
I only got a
is
bill.
if I wouldn't have said nothing, right? I'm sorry. Should I tell you when to budge? What can I just call you ma'am? Saida, when to budge?
God,
If
you
the
butchered
guy
that name
Marcus
bad.
White on this panel, he
Saida.
wouldn't budge. But let one of us had said that to one of these women.
About what?
The feminist police would have came and locked us up.
I'm done. I would not negotiate with terrorists.
Listen, I told Billy that was inappropriate. It was not this segment. Y'all was just yelling to the point where you couldn't hear me.
No, Miss. What about when Miss Tiffany just said it?
You called me out.
Hello,
I
911.
did, but nobody else budged.
Can I get the tone police?
You beat us to it.
A guy hurt my feelings. And this woman, she's got braids in her hair. She hurt my feelings.
But my thing is this: why is it that you can advocate for something, but I can't advocate for something?
What are you advocating for?
I'm not going down it again. I'm not doing it.
But it's cool.
No, I'm saying you can advocate for it, but I'm just saying there's a bigger picture and a bigger problem.
Dusto, whether I hurt your feelings or not, which I don't think that I did, but I do apologize because that was inappropriate.
Troll at will, all fair game.
No,
He don't
that was
care.
inappropriate.
Billy started it.
What?
I do have a question.
You brought the Vaseline.
I do have a question.
If the Vaseline
Yeah, I didn't even
tomorrow,
notice it until Billy.
Look, if you jump on the panel tomorrow and that Vaseline done moved, we know what's up. We know you ain't out here trying. We know that Vaseline been moving from shelf to shelf.
But I'm just saying, Dusto, your experience with teaching may not have been good. And I'm not saying that. I think teaching is more than just the curriculum. And I think for me, that's where I'm coming from, is because it puts you in a position to really have an influence.
I'll explain.
And that's the part that I think for me, why teaching means so much and why I want more Black men in the classrooms, because they need y'all. Like they do. Even if you're not teaching, come volunteer. Come be a lay coach. There's so many other avenues in which you can contribute. And I want to see y'all there because they need y'all.
Look,
And
me and
Miss
my girl
Taken,
was,
tell you what.
my girl is a athletic director in the county.
Now here's the thing: they want
And so,
men to come do.
hold on.
Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
And so, we were just
Hey,
talking
Billy,
about
your
this
mic
the
is
Billy
other
got a
low.
whisper. That's why.
Yeah, your mic is low as hell. Like
Yeah.
yeah, you got to do something about that.
Just pick it up and
Can you
hold
hear
it
me
to your
now?
mouth.
We can hear you. We listen real, like this.
Just pick
I'll
it up and
drop
hold
down.
it to your mouth and talk.
Let me drop down and come back.
Okay.
Yeah, I tell you what, since y'all want teachers so bad because you care about the beloved community because they've been oppressed so much by the beloved white man and all the victims.
Just say your point.
Okay. Why don't you have teacher night and start sending cash apps and ask the chat to send cash apps to all the young black male teachers?
Why it gotta be the male teachers? Why can't it be just the teachers, period?
Right.
That's why you're not getting your male teachers.
But if you look at
it,
I don't get it. I don't get it. Can you explain what you mean?
You can, especially in New York.
What I'm saying is you want is the same thing. Black men go out here, work. Oh, your shoes. Oh, I don't like your teeth. Your gums. Always something wrong. Then when they go make it to a certain level, give everything to this fake black community for free. That's the problem.
No, I'm saying come to the school and you could be like you can.
Then, like she said, they're not educated enough. Black men ain't educated enough.
They're not. The stats show that though.
But they're making more money than the women. So why are
you're
not comparing apples. That's not the same thing.
You're not comparing apples to apples. What you're doing is
who's raising these uneducated boys?
This is what I'm going to tell you. If you compare men and women at the same education level, yes, men are making more money than women, right? We know that there's a gender. We know that there's a gender gap difference in pay. We know that. But what we're saying is, as educated women, what you're saying is the average man. So when you're comparing apples to oranges, educated women are outpacing men in the amount that they're making when you're comparing them to an uneducated man. So what we're saying is we want to level up too.
We look that up. That's actually stats.
Right. Here's the deal. Men, we want something for free. We want y'all to do everything we want you to do. Give, do. And they won't even go to the damn gym. They won't take off the wigs. And no matter what men have done, the answer is no when men ask for something.
I posted a video in the group. I posted a video in the group of this little dude standing on the table where he was like, Women supposed to worship us. You feel me? Men, we eat steak, we eat chicken, we eat chitlins. Women eat salad. And the woman was trying to stop him from talking. They said, Do you have a wife? He said, Nah, I ain't never had a girlfriend. And a lot of these dudes sound exactly like that. They want to talk about what they deserve, what women should give them, and this, that, and the other. But you ain't never had a woman do anything for you. So let's start with the
you talking about me?
Anybody, not just you, the dude above you too. Look,
this guy. We're gonna have to put a blood test on this dude.
The nigga.
You know what? I'm a quick comment on these panels, man, because
y'all
know
gonna talk about logic. I just protected you, Logic.
No, Billy. Honestly,
I'm telling you,
in real life, I don't have these conversations.
I'm sick of talking to
these why these panels blow my mind sometimes.
Niggas. I could be doing a lot of I could have stayed my ass in the bar tonight and had a
saved your life. You're not supposed to be drinking that poison. We're talking about health. Dusko wants everybody to be healthy, and alcohol is not healthy.
No.
Listen.
Pies and greasy pizza. Just go for it. Why not?
The thing is, it's about love and respect.
You know what? I'm gone. I'm finna go find me a fat booty chick. The one that got there that told me to come back. And I was like, you know what? Nah. I'm gonna go.
You talking about the one that does
bring her back and put them cheeks on that window back there.
I said I'm gonna chill with the ladies on Chic Critique because I genuinely have love for them, right? But you know what? I thought about it.
We love
my birthday was in Atlanta, and ain't nan one of them Chic Critique motherfuckers give a fuck about.
I bought you a drink. Don't try to play me.
I got you a hoodie. I just didn't.
You know what? Tam is a real one. You know, I'm sorry about that. Besides Tam, Ain't none of the tears on Chic critique.
She ain't bought you
I
a
brought
shirt.
you a hoodie.
Oh,
I brought you a hoodie.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh,
Shantae,
where's that?
Tam, one other
I
thing.
told you. You remember when the episode there? I was looking for you because I have your hoodie. I still have it.
No, I'm gonna send you my address then.
Okay.
I want my hoodie, and I don't give a fuck if it says Chic or critique.
In the next
Rock
show, you gotta have it on.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
You think
Hey,
I give a
Tam.
fuck about what somebody think about Mr. Logic? You know what I'm saying? I don't care what they say these niggas talk about me. I will rock that bitch. Matter of fact, give me a pink one. Shit.
I don't have a pink one.
Oh, she said, I want a pink one.
I would like a pink one too.
Hey, Tam, since you're asking about solutions, I'm starting to dust the sphere sometime soon on Black Men Unfiltered Network. And one of the incentives is going to be 30 men and women drop 30 pounds or 30% BMI, and I'll send each one of them $30 of my own money.
Okay.
Any volunteers? Any volunteer leaders that actually want to participate? Leaders?
How will you set it up?
Look, I think a big solution. Look, y'all, like I said, my girl
in the
is
wrong direction. I
a
meant
athletic director, right? So look, I think a big thing, we was just talking about this the other day, and she was saying that a lot of the male coaches work better with the females. The female little girls, they listen to the boy, like males. They don't have to fight like she has to fight with the young girls. And I was like, and I bet you it's the other way around with the boys. She was like, actually, yeah. She was like, the boys, I don't have to deal with the little attitudes and all that kind of stuff. Like I say something to the boys and they do it like automatically. He was like, that's the same response when a man is around the little girls. And I think that says a lot about like the mindset of like sexism. Like what does that say about what men and women really, really want? You get what I'm saying? And really need. And I think that there's a big, huge space where men can help our young women not make the same mistakes that the generation, the problems that you have in Dusty. Like you could help that by going and being a coach to like go be a basketball coach to the young girls in your community. Go be a track coach to the young girls in your community.
I would say not only that.
And kind of
We were talking about in the school system, and even somebody who says, "Oh, she said volunteer." My thing is, if you are about trying to create change, you have to be a part of it. Not always looking for money when you're doing stuff, because the payoff sometimes is a whole lot bigger. So your thing actually, Dusty, is about weight, right? So that would be a good avenue for you to start a program at the school to help, increase health, you know what I'm saying? Losing weight.
Right.
Those are things that I'm talking about. Not everything needs to always have a cost. It'll cost you time.
And believe it or not, that you could have a very big impact in those young women's lives.
Very big influence. And I do, like when y'all say giving back, I volunteer my time. I go over and beyond what I need to. I've started programs within the school that I'm not getting paid for, just because I know that we can do better. I have hope. I will maintain hope, and I will continue to do those things because I want us to do better. Just me pulling a girl to the side, like what you have on.
And another caveat, Dusty, you could chicken hawk them. Like the girl, you might be still single 20 years from now, and them girls that you coached back then, they might be like, "Hey, coach." And you be like, "Hey, what's going on?"
Listen, I got a question.
You have all kind of accents.
I have a question for
Saida.
Miss Gyron.
Saida.
I have a question. So in your country, so are you seeing the same issues there that you see here?
Las mujeres están más pequeñas.
She in Wyoming. What y'all talking about?
I'm not in Wyoming.
She don't qualify to be in Wyoming.
Hey, Saida, diles la verdad. Tú sabes que las mujeres más pequeñas allá. Tú sabes.
Some of the issues that we talk about, are you seeing those same in your country?
We see some of them, yes. We do. But
Dile la verdad. Tú sabes que está dentro de este
Just go.
país
I'm about to mute you.
muchos grandes. Tú sabes.
Go.
he's just trying to show
Go
off.
ahead.
Right,
Go
this
ahead.
nigga done
Go
turned
ahead.
into
So please go ahead.
Papi Chulo.
So no, yeah, we do see some of those
She knows what I said.
issues. Same thing, I would say some women.
Cállate.
What? That's disrespectful.
Man, why don't y'all niggas
No,
let her finish?
like right,
God
y'all
damn.
irritating me right now. Come on, I'm like working on. It's like 3:00 in the morning.
Oh shoot.
Go ahead.
But I would say one of the biggest issue in my country, and this also happens everywhere in the world, is that there's a lot of domestic violence in the country. So women suffer a lot for domestic violence, and that's one of the issues, like biggest issues that we have in this culture. Um, for women, I would say, let me see. I I don't I we do work, like women work here the same as men, but here is different because men cannot support a household by himself. So learn how to understand that they need the help from women. So here is more like
And they still going upside their head?
the difference is that men here are very helpful in the house because they know that the women is completing an entire shift. So she's coming back home, taking care of the kids, cooking and all that. So the culture is different. A man doesn't expect a woman to do everything if she's already doing what you're doing or more. And so they are kind of like helping each other, but they got to understand that if you cannot do it yourself and you want a certain lifestyle,
What
because
country is
here,
this?
El Salvador.
Salvador.
Ooh, I like El Salvador.
So if you are
Bro, let
like,
her
if
talk,
you're,
man.
so let me put it this way. So it's better explained. The minimum wage in El Salvador, it is $364 a month. We use dollars
Ooh, I
for
don't like that.
exactly. So you and a gallon of milk is $5, almost $5, and the minimum wage is 365. Can you believe that? So, like, if you want to live better, you have to improve your life and try to earn more money than that. So an average household is making about, together as a group, I would say probably 900 to
Right.
$1,000.
So
And
being
having
together
like
is
an okay,
imperative.
yes, so everything is okay. And now we look at it as like, if we want to live in a better place or like in a better area, we have to work together to bring and sustain and pay this house for this stuff. And we work together, but the man is not just saying you're gonna stay in the house to do this and this and that if he cannot support that, because he also wants to improve his life. So and have a better lifestyle. So
So
this
in
is
El
more like,
Salvador, hold on. So in El Salvador, women work. So he working them whole. He be going upside their head, and they paying half the bills.
but the man is helping. Don't look at it just like that, because men help in the house. Like if for example, not always have the same shift. So
Ah, boy, it's
for
summer.
for example, I have some people very close to me. He works night shift and she works during the day. So he takes care of the baby during the day and vice versa. But she
Passport bros, El
it's a it's
Salvador.
a it's a daughter, so it's two females staying in the house at night. Nobody's protecting. There's no man protecting the house. So he kind of have to compensate that in some way somehow. But here is more understandable because of what I'm saying, depending on the lifestyle that you want. But yeah, we see those issues, every now and then we see that.
I was
Yeah,
just
hey,
wondering because
hey,
I know
fight.
that you
Oh, go ahead.
because I know that you're in this space, and we appreciate you being in this space. So I was
Yeah.
wondering what brought you to this space, like, are you seeing the same issues? Because people kind of tend to gravitate towards their experiences, and
You
so
want my honest opinion about what brought me here?
yes.
Okay. So I was invited by another panel and I noticed that, wow, they need help. Not just women, but men too. So I
Facts.
was like, they need
She
like
came
that.
because she black.
I, I saw it from an outside. Don't take it personal. I'm saying in general. Because if I speak about American culture as general, Americans don't see themselves as other people look at them from the outside.
Mhm.
To me, respectfully, Americans are they're consumers. Like
Absolutely.
everything that you use people and you care about things, which is the other side here. We care for people. We are very commonly judged for, like, oh, we live in the same house with a lot of family. My sister lives in the US with her mom, with her husband, with her cousin, the wife of the cousin, like 6 people in the house. We are judged by that, but we always think that family comes first. So how can you tell me that you want family when you don't even look or visit your own family? You don't even spend time with your own family. I talk to my sisters every day. I spend time with my dad every day. Like, I literally talk to my mom every day.
Well,
And
Miss Gyron, let me tell you, you are welcome here. You like our brown cousin.
thank you. I appreciate that. So yeah,
Mhm.
I was like, they probably need a different perspective, and like, I like to learn from other cultures, and not just your culture, but other cultures as well, like Asians, for example, or Middle East. They have like different stuff, good stuff that you can learn from. And I was like, well, if someone is out there and they are open-minded and self-aware and want to improve, they're going to see those things and they're going to learn.
Unfortunately, this culture is damaged by pride, ego, and competition. They're going to see you as some kind of opposition.
Um,
Why? I have no damn clue.
You know
You
what?
as
I
opposition?
was judged.
Her as opposition?
I was judged by someone came to
I
visit
love it.
here. Someone came to visit and it judged me. Oh, you don't have an iPhone? And I'm like, nope, I have an Android. And I don't want to have an iPhone. So it put me like in a status automatically. It's like, oh, you don't have an iPhone? You're in this
Oh, so you
status.
my poor brown cousin.
Mm, I enjoy life probably more than you. That's all I'm gonna say.
No, you don't.
Mm,
Really.
you enjoy
I
your
go
life by what
camping
you
every
have.
weekend like you. I do all that
So
kind of
I
stuff.
have a cure, and this is, please don't take offense to this, because
Well,
I
all
know.
Americans aren't the same.
Right.
So I
I was just
Go ahead,
joking about the
Shante.
iPhone thing.
You said what?
Hold
I
on,
said I
No,
don't
was
go. Hey,
not
y'all chill,
everybody.
man.
And
Hey, y'all
don't get me
chill.
wrong.
Y'all
Don't get me
chill.
wrong. Please
Hey, wait,
don't
hold up.
take
Y'all
this.
chill. Hey, y'all saw finna ask a question, man.
So I have a
Don't
question.
take this personal. Not no nobody. Like, I'm saying in general. In general, like as a country, that's what we see. Like, for example, I wouldn't give my 12-year-old kid. I don't have a kid of 12-year-old. I'm just saying in general, an iPhone, just because I don't want people to bully him in school because he doesn't have
Exactly.
a pair of shoes or a phone. I wouldn't do that. I was judged by someone in a panel when I say, here, if we go to the store and I say, no, I'm not going to buy you what you want, you're not getting it. And they're like, so you're not going to buy your kid a toy? No, if I don't have it. No, if they don't need it.
right.
So we're more like that.
So I have a question. So it's a personal question. Can I ask you a personal question?
Sure.
Are you sure? Okay, because I remember you saying that you were a single mom. So I was
I am.
wondering, like, because you were saying the family thing, the family dynamic, because that's kind of like here, like what happened in that situation where it's, not the, you know.
Why am I not with the
Yeah.
domestic violence?
Okay, gotcha.
Yes. And it
Were you
didn't
guys
happen for
married, if
too
you don't
long.
mind me asking?
No, it didn't happen for too long. My daughter's now 9. Almost 10. We split up when she was 1 year old. And since I left his house, I came back to my dad's house, and I was like, I want mental stability, emotional stability for my kid. I don't want to be around, like, I could rent a place and live by myself, but that makes me more vulnerable that just any man can come into my life. And then I'm going to start like introducing more men to my
You
kid.
should be under your father's protection.
And exactly, I need a man,
Yeah,
and that
no, I agree
who's
with
the
that.
best man that's gonna care for me and protect me and give me, all the advice. Yeah, like we have a saying here, like the first time you make a mistake, okay, first is a mistake, but if you do it again, that's a pendejada. In Spanish, is like,
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
it's
George
like
Bush fucked that saying up too.
it's like calling someone pendejo. So like that's making a same mistake twice that's like stupid. So of
What's
course,
Vendejo? What's Vendejo?
no. Like I'm saying, like for us, that's like if you make a mistake again, you're pendejo. Like not you, but
Vendejo.
like me for
That's a
doing it again.
Hispanic idiot.
Yeah, more than that actually, but
No, I
yeah.
never heard
So
Vendejo before.
what I'm saying is that
Cabrón, cállate.
not even.
See, Teddy one
But
mafioso, so this is why I wanted to know.
Erase you from this
the
screen.
reason that's the reason, and again, like I said, I really wanted my daughter to have a father, a role model in her life, and that's my dad, and he's been that person. And I said, if I leave this house, it's gonna be, the best way I can. But yeah, that's what it is. And no, I'm
Thank you
not
for
single.
sharing your story. That that was very nice of you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. That was very personal. Thank you.
It was. Thank you. I just want to better understand. I like to know what
Oh,
other cultures do, like other people do.
Oh, go ahead. No,
It's not
Saida,
often you find somebody who's in a country like, and you're able to speak and you're so open about it, and I appreciate that.
yeah, Saida also on YouTube. A lot of these dudes is saying they want the housewife, and there's a lot of fraud in YouTube spaces. A lot of dudes ain't making the money. A lot of dudes, they got problems. A lot of women, they're up here acting like they're virgins. They have 2 kids, but they only had sex one time in their whole life.
People say they're virgins these
This
days.
is what, because every woman has low body count. They only had sex once, but they got 2 kids. But it's like the dudes all make $100,000 a week on YouTube.
Right.
Yeah, people
I
ain't telling
want
the
my
truth. They
shirt.
being
I don't
honest.
give a fuck about what you said. I want my shirt.
I'm gonna give you. It's not a shirt. It's a hoodie.
Oh, I'm gonna rock
but
that.
it's
What
not.
you say about the electric wig, Dusty?
It's Dusto.
Stop with the wig, Billy.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna stop y'all from coming up here if y'all keep on trolling that. The thing.
I'm sorry.
No trolling.
It be giving me a headache this late at night. I don't mind it in the early hours.
Yeah.
But
No
this
trolling.
be like, what is this?
I'm gonna go ahead and simp because this is how y'all want it. Look, this take it every time. No, look. Every time I look at your background and that bed is perfectly made, I say, you know what? I need a wife. Because my housekeeper come on Sundays and she make up my bed and she make it so good that I don't even want to sleep on. I sleep on the couch most of the time. I don't want to fuck it up, and I know I can't make it back like she make it. So your pillows always be perfect and shit. You know what I'm saying? That little decor and all that. That's the only reason I get a wife as an interior decorator, and also to take the nut.
That's the nut. That nut sitting right there.
Don't forget about the nut rag.
Yeah, Slider, there's a part of YouTube that doesn't represent reality. So just saying that.
All right, you guys, it is almost 3 o'clock.
But I have to say one thing before. I'm so sorry. I have noticed how this environment can also impact. Remember, we're humans and we're mirrors. And I have noticed my good friend noticed that I started kind of like interrupting more. And he's knowing me 2 years. And he's like, Saida, why are you doing this? And he said, like, I think the panels are not doing good to you. So I had to stay away from it for some time because I noticed that, am I starting behaving like certain people that I'm not supposed to behave that way? You have to be self-aware that when you are, this is affecting you, because at the end of the day, this is social media. So you have to know when to, keep your distance from anything and everything that is not doing any good to you.
I agree, because when I have to yell over people trying to get them to stop talking, that's just my heart be beating fast. I don't know what to do with myself.
That's good. I like when y'all actually become, y'all show y'all feminine energy. That shit to me, you know what I'm saying? Just like when y'all don't get it twisted. I gotta get y'all smoke because we dealing with these crazy talking points. But like when Miss Taking It was like how she is when she get protective over, you know what I'm saying, and just make excuses for everything. I respect that. You know what I'm saying? Because I understand that that's y'all feminine energy.
Look, I have a headboard too, though. You see the headboard? I have a headboard.
Q Brown says stay away from black women because black men are perfect.
I got a headboard.
But no, I gotta. I'm saying it, and it's not simp. I will constantly stay on y'all ass because somewhere deep inside, I got respect for y'all and I want to see these conversations develop. So I won't change the way I am. I'm gonna stay on y'all ass, and it's out of love. That's it. But in real life, you see, I want to approach y'all these way because we're not really debating or doing stuff like this. A lot of times, this stuff come in because it's a debate format. But in real life, all I want to do is take shots in 1942 and just have a good time. And then we can talk about this YouTube. We talk about what happened in reality on YouTube, but in real life, it's real life. So I hope people don't take it personal. But I'm telling you, I'm being honest with you. I don't give a fuck if you do. That's something that you got to get over to actually deal with these panels.
Oh shoot!
If you can deal with me,
Look at
you
this.
can deal with anybody.
Now let me say something, Logic.
I just
Something
came
that
to
I heard
troll.
about you tonight that has increased my level of respect for you is the stuff that you do outside of YouTube. Learning that you know go into the hood and you are trying to mentor, and influence. I think that's a great thing.
But I
So I
can see
just
that
wanted
about him.
to kudos to you for that.
No kudos for me. That's my job as a man to make sure that I don't need no kudos.
Not all men do their job though, Logic. So I'm a count that out. The fact that you do it, I'm a honor that and say that I respect that.
And you know what?
It's real.
I probably go and I probably mentor some strippers. I mentor them too. You know what I'm saying?
Much respect, brother. Much respect.
No,
All
I
right,
mentor
y'all.
strippers.
Last call. Anybody have anything they want to say that makes sense? Nobody.
Me.
Oh my God, Dusto. If you start talking, I promise I'm gonna black you out. You gonna just your box gonna just disappear.
Shout out to the nation of Wiglam. Assalamu Wiggle.
Good. Where's the black? Fade to black.
I'm gonna give you a chance. I'm gonna give you a chance.
We love you too, Miss Parker.
I forgot what I was gonna say.
Good.
Miss Parker is a fucking terrorist.
Thank you, Miss Parker.
Leave Miss Parker alone.
And Miss Parker, you might want to try to reach out on Instagram because Shantae brought you a shirt as well. We thought we were gonna see you.
A cup.
Hey, what are these shirts?
Shirt. If the terrorists get a shirt, I don't want it. Keep mine.
No, she got her a cup.
Hey, what are these
shirts?
shirts?
The same shirt that the terrorists wear.
Can I get one in dry fit?
All right, you
Can
guys.
You at least got me a keychain.
Listen, it is 3 o'clock. I have to.
Hey, can I get a compression shirt? Dry fit?
We got you, Vaseline.
No, give me a compression dry fit, size extra large.
Listen, everybody, good night. Thank you guys for hanging in there with us. As always, I appreciate the chat because we got the baddest chat in the.
Love you, ladies. Love y'all. Love y'all. Love y'all.
All right, you guys. Thank you guys. See you guys next week, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Chic Critique. See y'all.
Trolling sisters rule the world.
Bye, Dusto.